Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. I swear to God, she waited for me to start speaking to get up. Here, you can get her out. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's going to be a beautiful day. Today's going to be a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, folks. It's Saturday. It's Valentine's Day. It's Galentine's Day. It's Palentine's Day for those who don't actually have any loved ones in their lives. But yes, I'm Hasan Piker. I'm late, and this is part of the broadcast where I tell you all about my personal news. I'm coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, 69 degrees and sunny California, Los Angeles, built on top of stolen Tongva land. We're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful time. And I apologize for the tardiness. You're late. Were you with a date? Yes, I was with a date with Caleb Heron. You heard of it? You heard of his name? That's the reason why I'm late, actually, because I was shooting another banger episode of the Fear and podcast with one of the most anticipated guests of all time. That's right. Please, I'm gonna pee. Yeah. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm late. Did you guys talk about heated rivalry? Barely, and also behind the paywall. So what is this? Lock in, man.
They can't talk.
Yeah.
This is so distracting.
Yeah, this is.
I'm lost. Come back.
This guy went to Colombia. I can't believe. If you're having a hard time,
So you're gonna see the standards at Colombia.
yeah, from the back.
No. Oh, right.
Oh, I messed it up. I think.
Yeah, you're gonna go back and then do it again.
What the?
What?
You laughing?
No,
That's
not at
really
all.
easy.
Not at all.
This is your fault. You
I know.
You led me astray.
No, you're good. Do you want to make it stripes like that, or do you want to make a little pattern, like a little patch? I'll show you.
Yeah. Acquiring the big mares like Pokemon. Yeah. If you need a blast off Pookie, not great, but I always need a blast off. Anyway, no, that's a beautiful blast off meme. Yeah. Dinosaurs joined Mao's army. What is this? POV Red Sun rose on the dinosaurs proletariat. They joined the Red Army under Mao Zedong leadership. What?
天上太阳红呀红彤彤哎，心中的太阳是毛泽东哎，他领导我们的解放哎，真理翻身当家做主。
Anyway, this is Ankara. I mean, Ankara has his own dinos as well. That's true. Anyway, personal news-wise, at the end of the broadcast last night, Austin came over, and I wanted to... I wanted to watch a movie with him, but he was too busy doing gay shit. He was like, fuck off. They're still filming pieces of the podcast right now. I'm actually live because, I didn't want to delay the live stream.
any further than I already had, you know. But what is this? Eddie Liger Smith. Hasan said you're going to vote third party in 2028 if it's Newsom versus Vance. Very based this on embrace your calling and become the Leninist you were always meant to be. The American Communist Party won't be supporting the two-party duopoly either. Okay. I mean, it's AI. Anyway, damn, Hasan getting massive backups. Chorus really shot herself in the shoe or head, if we're being honest.
It's a long way off, but if you don't vote...
Yeah. Speed is so fucking funny, man. We'll talk about that. But yeah, personal news-wise. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And as far as personal news goes, it's not really much. I went to sleep last night. I woke up super early. My sleep was patchy. I feel like I haven't actually gotten to... I haven't been able to recover fully from the jet lag from Qatar to then New York and then Vancouver and then back here. It's like I'm all over the place. I'm all over the planet. I don't even know exactly where I'm at any given moment. So I was like waking up at like 2:30 at night, last night, and going back to sleep. And it's Will and Austin are screaming. They're recording the ads for the podcast. That's why. Why is Austin Gailey moaning in the background? What movie were you supposed to watch? Any movie. Do you watch edits of yourself? I do, yes.
Allow Palestinians breathing. Do you not understand the English language?
Hell yeah. Let's go. Did you watch The Secret Agent? No, I don't know what that is. Anyway, what was I saying? Did you give any solid breakup advice to your nephew? No, I haven't been talking to my nephew as much. I hope he's doing all right. You are banned from Brazil? Wait, why? Why am I banned from Brazil? Did you take part in the gay? Yeah, this is the gayest episode of the podcast yet. But yeah, as I was saying, I woke up early, I worked out, I shot the podcast, and now I'm here. Oh, because of the secret agent question, you must watch Secret Agent for Brazil. Okay, sure, I'll do it. But that's all I got. That's all I got for personal news. This is now, that's it. There's not really much going on in my life other than, constant sequence of going on Twitter, right? But, oh my God, they're going crazy. When did the Piker broadcast service has dropped? Oh, yeah, we got some PBS stuff. Michael from Chengdu, China Max over Jester Soy HasanAbi while he experienced a critical cortisol spike after being frame mogged with a jawline diff by Rachel Maddow at Aura Farming Speech. Thank you. Hasan, please look at my kid's new fan art. Sure. Oh yeah, we'll do Okay Buddy. Except this post is waiting moderator approval, so we'll do Okay Buddy today. Don't worry. Where was I? Yeah, Okay Buddy today. Don't worry, because it's Saturday for all the Palentines, Galentines, and Valentine's Day. Is you and me, baby. Let's do it. Also, happy Valentine's Day to them specifically. Oh yeah, me and my Valentine, Will Neff. All right. Let's get it twisted. Let's go. Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. Let's go live. I'm gonna blast off right now, and then we're gonna do a Chicago mayor in the building. Woke 2.0 beast mode. Happy Valentine's Day. Chicago mayor in the building. Woke 2.0 beast mode. Icebags down in Minneapolis. AOC. Oh, well, okay. Jesus Christ. I was just talking about. Little Valentine's Day. Oh God. Oh yeah. Oh God.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, you love it.
That's crazy.
Are we talking about something light and?
No, we're just. I'm writing my blast off meme right now.
Oh.
Munich Security Conference. Foreign policy visions. And yeah.
Well, happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Hope you have a wonderful Saturday filled with joy.
Yeah.
Right? And love. Right, Hasan? That's what
Of course. Of course.
God, you're feeling so good. Almost like you could get in my bathtub.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. We had a banger. We had a fucking banger episode, by the way. So get excited for that. That's gonna be awesome. Caleb was incredible. He was so funny.
Caleb is
Yeah. Will, put us on Mugenics. Is it good?
Mugenics is very good.
Yeah, there's like controversy I heard with the guy.
Yeah.
He had like that Chris Chan guy on as one of the voices or something. Yeah. So
Well, have a good stream.
have you seen this kid?
No.
He goes beast mode on him. This kid's awesome. It's pretty funny. Show Austin this. Okay, here, quick.
Oh, is that a story? We got a story.
That's Austin's own TikTok.
I literally posted that from my TikTok. I edited that video.
Show Austin his own TikTok.
but watch it.
It's
Finish
fucking
it.
He's
hilarious.
Finish it.
literally.
Pay that chatter?
No, finish.
Are you asking me? Ask Austin. then.
Watch the video. You might as
It's
well watch
crazy.
it now.
It's
Come on.
crazy. That's crazy.
Wow.
What are the odds?
You are so fucking gay, bro. That is the gayest shit. That's too much. That's too much.
Why would you
That's
freeze
too
on that
much.
frame?
That's too
That's
much
so
gay shit.
unflattering.
Lady Gaga.
Keep going. Keep going.
Lady Gaga.
At least keep going through this. It's a terrible frame.
I do love. You notice how
Look
funny
at how
it is?
ugly this frame.
How funny it is to just like pause on this shit.
Cross-eyed because Lady Gaga was on the
That's
screen.
so
I'm not
perfect.
done yet.
I think we should
clip's
stay on this
The
frame.
clip's not over, Hasan.
We should stay.
What are the odds?
Had money on that.
What are the odds?
No way.
Yes! Thank you! Yes, there's Austin! There's Lady Gaga!
Lady Gaga!
That's funny.
Yes! That's unbelievable. I can't believe Lady Gaga came out.
I lost my mind for a second.
That's insane.
Oh, is that a story? We got a story.
Oh, that's a great clip, man.
Thank you. I didn't tell that.
Now watch
Shannon.
some of my TikTok.
Okay. All right. Get out of here, guys. Get out of here. I got a lot going on.
Shut up!
I got the mayor of Chicago. I got the mayor of Chicago coming in a little bit. Wait, aren't you leaving, Austin? Well, he's gonna be here later in the day, like around 2 p.m. I think. Law, I don't even share clips. That was crazy. Glaze also asking about Anubis. I got a 105 stream streak and it's my girl's birthday. Say happy birthday, Abby. Happy birthday, Abby. I love your friends. You're a lucky guy. Yeah, I am a lucky guy. I'm a very lucky guy. Anyway, happy Valentine's Day, Chicago mayor in the building. Woke 2.0 beast mode. Icebacks down in Minneapolis. Munich Security Conference. Clavs rise to fame. Okay, buddy, get in now. All right, boom, boom, boom. Let's do it. I'm playing this stream in the background. It's really late in India. Hell yeah, chatters. Okay, buddy, copium. No, we'll do it. Are we doing the Hasan Hater gets cucked video too? A Hasan Hater got cucked? Oh yeah. I am. The fucking lolly guy, right? Chibi reviews. Another one of I was gonna briefly bring this up yesterday, where it's like even haters that I don't know that exist, are always still in the pocket of like doing. Weirdly enough, doing like lolly reviews and things like that. It's pretty fucking weird. Which lolly guy? Apparently, there's many of them. This is another one of them. And of course, Asmus supports that loser. Yes. We don't have to show all of the orbiters, man. You're fucking crazy. Like you don't need to highlight all of my haters. But yeah, they're all in the Pragmata subreddit. I don't know what that is. I mean, Woke 2.0 has been pretty damaging for pedophiles. Also, I mean, it's basically pedophiles equals HasanAbi hater for the most part, right? It's just been a bad year. 2026 has started off real bad for like sex offenders and pedophiles. RIP to them, I guess. But very, very strange. Like one by one, virtually all of my haters, both haters that I know exist, haters that I didn't even know that exist, have been getting outed or just having like a terrible time in general. So I don't know. I don't know where we go from here for these guys, right? Jeffrey Epstein, was he a hater of you? Might as well be, honestly. Like, I mean, it does fit the profile of like the stereotypical HasanAbi head, or HasanAbi hater. Sorry. Jeffrey Epstein does hit all of those like incredibly important lines. Like, you have to be a staunch defender of pedophilia, you know, to be a hater. You be in the emails with Zayn as pro-Palestine? Yeah. The ones preying on your downfall are currently downfalling. We're still here. I know. Anyway, let's watch this. Let's see.
Demanding that people pledge fealty to Gavin Newsom 2.5 years before a general election. Like, say what you will about harm reduction voting. I think there's still some utility in that, but the primary hasn't even started. And yet, if people get out here and say, hey, I don't want to vote for Gavin Newsom because he likes to hunt homeless people for sport, that person is accused of like aiding and abetting the Republicans.
Yeah, like now,
can we have like a semblance of a democratic process, please?
Now is the time where like you're allowed to do that. Yeah. Like now is the time where it's like least consequential to be like, I am not voting for that.
Yeah.
And to do whatever you can. Like, say what you will about, like, the strategy there. But it's just, like, I'm not going to get mad at somebody for saying that right now because we're in 2026.
Yeah,
like
almost
2 years out. Almost 3 years out from the general election.
The
2 years out from the
started.
primary. I don't want Gavin Newsom to be the nominee. No. I really don't want Gavin Newsom to win it. I honestly, maybe even anyone else to get it other than that guy.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. I'm not going to give a shit about, like, what somebody says about who they're going to vote for right now.
The only thing Gavin Newsom has really done the past year is hire an intern that's mean to Trump online.
Exactly. And Gavin Newsom, not him.
It's not him.
Condemn it on his podcast and be like, yeah, I guess we went a little too hard. All he's doing is inviting Republicans and talking about how, like, yeah, you're not as bad as I thought you were.
I think with the unpopularity of Republicans right now, there is a real opportunity in 26 and 28 to elect people that genuinely want to see substantive political and economic change happen in this country. But for the people that are out here defending Newsom right now, they're going to bat for a guy who is only ever going to fiddle with the knobs and maintain the same neoliberal order that got us here in the first place.
Yeah.
And the worst part of all of that is that he's Gavin Newsom. It's Gavin Newsom, California's resident slimeball, Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, we really got some like shit contenders right now.
Yeah, well, the top ones are Newsom and Harris.
It's like it's Newsom, Harris.
It's awesome. It's just like, do you want shit from the butt or piss from the pee-pee? Like, we got diarrhea. You know, we have so many options. We have an entire world to show you. It's just the absolute worst possible options out there. It'll be great. Douchebags galore. Sophisticated political analysis. I mean, it's just like, it's terrible. People with objectively zero vision whatsoever. People that are still like harping on a failed political project that is collapsing in front of our eyes. That's literally yielding the second coming of fascism. And that is where we're at. That is where we're fucking at. And I don't know. I don't know where we go. I don't know what we do with this. Like, I really hope that, you know, we have some better politics and some better politicians overcome the sea of establishment. That's a good thing, though. Establishment's never been weaker. Yes, it's true. It is true. Establishment's never been weaker, which is why I'm trying to take advantage of that weakness at this moment to like move the Democratic Party in a better trajectory, to forcibly rip the one of the two major parties in this country away from establishment corporate interests, establishment Democrats that back corporate interests, to a party that truly stands for working class individuals. And this is the moment of opportunity, and I believe we will seize on it, hopefully. Inshallah. Okay?
People are talking about Shapiro. People are talking about Whitmer. God, and it's like, that's the four horsemen of the apocalypse right there. Like, I don't want any of those people. I want a completely different slate. Yeah. There are rumors that Alyssa Solotkin might run.
Kill me
Brother,
now.
kill me. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to have to deal with that world. I want to lay the groundwork right now so that so I can be proud of like voting for somebody.
Huh? Opening up a new pack of gum? Going, this your gum? Yeah, no. Whose gum could that be? Whose gum could that be?
I mean, are you
yeah, I was planning on using it, but now that you cracked it open, maybe I'll have some sooner. Oh, thank you, Austin. No, I'm good. I'm good right now. I'm good right now. Yeah. That's so crazy. Are you putting it in your pocket, bitch? Are you fucking... Is this a bodega, bro, for free? Is that what it is?
I thought it was craft services.
No, you can't just like... What the fuck? I can't believe it. Like... He opened up a new pack of gum, which is, you know, a faux pas to begin with. But then he literally was going to take it with him.
We don't have craft services for the podcast. I thought it was just
motherfucker, it's my house.
Yeah, so your house becomes craft services.
That's crazy. That is crazy that you try to take that.
Woke is back. We're stealing gum. Okay,
that's crazy. Get out of here. The multi-millionaire thief over here. No, don't give him any. Don't give him anything. Check his bag. I'm sure he already stacked it with like his with protein snacks, and of course. He lives by your principles, bud. Yeah, that's what socialism is all about. That's what socialism is all about. He stayed the night. I didn't even see him because he like went and did some gay shit. I was trying to be friends. I was trying to be friendly and watch a movie together. He's like, nah. He's like, what am I, gay? I'm not gonna fucking sit there and watch a movie with you on the couch, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I'm going on a dinner date with all of my gays. Check your silverware drawer. Anyway, yeah, let's finish this. But
instead of getting the election system about before and being like, yeah, I guess I'm better than JD Vance.
Newsom discourse and how it's seemingly never appropriate to criticize Dems.
Okay, so we can't criticize a potential Democratic nominee 2 to 3 years before an election like Gavin Newsom because we need to win, so we can't criticize them. Okay.
I gotta pee.
We can't criticize during a primary because, like with Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico, we can't criticize during a primary because that could beat them up for the general, and so we can't criticize them then. Okay. We also can't criticize them during the general election, like with Kamala, because like the stakes are too high. You're gonna swing into a Republican. You can't criticize. Okay, so we can't criticize them then. You can't criticize them after the campaign, like with Kamala, because like she's not president. What do you want to do? Like you can't you can't critique the campaign itself. No. Okay. You also kind of can't critique them after the presidency because y'all really don't like it when we talk about Barack Obama or Joe Biden. Even y'all really. So we can't. So before they're so you can't critique them before they're the nominee, when they're running to be the nominee, when they are the nominee, when they've been the nominee, or when they've won. So when is the right opportunity to talk about your criticisms of Democratic candidates and to push them to be better? In the process of how elections work, where should folks interject those critiques and those criticisms in order to ultimately like produce better candidates? Okay, so we can't criticize a potential Democratic nominee 2 to 3 years before an election.
No, do you not understand? You're supposed to take it. You're supposed to like it. You're actually supposed to be outwardly enthusiastic, because if you don't do that, that means you hate marginalized people. And you're also supposed to advocate for the Democrats moving away from marginalized people in an effort to like win elections, because otherwise you doubly hate marginalized people, unless when Democrats are hating marginalized people, at which point it's appropriate they had to do it. Okay? That's just how it's super simple. I don't understand why this is confusing for people. You are never allowed to criticize the Democrats. Otherwise you want a genocide of Latin American immigrants. It's obvious, and trans people, unless it's the Democrats that are also saying that that's like something that we must do, at which point it's so totally okay. Yeah, you hate black people. That's another one, obviously. Status quo defenders just need to shut the fuck up. Bad faith. They're just bullying and failing. Yeah, I know. It's been kind of funny that they, like I said, they busted their nut too early. They busted their nut far too early, where they basically came out of the gate swinging 3 years out from the fucking election, and people are like, basically like responding to this in a way that I don't think they thought most people would respond to it. But because of the segmented nature, because of the hermetically sealed ways in which like echo chambers form on the internet, a lot of people on Twitter are basically oblivious to the reality that is unfolding in front of their eyes, where most people are hearing their arguments and going, dude, shut the fuck up. What do you mean? Like, even on TikTok, even on new TikTok, there's still plenty of fucking motion around this. You have to vote for Gavin Newsom and like it argument is like totally ridiculous. I think if you were to poll real people in the fucking real world, their reaction is very different. The reason liberals are freaking out about a hypothetical non-vote on Newsom, watch till the end.
Blasted by certain parts of Twitter for this very dangerous take that he made on this podcast. Let's cut to the clip.
Could you vote for JD Vance or Gavin Newsom.
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh, yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter.
That was Hasan and Austin's show on the I've Had It podcast where that question came up. And certain parts of liberal Twitter specifically are absolutely shredding him for refusing to endorse a candidate that has not announced their run for president in 2028. And I don't know who Hasan and also many other leftists who have made the same proclamations that they wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom or Kamala again or Mayo Pete. I don't know who these people think they are. Many leftists say that they wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom no matter what to make sure that the Democrats don't pick him as the nominee, saying that they think that he would lose. Some people point out that he would have electoral problems trying to attack the right when he has people like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro on his podcast and doesn't push back against any of their beliefs. Many moderates out there would point all the problems in California with homelessness, and many left-leaning folks would be upset.
Yeah, you are allowed to criticize a Democratic candidate when they're the Democratic Socialist running against a corrupt incumbent sexual abuser, because then they're a wrecker who will never win, at least until they win, because then you always love them. Exactly. It's beautiful. You're constantly getting podcast logged by Jennifer Welch when people cover this. I don't know what that means, but content mogged, podcast mogged, you mean? I've been waiting for this, to be honest. Give it 6 months. Oh, yeah, one step closer. We're probably like a year out from a politician saying, I don't owe you shit, and people applauding. Yeah. It's pretty crazy that these guys are no longer, they're tackling the fundamental principle of democracy. When you say earn my vote is white privilege coded, that's what you're saying. Earn my vote is unironically what the democratic process is supposed to look like. Yeah, Hasan's non-endorsement has crashed Gavin Newsom's popularity in Poly Market. AOC surges on calls for a billionaire tax that Gavin Newsom is currently campaigning against. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. And it's not because, I'm going to be honest with you, it's not because of me. I'm not this fucking kingmaker or something. It's because I can only voice what the masses are feeling. And the masses, especially even in the Democratic Party's base of support, have moved in my direction. Okay, they might not be equipped with the political education to like call themselves socialist or Marxist Leninist or anything like that, but they just understand what's going on and they're frustrated by what's going on, and that's all this is. Like, I'm not convincing people to hate establishment Democrats. They hate establishment Democrats, and I'm giving them the tools to understand why they hate establishment Democrats. That's all this is. Okay?
About the fact that Gavin dresses up for photo ops while he goes and personally destroys the belongings of homeless people while clearing their encampments. And this is where it begins to get dangerous with what Hasan is saying. Because if the Democratic Party voting base starts to reject the candidates that clearly the DNC itself is pushing, if they begin to want to do things about the massive wealth inequality that's happening in this country, even though the party doesn't want to, if voters start to refuse to give in to conservative...
This is really funny. This is going to be a Papa Gut miss. Voting third party is exactly just not voting. Gavin is in progress in the right direction. Also, Hasan lives in California. Is a bit out of luxury vote, the third party. Having said that, he's not as bad as JD Vance. I think his community, once this reaches beyond like a certain point, they will shut it down in the comments. They'll be like, no, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, Gavin Newsom sucks dick. Why are we supposed to offer fealty to Gavin Newsom 3 years out from a fucking election when he hasn't even like officially started running yet? Like, get the hell out of here. You know? Don't worry. I think Papa Gut is one of those guys that, in the absence of like getting a bag directly from the DNC, Papa Gut will be one of those guys that I'm not really worried about. One, because his influence is not, all that perverse. But two, I think he will probably move in the direction of like, we need a more progressive candidate, that type of thing.
Culture war issues, and stop letting the Overton window in this country fall drastically to the right, then the Democratic Party has lost all control. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think I meant it was dangerous for
you? Or not perverse, pervasive.
The working class person watching this? No, because I too will never vote for Gavin Newsom. Add Kamala Harris, add Pete Buttigieg, any other centrist bullshit Democrat who is paving the way to fascism and doing nothing to stop it right now, I'll never vote for a single one of them. Because if your candidate doesn't support abolishing ICE, universal health care, ending the genocide because Gavin denied that that's happening, and full-throated support for trans people, they can go to hell. Your insistence on voting blue no matter who is what led us to this moment of having some of the absolute worst human beings in the world be in charge of things, and it needs to stop. And if you spend any time, energy, or anger at voters who don't believe in a ridiculous system that was designed to not benefit them, and you don't direct any of that anger at the politicians that have put us into this mess and are doing nothing to stop it, then you're a mark and you're complicit.
I mean, this is like one of the things that I always stress about the Democrats in general is that, like, when you let your positions be known, when you basically lay it down and say, this is what I'm about. I'm about tackling the housing crisis, I'm about offering people housing. I'm about free healthcare. I'm about free education all the way up to college. When you say that, and then all these other people like position themselves against that position, when I say I'm not voting for Gavin Newsom, that's devastating, right? 3 years out, I'm especially not going to endorse Gavin Newsom anyway. And people position themselves against that, all of a sudden, they're making an argument that's a failure in the eyes of many other people, right? And this is kind of what I always advocate for that Democrats do as well as a party. If the Democrats were to stake their reputation on these sorts of things, then all these other people that are yelling at the Democrats are going to literally position themselves as against those things. Either the Republicans have to fall in line and say, oh, people don't deserve free health care. Or, either they have to fall in line and say, yes, people do deserve health care, at which point it becomes the normal position. Or they have to position themselves as against being advocates for free health care, at which point it's a very unpopular position to take. It's that simple. It's that simple. So what these guys are doing in an effort to like tear me down or bring up like silly controversies or to try to make it seem like I'm a bad person or my worldview is toxic or whatever, they're highlighting they're highlighting my position overall. They're highlighting my position, making it more popular, making people go, wait a minute, I do agree with this guy actually. And more people are refusing to fall for this nonsensical narrative, this harm reduction narrative that like you have to go out on a limb and say you love Gavin Newsom almost 3 years out from a general election. That kid punching the other for supporting is not okay or based. What? Have you covered Marco Rubio yet? That guy's a grifter. Thoughts on Europe allowing trans in women's spaces? What is this? This person is all over the place. Anyway, the more this interest focuses on you like this, they will eventually make you a Dem kingmaker at this point. Yeah. I mean, you have you have the situation with Gavin Newsom's popularity already crashing on Polymarket, which I think is like not the most relevant metric by any means, right? But having said that, this is kind of moving in that direction. Yeah, I saw this. Movement is just some glorified podcaster who has never done anything of political significance in his life. Imagine saying this when you are 24 and work for a think tank funded by ExxonMobil to try to make neoliberalism cool. 22 and I've done more than you've done at, I'm guessing 45. I don't know why this person thinks they're doing anything. Like, your name is literally Progress, like you're the CEO of Progress Libs and you're at New Liberals at a time when like liberalism is basically ushering in a new version of fascism. And this person unironically, while simultaneously like cheering on ICE and shit, genuinely thinks that they are doing something productive, not realizing that what they're doing is poison. It's electoral poison. It's ideological poison. You're like desperately holding on to the old guard, thinking that the old guard will come back, that people will actually inevitably realize how effective liberalism truly was. It's over. It's done. It's gone. Also, I don't know what this person has done at all, but listen, all I'm saying is, they're a part of the sex cult. They're a part of the sex pestiny cult as well. But my point is, you can try to, like a barnacle, attach yourself to this dying carcass of neoliberalism at a time when there is obviously alternatives that are rising. Unfortunately, dangerous ones on the right, like fascism, and hopeful ones on the left, like socialism. But all you're doing is eating off of the previous victories. with the hopes that, because you lack political vision, with the hopes that like it will return, the old systems will return once again. It's not going to happen. They're effective altruists, bro. You don't understand how nerdy and effective they are being altruistic. They know all the best places to donate and make the most impact. Yeah. Can you help explain the Iranian protests in major cities across North America? I don't know how I feel about them, and I feel like they don't know enough to form a proper opinion. I didn't even know that that was going on. So, yeah, they are offering more salience to my worldview by consistently fucking pushing back against it, and they are just like oblivious to the popularity and the demands that most normal people are making about identifying the issues within the Democratic Party slowly but surely, even without the political education necessary to recognize it.
Major news from Minneapolis, where border czar Tom Homan has announced ICE is pulling out of the city. Homan says they've arrested thousands in the surge operation, while local officials are still demanding investigations into the deaths of 2 American citizens there. And that is the backdrop of the fight on Capitol Hill. Democrats say they want accountability for ICE tactics, and they are holding up a funding bill because of that. It could mean a partial DHS shutdown starting at midnight tonight. Caitlin Huey Burns is on Capitol Hill. Caitlin, good morning.
This is not a real shutdown on any of the cool stuff, unfortunately. This is the old playlist? Oh, is it? What's the new one? No, it's the right one.
Lawmakers left Washington this week without a deal to fund the Department of Homeland Security. Democrats want major reforms to the way immigration officers operate following the deaths of 2 Americans in Minnesota.
Yeah, Democrats actually aren't demanding that. I wish they were, but their demands are definitely totally watered down, unfortunately. Not only are their demands totally watered down, but like this DHS shutdown is not a real shutdown. It's a partial shutdown, and a partial shutdown on none of the evil aspects of the DHS, but the aspects of the Department of Homeland Security that basically, you know, make travel work, like the TSA and things like that.
Amid those tense protests in the Twin Cities. This week, border czar Tom Homan announced the conclusion of a federal crackdown in Minneapolis. Willie James Inman has more from West Palm Beach, Florida. Willie, good morning.
Adriana, good morning to you. The Office of Management and Budget says that DHS is preparing for an orderly shutdown following that lapse in funding.
TSA agents will be among the thousands of essential workers required to continue working without pay after government funding for DHS lapsed early Saturday.
I've seen a lot of people that have been working for TSA for 22, 23 years already, and they've seen so many of these shutdowns.
Robert Echeverria has worked for the TSA for nearly a decade.
And the last shutdown, a lot of my peers couldn't go through that, and we had a lot of people quit because they couldn't go through the struggle and trying to figure out where they were going to get the next paycheck from.
Both parties have been negotiating reforms to ICE and CBP for weeks, but have failed to reach an agreement. Among the Democrats' demands, immigration officers would be banned from wearing face coverings, required to display ID, and wear body cameras.
Unfortunately, it appears that Democrats are barreling our government towards another shutdown for political and partisan reasons.
I wish they did. I wish they actually used the existing funding vehicle power that they have to push for a shutdown, so that they could actually get some concessions from the Republicans. But they didn't actually do that. They did a piecemeal coverage over all of these other areas. And they're not even shutting down the Department of Homeland Security, even though it's being presented as such. The ICE activities will continue because they already fucking paid for it ahead of time with like tens of billions of dollars, right? It sucks. It sucks that it's not even a real, like, this is just going to be a nuisance and an inconvenience and horrible for all the people that work at the DHS at the, you know, the Department of Homeland Security side, the TSA side of things. But it's very frustrating.
The White House has been very much engaged with Democrats in serious discussions and negotiations over immigration enforcement policy.
This week, the White House...
TSA is useless? Man, it doesn't matter. It's gonna ruin travel. A lot of you guys don't understand. Like, you're falling for it. It's going to greatly slow down travel. A lot of people that work for the TSA are going to have, they're going to have to be put on furlough. Like, they're It's going to suck.
Its latest proposal to Democrats, but officials did not give specifics about the plan.
So it's my expectation that at some point, Democrats in the House and the Senate jointly will respond to the latest unserious offer formally, and then it will once again be in the hands of Donald Trump and Republicans to decide what's next.
Along with the TSA, the funding lapse will impact other agencies under DHS, including FEMA and the Coast Guard. But ICE and Customs and Border Protection operations will continue after their funding was secured in the One Big Beautiful Bill last year.
Separately, President Trump is pushing lawmakers to support legislation that would call for voter ID. Posting in a True Social post, he said, if we can't get it through Congress, there are legal reasons why this scam is not permitted. I will be presenting them shortly in the form of an executive order. Adriana?
All right, Willie, thank you so much.
The Department of Homeland Security shut down, Democrats refusing to fund the agency unless Republicans agree to major changes to...
Do the people that ride private jets get affected by this? No, of course not. They get affected by nothing. I guess maybe the secondary impact is like if the ATC is bogged down. But yeah, no, people with private jets are going to be fine. The deportation flights are going to be fine, because that's also private. But yeah, it's people like you. It's people that have to travel for work and use commercial travel.
Immigration operations after weeks of unrest in Minneapolis.
ICE needs to be dramatically reformed. Period. Full stop.
The showdown escalating as 2 ICE agents are now on administrative leave under federal criminal investigation over whether...
If you don't know about TSA PreCheck, rich people pay extra and basically see up security. God, it took me years and interviews to get fucking global entry and TSA PreCheck. It's actually like $100, I think, which can be a lot for people, like $100 extra. But if you're traveling a lot for your job, it's totally worth it. There's plenty of people who probably have it, except the federal government, the state. The Department of Homeland Security took mine away. So I can't even get fucking TSA. I had it, and I never even was able to use it. Straight up, Marco Rubio ripped that shit away from me. Fucking bullshit. Interviews, I got asked 3 questions when I came back to the U.S. from Hong Kong. Yes, dude, I did 2 rounds of interviews. What? I've talked about it before. Definitely not rich people, idiot. Why are you... Okay, calm down. Did they refund your money? No.
They lied about a shooting in Minneapolis. That incident happening just 1 week after the fatal ICE shooting of
I'm sorry that I fucking hurt the feelings of Israel, the most important, most consequential country on the fucking planet. And as a consequence of that, I got, I had my fucking TSA PreCheck removed.
Good. An ICE agent had shot and wounded a Venezuelan national. At the time, DHS accused the man of ambushing an agent and fleeing to a nearby home as they carried out a targeted traffic stop. But an FBI affidavit now casting doubt, suggesting the man wasn't even in the car that was stopped. In this harrowing video, you can hear children crying as a woman tells the 911 dispatcher in Spanish the agents followed a man home and shot him in the leg when they tried to close the door. Democrats demanding reforms, including banning ICE agents from wearing masks, requiring body cameras, and mandating warrants signed by a judge before making arrests. But Republicans pushing back.
We always have to protect our law enforcement. It's very important. They've done a great job.
So what actually changes here? Because TSA agents, FEMA crews, as well as the Coast Guard, they will keep on working even if they're not getting paid. But guys, if this drags on for several weeks, that's when you could start to feel it with potential disruptions to travel and even to disaster relief. ICE, though, Gio, they will continue operating. They've got all of the funds that they need after.
That's the key part of the story, is that ICE is already so super funded that they can pretty much continue business as fucking usual. That's actually one of the key, in my opinion, one of the key demands from the Democrats should have been clawing back some of this funding in the same exact way that the Republicans took out the IRS funding, right?
A $75 billion boost from President Trump's mega bill.
All right, Selena Wang, thank you for your reporting.
At an army base in North Carolina last night, Iran was on Donald Trump's mind.
The president suggesting to his troops that fear of America would help persuade Iran to abandon its nuclear program.
Sometimes you have to have fear because that's the only thing that really will get the situation taken care of.
And by sending a second aircraft carrier to the Middle East, he's hoping that...
Like, think about what our priorities are, what our funding priorities are. It's never fucking feeding the hungry. It's never building housing. It's never rebuilding our infrastructure. It's always this. It's ICE, Gestapo operations, Gestapo kidnapping operations that occupy American cities, and aircraft carriers being sent to Iran so we can fucking defend Israel and attack Israel's enemies. It's so ridiculous. This is contradictions worsening. If you cannot fucking comprehend in this moment, if you cannot understand the opportunity there is for organizing in this moment to wake people up to the reality, the design that America represents, I fear we're not going to make it. Hey, new to Twitch, why is Hasan's in-screen chat different to this one? Is it subs? No, I'm using a special program to look at chat better.
Fear will increase. The USS Gerald Ford sailing from the Caribbean, fresh from helping in the capture of Venezuela's President Maduro. It could take weeks for this carrier to arrive. But Mr. Trump's officials say the US is preparing for a sustained military operation.
That's crazy. Like, think about that. Think about that. No, we're going to war with Iran, whether you like it or not. Sorry. We're going to fucking war with Iran. You're going to sit there and you're going to like it. Amazing.
And the president was asked.
By the way, we're doing it for Israel. Just so you understand, we are doing this entirely for Israel. Right? We're doing it for oil too, but we're mostly doing it for Israel.
If regime change is what he wants.
Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. For 47 years, they've been talking and talking and talking. In the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives while they talk. Meantime, we have tremendous power has arrived, and additional power, as you know, another carrier is going out shortly. So we'll see it how. If we could get it settled for once and for all, that would be good.
Last June, US stealth bombers flew all the way from Missouri to attack Iranian nuclear sites. But the planning for another possible strike is said to be more complex, with a wider set of state and security targets. Last year, the Iranians responded by launching a limited ballistic missile attack on a US base in Qatar. The Americans are preparing for more retaliation this time around, but they still say they hope force won't be required. And Israel's Prime Minister told Mr. Trump this week that scrapping Iran's ballistic missiles must form part of any peace deal, along with its support for...
Yeah, he got Benjamin Netanyahu came into the United States of America, got all of his laundry cleaned with taxpayer funds, and then also ran his dick through the entire process. And now we're sending another fucking... we're just sending another aircraft carrier. Fantastic. I mean, they're literally moving like we're going to war with Iran, like permanent war with Iran. I personally think the repercussions for such a devastating act will destroy this country. I think it's over. I think this is, I don't think the American society can withstand another fucking endless global war on terror scheme. I think it will destroy this country. And hopefully the impact of that, death and destruction won't be as severe for America's enemies and even the good people of this country that just simply want to do better but are powerless to do so. What is this? I think they vastly underestimate modern tech and ally support versus those carriers. I'm telling you, man, I think if America and Israel think that they can just like keep doing this, I think we're going to learn a very tough lesson. We are going to learn a very, very hard lesson, a very costly lesson. Okay? There were smaller versions of this lesson that was not as costly with the Houthis. I don't know if Trump will do it because he hasn't, he's Mr. More War, but he has so far shied away from doing long military operations like this. His style is different. It's like go in and out, be explosive, be crazy, destroy the previous established norms, but like go in and out with a swift operation. no like permanent military installations, no permanent military occupation that slowly but surely chips away at his popularity, stuff like that. This is definitely different. I mean, the way he's moving here is definitely different.
Armed groups.
I said that if a deal is indeed reached, it must include the elements that are very important from Israel's perspective. And I believe not just Israel's. It's not just the nuclear issue, it's also ballistic missiles and Iran's proxies. That was the substance of the conversation.
Last week, indirect talks with the Iranians in Oman were led by Chief Negotiator Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the president's son.
I wonder what the Israeli calculation here is, though, because like I don't think Israel can deal with being pummeled by Iranian hypersonics, right? So it is giving Adolf Hitler blitzkrieg strategy, where they're just like, oh, we just unload everything quickly and we let it all burn down, and there won't be time to retaliate, and hopefully there will be regime change or something, maybe like a decapitation strike, but it is pretty wild to not factor in the repercussions for Israel in general, because I don't think America has experienced retaliation that is significant enough for them to recalculate, right? That's never really happened. You go to Afghanistan, you go to Iraq. There's never been a moment where you've been forced to stand down. Whereas I think with Iran, a much larger version of what took place in Yemen, a much longer version of what took place in Yemen could potentially happen. A country that has hardened its defenses specifically against this, the unthinkable, permanent military occupation by the United States of America, it's a very different ball game. Iran did nothing the last two times, so Trump learned nothing. That's not true, though, because while we think, oh, Iran didn't really do too much, you have to remember they did do shit, okay? They punished Israel pretty severely. They actually hit Israel so hard that I assumed it would recalculate Israel's tactics and its appetite for doing any sort of like decapitation strike on Iran. They were able to deplete the Iron Dome. That's insane. They were able to show that the Iron Dome and the aero defense systems were not as well equipped to stop a barrage of missile strikes coming from Iran as they previously thought they would be able to. And this is without even like mining the Strait of Hormuz and shutting it off in its entirety to global commerce. This is without using the nuclear option for Iran, which is not a nuke, obviously, but like lighting the oil refineries on fire. Like things, if American military might is able to withstand this stuff, then it's fine, right? Their calculation is we have the tools, we have the logistics, we have the supply chain, we have the endless amount of munitions to continue punishing Iran. We can be swift, we can go in and out, we can kill the Ayatollah, all this stuff. Maybe that's their calculation. And we can cause panic in Iran, so much so that they don't have like a contingency plan, a next day after plan where they can get the IRGC together and continue, bombing. Like they think they can pull a Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah assassination on the entire Iranian country. And I'm not so certain they would be able to do that. You know what I mean? Maybe they are. I don't know. I don't know Iran's like defensive capabilities. I don't know. I'm not so sure about Iran's offensive capabilities. I don't know how much America can, I don't know how much punishment America can take. Because like, once again, with Ansar Allah, there were limited casualties on the American side. But even the billions of dollars of bombing campaigns was enough for them to go, all right, these guys are not backing away. We probably should pull back here, right? Yeah, the back and forth bombardments show that the Arrow 3 has a much higher failure rate than originally expected. And even the additional THAADs did not make up for the holes in their defense. As a matter of fact, THAADs had a capability, a much higher failure rate than once previously assumed. If you remember, the THAADs were a failure overall, and America is moving its own THAADs into Israel. Remember, Israel has a limited amount of THAADs, and America moved more of their own personal THAAD missile systems, like anti-missile defense systems, to Israel specifically to defend them. And in the 12-day bombing campaign, you saw how expensive they are, for the record, how expensive they are to build, how expensive they are in general, with all the missiles that they expended, depleted. And even then, Iran was still able to punish Tel Aviv. This has to be a part of the calculation. If it's not, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. I don't know what their plan is. The outcome of a possible next round against Iran would impact how the 12-day war is viewed in the eyes of the Israeli voters.
The last government headed by Prime Minister Netanyahu, its biggest failure was October 7th, 2023, and its biggest success was the 12-day war against Iran back in June. And so
does Israeli society, by and large, consider the 12-day war to be a success? I thought it was I thought people saw it as a failure. Like, I mean, yeah, look at this shit. Like, you think that's a success? Because, like, remember, Israeli society is by and large very comfortable. They have been sheltered from the worst consequences of retaliation for the most part due to billions of dollars of American taxpayer-funded defense systems going to Israel, right? That's why Israel gets away with being this belligerent force, this malignant force in this region that is endlessly violent, constantly expanding. They can't really get away with that if 1,000 Israelis die in retaliatory strikes from Iran, right? That's all of a sudden, that's a very different calculation. So I maybe I'm wrong. I thought that like Israeli society by and large would have considered the 12-day war to be too costly.
Opening up the Iranian file opens up also perhaps changing that perception over the massive success over Iran. The outcome of a possible next round against Iran would impact how the...
From what I've seen, it's a disconnect between the government and society. It's broadly seen as a failure among the society.
The 12-day war is viewed in the eyes of the Israeli voter. And so obviously this is, combating the Iranian threat has been the top point on the agenda, at least publicly, for Prime Minister Netanyahu during his entire political career. And so this is the biggest test, which could be another main achievement, but it could also tarnish the success that has been reached until now.
Very dumb, but maybe they're that racist. I don't know. Andrew Fogel says, I think Trump is being genuine about negotiations, by the way. No other way to explain the slow tempo of the military buildup. And if they are going to bomb with humanitarian justification, they would already have done that. It's been 5 weeks. He almost certainly will insist on terms that will strike the leadership as capitulation, but his preference is being able to brag that he out-negotiated the crafty Iranians. Murtaza says, I think he doesn't really know what's going on. Whenever Netanyahu visits, he gets 5 times more hawkish for the next 96 hours. Literally anything could happen depending on who he's talking to him most. I agree with that, unfortunately. It sounds fucking stupid, but I don't think there is like a major, well thought out military ambition here. I think it's mostly just like Benjamin Netanyahu comes in, says you got to do this, and then he says, all right, fine. While anything could happen, war is much more likely than de-escalation, not unavoidable but default, but truly unclear when Trump intends to strike whom, Iran or proxies, which targets, and what role Netanyahu will play. Murtaza says, I imagine he would kill tens of thousands of Iranians and maybe try to take a layer or two off the military and political hierarchy, but this would not result in the system changing. And after a few weeks of killing, there would be a ceasefire with nothing really resolved. See also the Houthis. This is a probable outcome, says Michael Hasan. But there are also many different outcomes. Take the Iraq War. Many specific predictions turned out to be wrong. They could also try killing Khamenei, hoping no one really retaliates in a way that triggers an escalatory cycle. But I think if they were to assassinate Khamenei, if the IRGC command structure is left intact, if they have the appropriate contingency plans, which I assume they do, you would see a much more militant Iran, considering that the Ayatollah, I know this sounds fucking crazy, and this is not... I don't agree with this, obviously, when it comes to its domestic dealings. They are very, very ruthless in cracking down on Iranians. But when it comes to retaliation to regional actors in the United States of America, the Ayatollah is literally the more restrained party here. The Ayatollah is the moderating force in Iran when it comes to foreign policy. I do not know what an IRGC-led Iran would look like. I don't suspect it would be as tolerant or as restrained as the Ayatollah. I would go so far as to say that the Ayatollah has been restrained to a fault. I think the Ayatollah is restrained when it comes to foreign policy, not domestic policy. Like, obviously, they're incredibly repressive, incredibly brutal when it comes to cracking down on protesters. They're so brutal that it would be like in a similar circumstance with America. They're like American level almost. Okay, like thousands of people slaughtered. Obviously, like if a similar predicament existed in America where you had like, you know, sleeper cells activated by China or something, the American government would also kill tens of thousands of people. Like, not even a question in my mind. But that is like, you know, endless brutality domestically. But when it comes to foreign policy, the Ayatollah is the most restrained party in play here. Okay? Like, what that would look like for Iraq, I do not know. What that would look like for the regional calculations, it's very obvious that Saudi Arabia is actively trying to avoid this. They like that they've defanged a lot of the resistance networks in the region. But anything beyond that, like directly striking at the heart of Iran, is a no-no. And that's precisely the reason why the Saudi administration has been way more aggressive than ever before in the way that they're communicating against further incursions into Iran. A lot of the other... Are you implying that the protests were all sleeper cells? No. But there is obviously foreign intervention in the protests as well. Of course the protests are not all sleeper cells. But if you think that like the Chinese government would be like, yes, we have our militants in your ranks, like, be aware. If you think that the American government wouldn't react in the same way that the Iranian government did, you're crazy. American government is incredibly ruthless, and so is the Iranian government. When I compare the actions of foreign adversaries to my country, my government, that's the maximum, like, evil. That's what I'm trying to say. From what I've been reading, the Saudi-Iran dispute has already been put on the back burner because they see Iran as a non-element at this point. Exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. Saudi Arabia loves... The U.S. would not kill 10K people. In a similar circumstance, I think the number would be even higher. Are you fucking kidding me? Americans have no comprehension. They'd kill more, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? Dude. We kill hundreds of people on boats on a good day without even considering it. What the fuck are you talking about? Hello? Like, you don't understand. Like, there has never been something even remotely similar. Like, if Russia and China were openly saying, like, our guys are in your crowds and we're actually doing our best to intervene in your domestic affairs, we're actually causing, like, real chaos. We armed them, we gave them weapons, and now they're, like, fucking, you know, killing cops and shit on the streets. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, the American law enforcement kills 1,000 Americans a year, okay? This is without like foreign intervention. This is without any sort of like major power around the globe saying we're actually agitating to you know, foment revolution in your country. I mean, look at 9/11. Look at what we did after 9/11, right? America is a very violent country. Anyway, that's besides the point. It's because we are so powerful and we have no like real enemies that have ever punished us at the domestic home front that you have no way of measuring how violent this government could get. We're more violent than other countries, even in our domestic affairs, without even factoring in any sort of like international or foreign intervention. Add foreign intervention into the equation, oh boy, I don't want to know what that would look like. I'm telling you right now, it would be fucking disastrous. Yeah, you got like Waco and shit. Ruby Ridge, Waco, Kent State, move bombing. There are examples of this. These are instances that are not even dealing with like foreign entanglements and foreign intervention from powerful states that are openly saying that they are, adding on to the pressure, arming people. You know what I mean? It's like not even a question. Anyway, I don't know if the U.S. would do Iranian level of repression domestically, but we can't really be sure since it's never happened. Yeah, because our economy is not there either. That's why I always use the example of like these far right groups, right? As long as they can go to Applebee's after, playing Meal Team 6 over the weekend, they're fine. But if you got the American economy resembled the Iranian economy, all of those groups would be ISIS. Al-Qaeda would be real, right? Like we don't know what that looks like because the material conditions have never resembled the material conditions of that we have the conditions that we have brought about against our foreign adversaries. Like I think a lot of people forget the impact of the sedative impact of treats. Okay. We like to do that abroad, but mass scale killings just haven't happened internally. Well, I mean, with the exception of like obviously the indigenous genocide and stuff like that. But that's what I mean. That's why I always talk about. That's why I always talk about like the importance of treats here. Okay, if we went back to like Great Depression era poverty and famine on the domestic front, I think a lot of these groups that are armed and very dangerous would actually resemble ISIS, straight up. The only reason why they don't is because a lot of these guys are just like relatively comfortable. If America was that level, if that America experienced that level of poverty, oof, we're already fucking killing a lot of people. You know what I mean? We're already killing ourselves all the time. We got mass shootings happening on a fucking daily basis. We have police shootings happening on a 3 times a day, pretty much. It would be ISIS. In any case, getting back to Iran though, escalations against Iran. Axios reports decision to send a second carrier strike group was made in the meeting with Netanyahu. Instead of sending H.W. Bush, they're sending Gerald Ford CSG from Southcom. Estimated arrival is 3 to 4 weeks, which aligns with Trump's supposed deadline for Iran. There were 2 CSGs, President CENTCOM's AOR for the 12-day war and for Operation Rough Rider. It's been over a month since Trump started threatening Iran, and it will have been over 2 months once the Ford arrives. More indications that they're freestyling this. Ali Shamkhani, Secretary of the Iranian Defense Council, told Al Jazeera today that Iranian missiles are defined as a red line and are not subject to negotiation. So even after Trump gave the deadline, Iran is showing no signs of capitulation, and agreement seems unlikely at this point. So basically what we have to gear up for is whether or not America is going to strike Iran, or not whether or not, but like when America is going to strike Iran at the behest of Israel, by the way. You have to remember that Israel is the primary leader on striking Iran. They are the ones who are really agitating to make this happen. They want destabilization. They want Iran to resemble Libya. You don't know what you're talking about. THAAD was a lot more successful than you think. Next time, just ask. Okay, official Lockheed Martin. You're right. All the videos of the THAAD misfires that we watched, that was all a pre-planned. They wanted to fake out the IRGC's missiles by deploying them ahead of time. Exactly. Chatter is memeing. His name is official Lockheed Martin, guys. Come on, wisen up. The U.S. military is preparing for the possibility of sustained weeks-long operation against Iran if Trump orders an attack, 2 U.S. officials told Reuters, in what could become a far more serious conflict than previously seen between the countries. Now, this is still in line with Trump's method. In some ways, we did see this kind of build up before the 12-day war. We saw this kind of build up in Venezuela, and Venezuela didn't turn into a sustained military occupation, and neither did the 12-day war. So he could still be posturing. He could still be posturing to make it seem like he has ambitions that are more violent and more sustained. And then he might not actually go through with it, especially because he doesn't have the appetite, as demonstrated by his past military incursions. Like, he will always break previous rules, but the one thing he shies away from is an Iraq war style situation, right? Did I say appetite? He doesn't have the appetite. The planning underway this time is more complex, the official said. In a sustained campaign, the U.S. military could hit Iranian state and security facilities, not just nuclear infrastructure, one of the officials said. The official declined to provide specific detail. Appetite. Anyway, this is the Axios deal. Behind the scenes, U.S. officials agreed, Netanyahu and Trump agreed in their meeting on Wednesday about the necessary end state and Iran without the capability to obtain nuclear weapons, but they disagreed about ways to get there. Netanyahu told Trump it is impossible to make a good deal with Iran and claimed that even if a deal is signed, Iran will not abide by it. A U.S. official said, the U.S. official said Trump told Netanyahu he thinks there is a chance to reach a deal with Iran. Yeah. The reality, the U.S. negotiated a good deal with Iran back in 2015. This is true, which Iran followed. We know this because we had verification protocols in place, which also is true. They're talking about the JCPOA. But then threw that deal in the trash in 2018, partly on Netanyahu's advice. Not partly on Netanyahu's advice, entirely on Netanyahu's advice. The Iran denuclearization agreement was one of the, it was the signature foreign policy accomplishment of the Obama administration, and the Trump administration cast it aside. Israel never wanted it. Israel hated it. The Trump administration ripped it apart. Iran still followed through on the agreements, considering that it wasn't even like a unilateral or bilateral agreement. It was multiple parties involved, European allies involved. The Atomic Agency basically was pretty much designed just to keep Iranian nuclear operations in check, and yet Donald Trump ripped it apart specifically at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu. Something that doesn't get a lot of coverage in the mainstream news, because the mainstream news is also super fucking pro-Israel. Let's be real. It's very, very, very frustrating. So yeah. Anyway, insofar as the official position of the Iranian government is not just conditional non-recognition of Israel, but commitment to destroying it, Khamenei position, of course, Netanyahu or any other Israeli leader will be motivated to undermine any U.S.-Iran diplomatic off-ramp, including if that means using dirty tricks and manipulation of the U.S. political system. This is what caused the 2015 JCPOA to fail, even if it may have been envisioned as a gradual pathway to de-escalation. Mortaza, once again, being a little too sympathetic, in my opinion, for the Israeli position.
In-law. Those talks resume in Geneva on Tuesday, but the Iranians have so far ruled out negotiating on their missiles.
The president has said that his preference is to reach a deal with Iran. That's very hard to do, but he's going to try. And that's what we're trying to do right now. And, Steve Witkoff and Jared have some meetings lined up fairly soon. We'll see if we can make any progress. The president would always prefer to end problems with a deal.
While Marco Rubio was speaking in Munich, hundreds of thousands in the city were demonstrating against the Iranian government. Last month, Donald Trump said he would come to the rescue of protesters killed inside Iran. He did not do so, so who knows if he's really prepared to attack now.
We'll get to the Marco Rubio speech. I don't know if we have the full speech. I want to watch the whole thing. See Dono? What's the Dono? I missed it. What do you think about the Norwegian crown princess? Her involvement with the Epstein files is long for years after 2009, and her son is on trial for multiple rape charges. Is this the time to get rid of the monarchy? I mean, sure. Hell yeah, Norway. Do it. I'm on board.
Thank you very much. We gather here today as members of a historic alliance, an alliance that saved and changed the world. When this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the heart of Germany.
Boo.
The first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior. And just months before that first conference, before our predecessors first met here in Munich, the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear destruction.
Yeah, why'd that happen? Why'd that fucking happen? That was our doing. And by our, I mean America and Turkey, ironically enough, even though Turkey is more of a junior partner here. We put missile bases directly in the ass cheeks of the borders of the USSR. Okay? So, of course, in retaliation to that, the USSR did the same with Cuba. Again, a lot of the reasons as to why Americans are just kept in the dark about our own history, okay? America is kept in the dark about our own history, and that is by design, and that is precisely the reason why we think, oh, it's so crazy, it's so scary that they just built missile bases in Cuba, which, by the way, objectively was a good thing for Cuba. Turkish people did not know anything about it. Of course, Turkish people had no hand in this. The Turkish government barely had a say in it. Let's be real. And yes, the USSR putting nukes in Cuba was a good thing. Okay, 100% was a good thing. It allowed Cuba to maintain a nuclear protection against the United States of America. 100%. Khrushchev was a lion. with his machinations, okay? Straight up. Look at what we're doing to fucking Cuba right now. A nuclear Cuba would not have to deal with this shit that we're doing currently.
Even as World War II still burned fresh in the memory of Americans and Europeans alike, we found ourselves staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe, one with the potential for a new kind of destruction, more apocalyptic and final than anything before in the history of mankind. The time of that first gathering, Soviet communism was on the march. Thousands of years of Western civilization hung in the balance. At that time, victory was far from certain. But we were driven by a common purpose. We were unified not just by what we were fighting against. We were unified by what we were fighting for. And together, Europe and America prevailed. And a continent was rebuilt. Our people prospered. In time, the East and West blocs were reunited. A civilization was once again made whole. That infamous wall that had cleaved this nation into two came down, and with it an evil empire. And the East and West became one again. But the euphoria of this triumph led us to a dangerous delusion that we had entered, quote, the end of history, that every nation would now be a liberal democracy, that the ties formed by trade and by commerce alone would now replace nationhood, that the rules-based global order, an overused term, would now replace the national interest, and that we would now live in a world without borders where everyone became a citizen of the world. This was a foolish idea that ignored both human nature and it ignored the lessons of over 5,000 years of recorded human history. And it has cost us dearly. In this delusion, we embraced a dogmatic vision of free and unfettered trade, even as some nations protected their economies and subsidies.
For the record, this was well received. I need you to understand, this was well received by that room. They saw this as, I guess because in comparison to last year's speech by J.D. Vance, which just got up on that stage and was like, you guys are doing too much woke stuff and we're going to punish you for it. Because if you recall, J.D. Vance's speech was almost entirely about censorship and not even about Israel, mind you. It was entirely about censorship around, like, you know, trans stuff or anti-immigrant sentiment being suppressed. And the fucking Munich Security Conference ate this speech up. They were like, oh, thank God, Marco Rubio, the fucking war hawk that is currently posturing against death and destruction globally, against all of our enemies, is back to business as usual politics. Because you have to remember, like, a lot of those people in that room, they don't mind if you are doing endless militarism overseas, endlessly punishing the global south. They love that. They want that. Okay, they can make money doing that. What they were frustrated by was America's interference in their sovereignty, in their domestic affairs, not allowing them to, have any sort of say in their own design, in their own countries, Europe, right? So when Marco Rubio goes back to the old neocon methods and it talks about how, like, we're bringing about prosperity and freedom through free markets, the freer the markets, the freer the people, and, like, our enemies don't have that same interest, Europe abso-fucking-lutely, European leaders abso-fucking-lutely love this shit. Do the European audiences respond positively to this? I don't think so. Like, all of our comrades overseas living in Europe that have been fighting endlessly to let their voices be heard about Europe's militarization, about austerity that's coming as a consequence of funds being reallocated to, again, building up a robust military industrial complex in Europe as well. That kind of stuff is very frustrating for a lot of people. But European leadership looks forward to statements like this. Make no mistake.
Their companies to systematically undercut ours, shuttering our plants, resulting in large parts of our societies being deindustrialized.
They were saying that the crowd basically had a collective sigh of relief in the aftermath of the speech.
Shipping millions of working and middle-class jobs overseas and handing control of our critical supply chains to both adversaries and rivals. We increasingly outsourced our sovereignty, to international institutions, while many nations invested in massive welfare states at the cost of maintaining the ability to defend themselves. This, even as other countries have invested in the most rapid military buildup in all of human history and have not hesitated to use hard power to pursue their own interests. To appease a climate...
Why would anybody believe him? What do you mean? Yeah, Europe leaders greet Rubio's transatlantic message with relief. What are you talking about? This is what they look forward to. Europe was never mad at Donald Trump for its instability in the global south. Europe was mad at Donald Trump for potentially going back on punishing Russia. Europe was mad at Donald Trump for not being as aggressive in most instances, or rather being aggressive towards them. I thought I was able to explain this thoroughly during the Mark Carney speech, because these two things happen so close to one another. America going in and kidnapping the leader of a sovereign nation and his wife, and then America turning around and saying, we're going to take Greenland. We're going to annex Greenland. The reason why the European allies and Canada loved what America did with Venezuela, but hated what America was doing with Greenland, is because they don't give a fuck about Venezuela. They don't care. They understand that the rule-based international order is designed to punish nations in the periphery, but you're not supposed to touch those in the core. You're not supposed to actually offend the sensibilities of those in the core. And as long as you don't outwardly posture against them, as long as you don't outwardly posture against European allies, and you keep playing ball, I guess, they will be happy, loyal serfs. They are fine being vassalized. They are fine as vassal states. They were offended that Donald Trump said the quiet part out loud. They don't even mind if Donald Trump says the quiet part out loud when it comes to nations in the periphery. You say, I'm going to Venezuela for the oil, and these guys will, they'll go, I don't know about all this. I don't feel too great, but ultimately it's for the greater good. But yeah, as long as he maintains civility and a diplomatic tone, you have to understand many of the European leadership are liberals in the same vein as the Democratic Party. Okay? You can see them, to Americanize this conversation, European leadership in many respects is not dissimilar to the Never Trump Republicans and the liberals that say we want a strong Republican Party. It's just the aesthetics that they don't like. And also, Trump's indecent ways where he will every now and then say, know your fucking place, European leaders. Okay? Here's Edward Wong, diplomatic correspondent of the New York Times, saying Rubio's speech in Munich warned of the civilizational erasure of Europe and the ills of mass migration. He said the U.S. aims to save European culture, and he pushed for more defense spending. These were the same themes Vance struck last year, but Rubio had a friendlier tone. And it wasn't just that, though. It was also the fact that he packaged that up with fighting against Europe's adversaries and America's adversaries rather than fighting against Europe entirely. Because J.D. Vance and Donald Trump both took a different tone where they were antagonistic to Europe. Marco Rubio approached it like an old school neocon and approached the subject matter as a defense of Europe. And of course, these guys much prefer the defense of Europe sentiment rather than attacking Europe. Of course, the very same lack of internal pressure from labor unions and things like that very much exists in the United States of America. The same hollowed out organizational structure. Even in Europe, there is obviously more labor militancy, of course. There's general strikes. There's no shortage of revolutionary sentiment in Europe. But even then, it kind of feels like European leadership doesn't respond to that either. And Israel was a perfect example of this. People are burning cars, turning them upside down on the streets. They're doing mass strikes, general strikes, things of that nature. And yet, European leadership does not budge in their individual nations in the way that they calculate their relationship with America and Israel. But let's continue.
In a cult, we have imposed energy policies on ourselves that are impoverishing our people, even as our competitors.
Unpopular opinion? I wish we still had the Soviet Union. What do you mean unpopular opinion? That's like the popular opinion in this community. It's an unpopular opinion. It's not even it's an unheard of opinion in the United States of America, but this is the one community where that is the most popular opinion.
Exploit oil and coal and natural gas and anything else, not just to power their economies, but to use as leverage against our own. And in a pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made these mistakes together, and now together we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe. For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent long before. The men who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors.
Yeah, they're basically, he also creates this like grand vision where like where Europe's little brother, like our nation is comprised of like European migration. It's all European migrants that made it's like trying to tie it all together with like a white nationalist narrative as well, which is ironic because he's fucking Cuban. Okay, like this is yet another like silly aspect of American fascism, where he's adding on this white nationalist sentiment into what is pretty mainline neocon propaganda, right? Why aren't you extensively covering the 250,000 people in Iran protests in Munich? Because I think this is more relevant, especially considering that all of the, first of all, 250,000, I didn't know that there was that many people. That's an insane number. I feel like you're just, you might be exaggerating a little bit. 250,000. And not only that, but also those protests are utterly irrelevant. Like, it doesn't matter. America is going to do what Israel wants America to do in Iran. If there were 250,000 people saying, like, hands off Iran, for example, you think America would give a shit? Fuck no. Sure, 250,000 people that are begging America to blow up Iran. America's going to blow up Iran if it feels the need to do so, if Israel wants to push for it hard enough. It's that simple.
As a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent.
That's a number that was given by Munich police, a profoundly exaggerated number when looking at the pictures. I mean, sure, it doesn't matter, though. Let's say 1 million people took the streets of Munich to demand what? To bomb Iran? Okay, America's going to do it anyway. You think they give a shit about German pro-Iran militarism protests? Millions of people took to the streets in America in the No Kings protests. We didn't even listen to the American citizens. You think America gives a fuck about Germans protesting? Are you stupid? At most, they'll say, look at how much support we have. We were going to do this thing we were going to do regardless. Thank you for the support.
In our council. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected. Not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive. Because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours. Because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. National security which this conference is largely about, is not merely a series of technical questions. How much we spend on defense or where, how we deploy it, these are important questions. They are. But they are not the fundamental one. The fundamental question we must answer at the outset is, what exactly are we defending? Because armies do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight for a way of life. And that is what we are defending. A great civilization that has every reason to be proud of its history, confident of its future, and aims to always be the master of its own economic and political destiny. It was here, in Europe, where the ideas that planted the seeds of liberty that changed the world were born. It was here, in Europe, which gave the world a rule of law, the universities, and the scientific revolution. It was this continent that produced the genius of Mozart and Beethoven, of Dante and Shakespeare, of Michelangelo and Da Vinci, of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And this is the place where the vaulted ceilings of the Sistine Chapel and the towering spires of the great cathedral in Cologne, they testify not just to the greatness of our past or to a faith in God that inspired these marvels. They foreshadow the wonders that await us in our future. But only if we are unapologetic in our heritage and proud of this common inheritance can we together begin the work of envisioning and shaping our economic and our political future.
Oh, God. Unapologetic in our heritage.
Was not inevitable. It was a conscious policy choice.
We must fight for our mutual shared Western civilization, defense brigades. It's just it's so lame. It's so shitty. It's also Hitlerian, but I guess more civil. But that's enough for these fucking Eurocucks to go, no, I like it. It's good for me.
Economic undertaking that stripped our nations of their wealth, of their productive capacity, and of their independence.
Climate cult. Also, you have to understand, like, climate change is real, right? Anthropogenic climate change is real. It's been a thing that scientists have been warning about. Global warming, climate catastrophe is a thing that is unavoidable, undeniable. We're seeing the impact all the time. And yet, because China are the superpower that has positioned itself the best against combating climate change, is seen as the major threat here. America is also actively not only pushing militarism, but also actively saying climate change is fake. It's bullshit. You have to stop. You have to stop trying to move in the direction of renewables. This is another major aspect of American engineering. They are actively trying to get Europe back on oil and natural gas. They are trying to move Europe and anyone else away from renewable energies and investing into renewable energies. It is a total psychopathic death cult. Okay? Yes, China is at Munich as well, of course, at the Munich Security Conference. But understand that, like, every conversation that's being had about renewable energy right now is being had specifically because China has the monopoly control over the energy grids and the procurement, extraction, and refinement process of the raw, is what Donald Trump calls raw earth minerals, rare earth minerals that are necessary for production. Okay. And that is precisely the reason why they are trying to move away from that, or trying to urge the European Union to not revitalize its grid and move in the direction of renewable energy.
And the loss of our supply chain sovereignty was not a function of a prosperous and healthy system of global trade. It was foolish. It was a foolish but voluntary transformation of our economy that left us dependent on others for our needs and dangerously vulnerable to crisis. Mass migration isn't some fringe concern of little consequence. It was and continues to be a crisis which is transforming and destabilizing societies all across the West. Together, we can reindustrialize our economies and rebuild our capacity to defend our people. But the work of this new alliance should not be focused just on military cooperation and reclaiming the industries of the past. It should also be focused on together advancing our mutual interests in new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity, our creativity, and the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence, industrial automation and flex manufacturing, creating a Western supply chain for critical minerals not vulnerable to extortion from other powers, and a unified effort to compete for market share in the economies of the global South. Together, we can not only take back control of our own industries and supply chains, we can prosper in the areas that will define the 21st century. But we must also gain control of our national borders. Controlling who and how many people enter our countries, this is not an expression of xenophobia. It is not hate. It is a fundamental act of national sovereignty. And the failure to do so is not just an abdication of one of our most basic duties owed to our people. It is an urgent threat to the fabric of our societies and the survival of our civilization itself. And finally, we can no longer place the so-called global order above the vital interests of our people and our nations. We do not need to abandon the system of international cooperation we authored, and we don't need to dismantle the global institutions of the old order that together we built. But these must be reformed. These must be rebuilt. For example, the United Nations still has tremendous potential to be a tool for good in the world. But we cannot ignore that today, on the most pressing matters before us, it has no answers and has played virtually no role. It could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians and brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the two sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain.
I'm sorry. I think whoever is the leader of the opposition force against this has to use clearer terminology when addressing this stuff and cannot shy away from openly saying that this is a continuation of the liberal international order and that this system has been proven to be an abject failure. No more like going back to business as usual. You can't do that. You cannot do that. You have to be very clear in your terms to say what Marco Rubio is trying to offer is a soft landing back to business as usual militarism. And that is something that we cannot get back to, because what that looks like is no different than vulgar Brandonism, which yielded endless genocide of the Palestinians and created so much chaos and showed the world that this system is broken fundamentally. Okay? That's it. I cannot believe that I cannot believe that he's going with this. Like, the best alternative here is to have Marco Rubio put lipstick back on the fucking pig only a month after Donald Trump said, nah, this is broken. We're going to keep dominating you.
The nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran, that required 14 bombs dropped with precision from American B-2 bombers. And it was unable to address the threat to our security from a narco-terrorist dictator in Venezuela. Instead, it took American special forces to bring this fugitive to justice. In a perfect world, all of these problems and more would be solved by diplomats and strongly worded resolutions. But we do not live in a perfect world. And we cannot continue to allow those who blatantly and openly threaten our citizens and endanger our global stability to shield themselves behind abstractions of international law.
It's so funny because the guy who was doing that for Europe wasn't even Russia, at least last month. It was Donald Trump, right? The reason why Europe is terrified of Vladimir Putin is because there's the fears, there's the Red Scare fears of the USSR incursion, like the historical significance of like Russia moving in that direction. But it was Trump. It was Trump that was doing this. Trump was actually presenting a real grave threat to the European vassals, more so than even Vladimir Putin for a brief moment, right? Like where the world said that they were more afraid. In the Munich Security Conference, they asked people in the beginning of the conference, like, who are you more threatened by? They universally said America. They said they were more threatened by America than China for the first time ever. Now, post Marco Rubio speech, at the Munich one too. They said it at Davos and they said it at Munich in the beginning too. No, they said it in the beginning of the Munich Security Conference as well. They said that they were more afraid of Donald Trump than Xi Jinping when polled.
Which they themselves routinely violate. This is the path that President Trump and the United States has embarked upon. It is the path we ask you here in Europe.
Why is your viewer count so low? It's Saturday. Also so low. There's almost 30,000 people watching. I'd say it's pretty good.
To join us on. It is a path we have walked together before and hope to walk together again. For 5 centuries, before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires.
I think you're misunderstanding. Rubio explicitly said rule-based international order is bad and constrains the United States while being ineffective, even though the way it was designed heavily favored the U.S. This neo-realist foreign policy on the right is explicit about multilateralism being useless. Yeah, but it's just a way to say the quiet part out loud for them. That's all this is. So as long as he maintains like European defense at the forefront of his conversation, even if he's using like, you know, he's peppering in white nationalism with like neocon sentiment, that's fine for the Europeans. As long as he doesn't put the Europeans in the crosshairs and says, we have a shared understanding of defending Western civilization, Western culture. We're going to fucking fight for you, not fight against you. Trump says we're going to fight against you. Marco Rubio comes out and says we're going to fight for you, but we're going to do it in a way where sometimes it might seem like we're dominating you, but it's fine. Then a lot of the European leadership will say, yeah, that's fine by me. That's the reason why they liked this speech.
Extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions, by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then, as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end, and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before, and this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now, together with you. And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency. The alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear. Fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the...
He's saying, like, you got to be bold. You got to be brave. We're going to do some fuck shit. And you got to come along with us. That's crazy. I mean, this is some straight up Nazi garbanzo for the record. Okay. And as long as the European nation states are controlled by people who are happy with the current business as usual, as long as they can put the pressure on the naysayers, because that's the big problem in Europe, right? That was a big problem with Israel as well. Like the endless amounts of protests and the broad recognition that the democratic process wasn't actually really happening. It wasn't a real democracy at all, was making it much harder for the liberals in Europe to maintain their grip on power. And that's, that's the real concern here. Marco Rubio in some ways is not different than the J.D. Vance speech, where he's basically saying you have to come along for the ride, whether you think you like it or not.
The future. And the only fear we have...
You guys love using that word,
is the fear of the
Nazi, Nazi. I mean, yeah. What do you say to someone who wants to, if he was delivering this speech in German, maybe you could understand it? Is that what it is? Is it because he's saying it in English that is hard to comprehend? Because there's not a lot of differences between what he's saying here as far as the superiority of Western civilization and what Adolf Hitler's plea was to Europe initially before World War II. It's identical, as a matter of fact. It is identical. Adolf Hitler made plenty of pleas to England. I mean, he was an Anglophile.
Aim of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children. An alliance ready to defend our people, to safeguard our interests, and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations. An alliance that does not allow its power to be outsourced, constrained, or subordinated to systems beyond its control. One that does not depend on others for the critical necessities of its national life. and one that does not maintain the polite pretense that our way of life.
Like, this is not dishonesty, by the way. It requires an impressive amount of dishonesty for the U.S. to veto multiple UN efforts to end the war in Gaza and then come out and bash the UN for playing no role in ending the Gaza war. Here's the problem. I think Matt Duss's perspective here is unrealistic, okay? Because the UN design in the liberal international order was so that they played along with whatever the fuck America wanted, and that's precise. That's reflected in, like, our Cuba policy. That's reflected in our Israel policy. For years and years, the United Nations has made a big fuss about Israel being an apartheid state, and nothing has come about, right? The reality of the matter is Marco Rubio is basically saying, like, the UN is a hurdle. That's the reason why the UN is becoming too much of a hurdle in our vision, in the way that we want to move around the world. It's not compliant enough, even aesthetically. And because America's global power is being tested for the first time ever, militarily with Russia in Ukraine, and economically with China being the manufacturing hub of the planet now, that's the reason why they're sweating the small stuff in ways that they never did. Because the United Nations has always stood in opposition to the United States of America, even though overall it's packaged in a way where, like, the ICC, ICJ, like, they just go after America's enemies and never against America, you know? So the reality is Marco Rubio is basically saying that this system doesn't work for us anymore. And that's, in my opinion, and I don't think this is too hopeful of a perspective. I don't think I'm being too optimistic when I say this. Like, I think America is sweating this hurdle right now than ever before, because it doesn't have the same motion it did. It doesn't command the seas in the same way that it once did.
It's just one among many, and that asks for permission before it acts. And above all, an alliance based on the recognition that we, the West, have inherited together. What we have inherited together is something that is unique and distinctive and irreplaceable. Because this, after all, is the very foundation of the transatlantic bond. Acting together in this way, we will not just help recover a sane foreign policy. It will restore to us a clear sense of ourselves. It will restore a place in the world.
By the way, Chicago mayor is about to be in the building, and I'm going to welcome him in a second. And then we're going to move on. We're going to talk about, like, what progressive mayors can do, what he has done, all this stuff. And Lori Lightfoot. Yeah, we're going to talk. Lori Lightfoot's in the building. Rahm Emanuel's in the building. Yeah, the real Brandon is in the building. Let's go, Brandon. And you know, we'll have a conversation, and then we'll get back to the Munich Security Conference stuff after he's left the building.
And in so doing, it will rebuke and deter the forces of civilizational erasure that today menace both America and Europe alike. So in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish. Because for us Americans, our home may be in the Western Hemisphere, but we will always be a child of Europe. Our story began with an Italian explorer whose adventure into the great unknown to discover a new world brought Christianity to the Americas and became the legend that defined the imagination of our pioneer nation. Our first colonies were built by English settlers, to whom we owe not just the language we speak, but the whole of our political and legal system. Our frontiers were shaped by Scots-Irish, that proud, hardy clan from the hills of Ulster. They gave us Davy Crockett and Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt and Neil Armstrong. Our great Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains into a global agricultural powerhouse. And by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer. Our expansion into the interior followed the footsteps of French fur traders and explorers whose names, by the way, still adorn the street signs and town names all across the Mississippi Valley. Our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the entire romance of the cowboy archetype that became synonymous with the American West. These were born in Spain.
He said archetype.
And our largest and most iconic city was named New Amsterdam before it
archetype, bro.
was named New York. And you know that in the year that my country was founded, Lorenzo and Catalina Giraldi.
We are so cooked. This speech is too far. If we're looking at it from a EU neolib perspective, yeah. If you're like, I mean, look. There is not to get all third world up in this bitch, but like, this is something that I talked about quite a bit during the genocide in Gaza, where like Europeans have this nascent, unrecognized level of like Euro racism, like European leadership specifically, and this tugs on that a little bit. It's maybe a little too American and a little too white nationalist in general, but he's hitting. What is this? Is why I despise lives. Hasan says Tyler is polite. Meanwhile, he weasels. Meanwhile, this weasel has on the left's biggest op. I mean, he's the fucking former president. Calm down. Pointing out that as if York isn't a European city too, Lamau, he's an idiot.
Lived in Casal Monferrato in the Kingdom of Piedmont, Sardinia. And Jose Manuel Arena lived in Sevilla, Spain. I don't know what, if anything, they knew about the 13 colonies which had gained their independence from the British Empire. But here's what I'm certain of. They could have never imagined that 250 years later, one of their direct descendants would be back here today on this continent as the chief diplomat of that infant nation.
Like, this one probably bangs so hard for Asmongold's audience. Like, this speech is almost designed perfectly for Asmongold's audience of like the Euro racist trash that fancy themselves to be like American MAGA. Because this is a perfect melting pot of the new version of Eurofascism. Eurofascism now in the modern age is very MAGA coded, and this also perfectly ties that together. And the Euro, but it's also civil enough for the Euro liberals to also engage with this in a positive way, where it's like we're all this like beautiful Western civilization. We all have the same interests here, which is unlimited death and destruction for all in the periphery, and a share of profits, a profit distribution that like you will benefit from as well. All this stuff.
And yet here I am.
I'll be back.
Reminded by my own story that both our histories and our fates will always be linked. Together we rebuilt the shattered continent in the wake of 2 devastating world wars. When we found ourselves divided once again by the Iron Curtain, the Free West linked arms with the courageous dissidents struggling against tyranny in the East to defeat Soviet communism. We have fought against each other, then reconciled, then...
All right, we got the Chicago mayor in the building, everybody. Here it is. Let me fix this camera real quick. All right, perfect. Hello, welcome. You got a water if you want. I also have a bunch of sodas.
Oh no, I'm good with water. What is
you
this?
don't drink
tobacco? What is this?
Oh, that's Zins. I got a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, is that how you keep yourself focused?
Yeah,
Okay.
Exactly. All right, well, a pleasure to have you. I've become a big fan of your city as of late. You were on the Jam Pod too, I think, right?
Yeah.
Love those guys.
They really are a great group of young brothers there doing some great work, elevating the consciousness of America. So it's always dope to see the next generation of conscientious thinkers and influencers that understand the political moment that we're in.
Yeah, I mean, someone's got to duke it out in the marketplace. The mayor's mic is low. Hold on.
Yeah.
I thought it's just you gotta yell a little bit.
Just be a little louder. So,
yeah, be a little bit louder.
Yeah.
You're used to it though. You go
Yeah.
out.
Well, I was hoping to come. It's LA. I thought I was gonna come and chill a little bit. So I'll bring some of that Chicago energy. I got you.
Yeah. It's we don't chill out here. It's also colder in LA than usual. I feel like.
Burr.
Yeah.
Yeah, that very tough 60 degrees. That's
But
always tough to withstand.
But-
like you're in a full sweatsuit.
Yeah, I'm cold right now. This is, I'm chilly. I'm chilly in the house. But for you, it's like this is t-shirt weather. I
Man, this is comfortable, man. We could play a double header in baseball in weather like this.
Yeah. Brandon Johnson, everybody.
What's up, y'all?
Thank you so much for coming. Obviously, progressive mayors and socialist mayors are at the forefront of the conversation right now, all around the nation with Zoran Mamdani's victory. So I wanted to talk about the trials and tribulations of being a progressive mayor, especially in a city like Chicago. So we'll just dive right into that. You won after Lori Lightfoot, after a sequence of Chicago mayors that were establishment Democrats and ineffective for the most part. What have been some of the major hurdles that you had to overcome pushing an agenda that is more progressive than what most people would ever assume of a major city?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, it has been the joy of my life serving as mayor of one of the largest economies in the world. Having, started off my professional career as, someone who was involved in youth development, and eventually became a public school teacher, organizer, and that led to sort of the political aspirations that got us to this moment. I would just say that the big challenge for progressive leaders, progressive executives in particular, there aren't many examples and models. There's not a template, if you will, that we are afforded. It's like when I was a public school teacher, I had the veteran educators, so I wasn't necessarily creating lesson plans from scratch, right? Because there were those who had been there, done that. Some of the students, my colleagues, taught their parents and their aunts and uncles, right? So there's some familiarity there versus leading a major city like Chicago, where you had one family in particular that held the fifth floor for nearly 50 years combined, right? And so we're talking about several years, decades of sort of institutional complacency that blocked out, what's sensible about politics, which is ensuring that everyday people, working people, had access. Right. So it was really just overcoming the fact that, one, there was no template, years of neglect. And then three, I was born into this work in the midst of crisis. And I'm happy to dig into that. But those have been three of the most, dynamic challenges that I've had to face as a progressive leader, particularly for a city like Chicago that hasn't had many examples.
What are some of the biggest setbacks, though, as far as like the alderman structure that exists? Like, I feel like there's a lot of power sharing that takes place. Like, because most people think like all mayoral structures is identical, and yet I feel like Chicago is a little bit more decentralized as far as like the power sharing goes, right? Would you say in comparison to like New York, for example? Well,
I think Chicago is unique in that the mayor, the executive, also presides over the legislative branch. Which that, don't get any ideas, you all. That's working for me. But I would say that the hurdles or just the element of governance, the challenges there really are more connected to the animus towards the value system that I bring. Like the structure in and of itself does have some degree of impediment, right? But, our governmental structure is not necessarily, an idea that makes it impossible to lead. What I'm faced with right now is that the individuals that have had untethered access to the fifth floor now have to share it with working people.
Yeah. And they have been resistant.
Absolutely.
What are some of the major battles that you've had to deal with as far as like advancing a more progressive agenda? Like, what were some of your goals in general? Because I know you tested out a pilot program for a pantry system, right, in the city. But what have been some of the major battles that you had to fight?
I mean, there's been a number of them. And let me just center it around what my ultimate vision for Chicago is. I'm working to build the safest, most affordable big city in America, right? I mean, you look at the other large cities, though that there's progress being made around safety. What good does it do to have a safe city, but working people cannot afford to live there? But vice versa, what's the point of having an affordable city if people don't feel safe? So everything that I've done has been centered around building safe and affordable communities. And those, battles have been everything from, me pushing for paid time off for workers, right? So we're the first big city in America to offer up 10 days of paid time off for over 1 million workers now benefit from that ordinance. We abolished the sub-minimum wage for tip workers. So tip workers will make the minimum wage that every other worker receives plus their tips. Those were some real major battles that I had to, overcome to get, our pro-worker agenda through. We've had some setbacks, right? I have this effort to increase the transaction tax on property that's worth more than $1 million.
Yeah.
But it required a ballot referendum. So we were able to pass it in city council to get it on the ballot, but we lost it at the ballot box during the election. I mean, it wasn't the best organizing operation that we have put together in the past. However, that would have raised $100 million to address homelessness, right? So that was a setback for us. But overall, my desire to build more affordable homes, invest in our young people, opening up and expanding mental health clinics and services. Again, happy to dig into all of that. But we've been able to accomplish a good part of what I campaign on. The challenge, of course, has been just fighting through the status quo of the political establishment that have not accepted the results of the last election, that the city of Chicago obviously wanted a working class individual who's tethered to public sector and public accommodations to run the city. So there's been a massive amount of money to interrupt and disrupt our overall agenda.
Yeah. Let me ask you this then. So you do come from an activist background.
Yes.
Right? And that obviously guides your worldview, that helps your understanding, a working class background. What were some of the immediate reality checks that you got? As far as how you felt running for office versus how you govern. What was the biggest thing that you realized is wow, this is a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be?
I mean, honestly, it was the inheritance of the failures, right? I mean, I never looked at the job or even the task of the job to be insurmountable. The job is the job, right? You show up for it every single day with a clear vision, desire to bring change. You bring your skill sets, your information, your experiences. You bring people together. That in that aspect, that didn't necessarily overwhelm me. There were some challenges, I think, in the immediate, pulling the movement into the workspace that had historically been left out, where the fifth floor had been the target for all of these years, now changing the paradigm where the fifth floor is not necessarily the target, but it's the area, of course, that we want to be held accountable. But now the people who have been pushing the fifth floor, the fifth floor is synonymous or is more symbolic for the office of the mayor. That's how we describe it in Chicago, because it's obviously on the fifth floor. But
what does it refer to?
We just say the fifth floor. We say the mayor's office, right?
Yeah.
And so I guess the larger point is there was a challenge of getting the movement to relate to government not as an opposition, but as a co-equal in terms of how we distribute services for people. And so the big hurdle was, one, getting over that mindset. But two, is that, look, we're talking about years and years where the pensions weren't paid, right? Where schools had not been invested in. So it was really just overcoming the paradigm that had been established and then beginning to move our city in the direction of support, love, and care, right? And that's still an ongoing challenge, right? Because, again, we're talking about people, right? And so whenever you're dealing with people, you're going to be confronted with just certain idioms that you're going to have to work through.
Yeah. So, all right, let's hone in on some of these areas of pressure. The way I see it from the outside looking in, I feel like there are, it's going to be somewhat reductive, but there are multiple forces at play that are constantly going to be a thorn on your side. You have the big business interests on the one side, and we can break that down into different industries as well, or different sectors as well, like real estate, like private schooling is another one. You have police as an institution that is always going to apply pressure. There is this balance that you have to strike when you're the mayor, because on the outside, you can lead Black Lives Matter protests, but when you're the mayor, you reside over. You have control over the police force as well. So then I feel like that creates a juxtaposition between the same outside pressure that we were talking about that you want to represent, while simultaneously dealing with the people that are in charge. And then you have the press, local press as well. The local press has not been very kind to your mayoralty, I would say. I think they are always going to be playing a role in undermining the goals that you're trying to accomplish for the most part. I don't know if you would say that's a fair assessment. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, one of the major newspapers the day after I got elected, their headline was Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson thanked everybody, including God, except for President Barack Obama. I mean, it was so random and disingenuous as well. Like from the very beginning, the corporate media has just been out to separate me from my base, but also to characterize my leadership and administration as some sort of fluke.
Why didn't you thank Barack Obama?
I mean, the speech was too long.
Okay. I always, every morning I wake up, I
And
thank
you
Barack
say
Obama.
Barack Obama for
Barack
everything.
Obama, thank you.
Yes, God is
Thank you
good.
for
God is
everything.
great. Thank you, Barack Obama.
Yeah.
Let's eat this food. And
Yeah. So that's just between you and I.
Well,
Like,
I'll
that's
work on that.
That's
now.
a difference for me.
Now I lay me down to sleep. I thank Barack Obama. Let my soul sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Listen, it's just a difference between you and I guess. But the media has not been so kind to me, even though I thank Barack Obama all the time. But I guess I'm forgetting other groups to thank. So that's one aspect. So you got the media. Let's talk about the trickier ones. The pervasive influence that certain sectors have over politics in virtually every major city and every town. The National Democratic Party, the Republican Party, real estate, the real estate lobby. How have they set up major hurdles against what you want to accomplish?
Yeah, that's a great perspective. That it's not necessarily unique to Chicago, right? This is a pervasive challenge that we have around the country.
Yeah,
I often think about the words of Justice Brandeis. 100 years ago, he said that you can either have a democracy or wealth in the hands of the concentrated few, but you cannot have both, right? And we just saw the largest upward transfer of wealth under the Trump administration than we've ever seen in the history of America, right? So their influence, whether it's the real estate lobby and other corporate interests, they have worked overtime, quite frankly, to undermine my administration. In fact, the Bring Chicago Home ballot referendum, again, would have raised $100 million on property that was owned by people who the property was worth more than $1 million. So 97% of people who transfer their property would have seen a tax reduction. 3%, less than 3%, would have saw a nominal increase that would have addressed an issue that even corporate interests ostensibly want to address as well, right? And they spent $2-3 millions of dollars against that campaign to distort, right, the effort, and that was a difficult setback to have. I even with my last budget cycle, we challenged corporations to put more skin in the game to balance our budget so that we're not sticking it to working people. And we instituted some great corporate taxes. We have a brand new one, the first of its kind. It's called the Smart Tax. It's the social media amusement responsibility tax. So it's a tax on these large tech companies that have more than 100,000 followers. And essentially the revenue that we would generate from these big tech companies is going to go into our work to expand mental and behavioral health care services. But there was another one that we were pushing for called the corporate head tax. Essentially, it's a tax on big corporations that have more than a certain amount of employees. And again, it would have generated $100 million. And we're talking about 0.5% of the corporations.
Yeah.
So we're talking about a handful of corporations that would have generated revenue to address safety, which is the thing that corporate leaders say that they want big cities like Chicago to address. And they spent millions of dollars on ads to influence the city council to disrupt what essentially would have been 1.67% of our overall multi-billion-dollar budget. I mean, these individuals are so greedy in terms of their desire to capture wealth. It's beyond greed. It's avarice, right? Where they don't even want to leave crumbs behind for the rest of us, right? So there's been a concerted effort, not just through corporate media, but through, other social media means to disrupt and distort our vision. And then ultimately they've used their dollars and influence to dictate to elected leaders how they should vote, even though their constituency doesn't support the very thing that corporate interests are trying to promote and push through those elected leaders. So, for instance, the corporate head tax, 80% of Chicagoans said that it was the right thing to do, and there were 30 alders who rejected it because of the influence from big money and corporations.
Do you ever feel the need to call them out by name? Like, by your assessment, is it appropriate to sometimes do away with that delicate balance?
Yeah.
And to just say, these guys are the ones who are, pardon my language, fucking up the bag for you guys. and just come out and outright apply pressure, like not shy away from using the people that brought you into this office, and maybe even using the organizations that have played a role in bringing you into power, and try to fight. I think you probably know why I'm asking this question, because there is another example here of a mayor that ran on this populist momentum, this populist wave against all odds, against the establishment Democrats and the Republican Party, and is now, I think, experiencing a little bit of that. Someone I know personally, Zohran Mamdani in New York. So I'm trying to figure out, like, from your lessons, like, how can we translate that to good governance both in New York and in Chicago as well, that benefits the working class?
Yeah, no, I get what your motivation is there. And yes, I do believe that there are appropriate moments when you have to name people, right? And so during the budget battle, for instance, there's an individual who has given millions of dollars to a lot of different politicians, but of recent, it's been very clear that his efforts have been intentionally motivated to disrupt the movement that elected me. His name is Michael Sachs. He's spent hundreds of millions of dollars across the globe. He is a strong contributor to AIPAC, for instance. And so this is an individual that has used his wealth and his influence to undermine the work that we're doing in Chicago. And there are others like him. I do know that people try to strike a balance because, look, there are different instances in which some of these individuals might be on the same page depending on the particular issue or conversation.
Yeah.
My experience has not been the case in this instance where, again, we had 2 administrations ago that, Michael Sachs had a lot of influence in that administration, and that administration closed schools. It shut
Whose
down.
administration was that?
That was Rahm Emanuel. Yeah, and so they closed.
We're going to talk about Rahm in a second. We have to.
Okay, I mean, if you just insist, but you're
I insist.
Okay, well then granted. But that administration shut down schools.
Yeah.
That administration closed mental health clinics. That administration pushed for privatization. We saw the force out of Black residents in many different parts of the city, particularly the west and south sides in particular, as it relates to that administration. And Michael Sachs is tethered to that administration. But we also saw, a boy who was brutalized and murdered by a police officer.
Yeah.
And that whole operation worked to cover up the actual murder.
Yeah.
Right. So yes, I do believe that this moment does call for a boldness, and we have to call out these actors and players who are contributing to the demise of society and their, efforts to do some goodwill in pockets. It does not cover for all of the damage and harm that they've caused.
Yeah. The reason why I said we got to talk about Rahm Emanuel is because obviously, a lot of your work goes into undoing many of the things that he did as the disgraced mayor of Chicago. And the reason why I'm bringing it up also is because he has ambitions of higher office, even though he was sent out in exile as a Japanese ambassadorship. He's back, and he seemingly wants to run for president. What would you say about his mayoral reign in Chicago and what that spells for what he is planning on doing if he were to ever get a crumb of power within the Democratic Party?
Look, the Emanuel administration embodied the 1% of society. Everything that
he did in the Obama administration as well.
Oh, absolutely. Look, and this might be a good time to just insert a thank you, Obama, if we're going to criticize him. So I don't know if this is a good time to pray, but I will say though, look, the 99%, if you will, that entire movement, there was no better sort of example of the stratification between the 1% and everybody else than the Emanuel administration. And he didn't apologize for it. He was very clear. He believed in, austere budgets. He did not believe in the public sector, which is an offense to someone like me, whose ancestors fought for public accommodations, right? You think about the demands of descendants of slaves, those of who escaped, of course, that brutal institution. Black folks in this country, after securing our liberation, fought for education, housing, healthcare, transportation, good paying jobs. I always add the friendly amendment, which is environmental justice, all the areas, of course, that Donald Trump is attacking and defunding. But that playbook was not introduced by Donald Trump.
Yep.
Right. That playbook was being moved by Democratic mayors across this country. And so you had a very strong privatization agenda that basically wanted to continue to curry favor with the ultra rich. And that has led to the dismantling of the very institutions that working people rely upon. And so, it was just met with his time was, I think, the sort of pinnacle, if you will, of that not just conservative, but that corporatized form of politics that had embedded its way into the mainstream fabric of the Democratic Party. And then that's what ultimately helped accentuate my radicalization, if you will, as we saw these public institutions being defunded and disrupted, and how the Democratic Party was leading the charge across America of how to do just that. And, the Emanuel administration, again, took that effort and essentially placed it on steroids.
Yeah.
And we're still living through the consequences of that.
What are some of the areas that you've had to basically play the role of cleanup job that were the most devastated after this corporate focus in governance?
I think the first area has been around our public education system, right? So democratizing the public education system. We're going to have a fully elected school board by this time next year. That's something that was unheard of. And so as a progressive leader, of course, I'm going to expand democracy. Is it messy? Yes. But I would much rather take my chances with an elected school board than mayoral control, because of what that has meant for working people over the course of years. And so, just recently in my last budget, I released the largest amount of TIF dollars, which is a tax increment financing, dollars that are withheld from the public spaces, used, of course, to bring development, but that development never reached the very communities that it was designed to do. And so every year there's a surplus that previous administrations would just use as a slush fund. Well, I released $500 million into our public schools. So that's part of the cleanup. The Emanuel administration shut down mental health clinics. I've reopened 3 of them. And again, we've instituted this new tax, the social media amusement responsibility tax, to make sure that there's revenue for it. The Emanuel administration dismantled the Department of the Environment. I just want to let that breathe for a second. No pun intended.
Who cares about the environment? Come on.
You know what I'm saying?
We don't have to live on the same earth anyway. We can just go somewhere else if all else fails, right?
No matter how hard they try to figure out how to ship life or the Epstein files to Mars, in the meantime, we're right here on Earth, right? And so I reinstituted the Department of the Environment as another element to clean up. And then, quite frankly, how we generate revenue. So for a very long time, it's fines, fees, property taxes. My push has been that has left our budgets in turmoil. And so the best way to stabilize an economy is to have an equitable distribution of resources, but that also includes ensuring that the responsibility of how we generate revenue doesn't solely rest on the backs of working people.
I think there's one angle that we have to discuss here that I feel like is oftentimes not discussed enough, and that is people of color. Black people and brown people in general comprise a massive percentage of the entire state's students in Chicago, in the Chicago public school system. Mm-hmm. I believe it's 90%?
Exactly.
Yeah,
between brown and black students.
Right? And so when you're actually shutting off funds to the Chicago public school system, you're actually undermining the next generation of Black and brown students in the entire state of Illinois. And the same goes for even environmental justice as well, especially because the most underserved neighborhoods are the ones that get impacted the most from a lack of environmental cleanup. So it's not just, I think, in my opinion at least, from where I'm standing, it's not just a war against the poor. It oftentimes has this racialized component as well. People that don't have the opportunity to speak back, people that don't have the opportunity to organize because they're too worried about making ends meet. You're Black. As the mayor of Chicago, and Chicago's a very Black city, do you feel as though there is also some racial justice that you've brought to the table in combating against these initiatives?
That absolutely, yes. In fact, I've been very clear about my agenda. When we talk about safe and affordable communities, we're talking about the communities that have historically been neglected. And for Chicago, that's the west and south sides of the city.
Yeah.
I live in Austin. It's a community on the west side of Chicago. It used to be the largest concentration of residents anywhere in the city, where we had 100,000 residents in the Austin community. It is still one of the largest neighborhoods. It is one of the largest concentration of Black folks anywhere in the country. But that also means, though, that when we talk about harm and chaos, the Austin neighborhood, Roseland on the south side of Chicago, or Inglewood on the south side of Chicago, North Lawndale on the west side of Chicago. That's where Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. lived when he came to the city of Chicago. He lived on the west side. And we're talking about communities that have been just, again, ignored for decades. And when I talk about safe and affordable communities, those are the communities that I'm referring to. We've seen what I call the Negro Removal Act in full effect by previous administrations, because they intentionally starved out these neighborhoods. Schools have been closed, the lack of jobs, the lack of regular, safe, affordable, reliable public transportation, the lack of health care, as well as child care being made available. And so I always talk about repopulating the city of Chicago, and that's where it has to start. And so I have this program, it's called The Missing Middle, and we fund it with a $1.25 billion bond. It's the largest investment bond for economic development and housing in the history of Chicago. And so, yes, I feel that responsibility that we put our money where our hearts and our desires are. And so we have, programs like, again, the Missing Middle, where we are creating owner-occupied living, where you can have the owner living on one level and they can rent out the other levels, right? So that allows us to, of course, expand our footprint in those communities, but it also ensures generational wealth. But it also ensures that the development that happens by people. That development is done by people who actually are indigenous to those communities. So yeah, that has been a concerted effort of mine. When we reopened the mental health clinic in Roseland, the community that I just named on the far south side of Chicago, people said, don't do it, folks won't come. Since we've reopened our mental health clinics, and it's been a year and a half, we've had 100,000 people utilize our mental health clinics, right? These were services that were paid for by the public for the public benefit, that corporate Democrats did not see the value in it. Right. And so I've been intentional about ensuring that the very people who have suffered the most as a result of corporate interests, that those are the neighborhoods that we have to start with.
Yeah. I went to the south side of Chicago for the first time ever with the Jam Pod Boys.
Yeah.
There was a block party that was taking place as a back to school fundraiser for, much needed school supplies for members of the community. And I'll admit that the attitude about the South Side is very different than the experiences that I had. Even when I was on my way over there, I had a Muslim Uber driver, I believe he was Palestinian, who said some very racialized things. He said, like, "Oh, you should be afraid of seeing more than 3 or 4 Black people around one another. Like, you should avoid." Like, there was a really racist narrative around it, whereas the sense of community that I experienced when I went to this school drive, it was awesome. And I feel like, do you feel as though the bad rap that Southside gets is a hurdle in uplifting and developing these areas?
It has been. I mean, if I'm just going to be perfectly, honest,
Because there's
with you,
also the other side of it where I also kind of felt like, well, at least like there's more home ownership here as well. Like there's a sense of community. So like maybe it's not so bad, because then otherwise the inverse of that is basically gentrification and then pushing people out even further away from these areas.
You're absolutely right. It has been a hurdle, but that's why I said at the very top of our conversation, safe and affordable, right? So where communities have experienced stronger safety over time, it's come at the result of the push out of the very people who had been ignored, right? And so the best way in which we can secure communities is by investing in them. I felt safe in my home because my father had a job. I'm just going to be honest with you, that the security wasn't centered around whether or not your block is going to be robbed or there's going to be shootings in your block. The security comes from the investments. And so that's why, for instance, working to get over that hurdle, that's why I was been very intentional about investing in young people. So we have our summer hiring program where I hire thousands of young people. This past summer, we hired 31,119 young people for summer jobs. It's a over 50% increase since I've been in office. And where we have hired more young people, we've seen a precipitous decline in violence, right? And there's a direct correlation between, poverty and violence. You talked about this war on poor people. I've said this recently. The president of the United States of America has declared war on poor people. I remember once upon a time where we declared war on poverty. And we think about the three evils that Dr. King spoke of: militarism and poverty and racism. And so all of that you described is all intertwined in that drive over there. And yes, there's a real strong sense of community. Yes, there's a level of protection and protectiveness that we have about our neighborhoods. And we're not oblivious to how poverty has beget crime. And that's why we've worked hard to address poverty and not just simply addressing the crime that's happening on the surface. Reinvesting in our communities, or just investing in our communities, whether it's our schools, youth employment, mental health care services. I talked about the missing middle, the housing investments that we have. That's been the work that we've done. And as a result of that, we had the fewest amount of homicides in the city of Chicago in 60 years. Our reduction in violence was double the national average, because we've always said that it's not just policing alone. It's housing, it's education, it's healthcare, all of the things that we know that drive safe communities. That's what I've done as a progressive leader in what I believe is the best city in the world, Chi-Town.
So you're telling me that the alternative solution, which is to militarily occupy these neighborhoods and become the violence at the state level, is not the solution to crime reduction. It's actually solving the underlying problem in which crime manifests, which is poverty.
Absolutely. In the 90s, when I was in high school, Chicago suffered anywhere from 700 to 900 homicides. And we had 2,000, 2,500 more police officers. And you had more people incarcerated in the 90s, right? And we know the administration that was behind that, the Clinton administration. And so this addiction on jails and incarceration and the militarization of our cities, that has already been proven to be a failed strategy. That's why, as progressives, as those of us on the left, that we have to speak out against, the global militarization that's happening through endless wars, to the militarized forces that are occupying our city by the federal government and local policing. That, yes, of course, law enforcement plays a role, as you articulated earlier, but it's making sure that our detectives understand their assignment to solve crime. We had the highest clearance rate in 10 years. So we're holding people accountable that need to be held accountable, but we're making sure that we're addressing the root causes, which have proven to be effective thus far in our city.
Yeah, my attitude on this is that I've always said that the presence of police need to be the presence of law and order, and unfortunately, the way policing has worked, at least historically in the country, depending on which communities we're talking about, especially black and brown neighborhoods, the presence of police is lawlessness and disorder at times. So I think solving that is very important, because everybody wants everybody wants there to be no crime.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that, I mean, it's an incredibly racist idea to assume that, like, black and brown communities don't want law and order, and that it's supposed to be this chaotic environment. Unfortunately, that's, if you ask Fox News, that's what they say. What are some of the initiatives that you've taken on specifically in terms of redirecting the Chicago police that you consider to be success stories that led to the reduction?
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
last question.
This is it, man. We've just, boy, the time just flies. I will just say one of the first initiatives that we put together was revamping our detectives bureau. We had to make sure that law enforcement within the department, that they communicated with one another. So our detectives bureau and, our chief of patrol, counterintelligence, all working together. I have a superintendent who believes in constitutional policing, right? And so that includes like real legitimate training that has to take place. And so as a result of, these more, and then the last thing, man, how did I forget this? I'm embarrassed by this, that we also ensure that our police department built relationships with our CVI. That's our community violence intervention workers. These are individuals who have been justice involved. They've turned their lives around, and now they're working to bring wholeness to communities that they once terrorized. And so those have been the key initiatives, ensuring that our department, our police department, is communicating within the department and then working with CVI. To just give you a sense of that, the President of the United States of America cut $800 million out of violence prevention. Of those programs that were driving violence down. He cut the ATF budget. And so our police department worked with ATF to get illegal weapons off the streets of Chicago that are essentially being trafficked into our city from states that voted for Donald Trump, right? And so we've made these, adjustments to ensure that law enforcement could do its job effectively, but policing alone is not going to bring wholeness to our city. And that's why it's not just about driving violence down, which we have. It's about replacing the violence with the things that make communities whole. And that's been my approach, from education, healthcare, housing, transportation, good paying jobs, all of that working together is how progressive leadership in this moment, calling on the ultra rich and these big corporations to pay their fair share in taxes. That's been the drive. That's been my motivation. And thus far, we're moving in the right direction.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Oh, man. Thank you.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, everybody, thank you so much for coming and taking the time out to talk to us.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right. Yeah, hopefully when I come to Chicago, I'm going to be speaking at Northwestern. I think maybe we'll be able to link up on your turf one time.
Yeah, we'd love to have that.
We'll go to the South Side.
West Side.
West Side.
I got you.
Sorry. West Side. You're right. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Well, I'm going to take a photo real quick, and here, we'll get back to the security conference conversation right now while I do that.
Fought and reconciled again, and we have bled and died side by side on battlefields from Pyongyang to Kandahar. And I'm here today to leave it clear that America is charting the path for a new century of prosperity, and that once again, we want to do it together with you, our cherished allies and our oldest friends.
Turn this off. What do you mean? That's goat talk. Okay. All right. That was a fun little sidestep that we took. I hope that was informative for you guys. Okay, Hasan, I think you have DID too. I think you have two personalities, H and J. What does that even mean? Hopefully that was an informative interview for all of you guys as well. I do think that the mayor gets he has a tough job, and I do think that he gets a bad rap overall. I think his media focus needs a little bit more work. I was happy to wait. Hasan and Jester, those are my two personalities. Yeah. Also, thank Obama. Thank you, Obama. Who are you talking to? Oh, she's here. I didn't even realize yeah. I was like, what the hell is going on? That was great. I wish it was longer. Yeah. I wanted to ask him about Gavin Newsom, but we didn't have time. I wanted to hear him talk about how Gavin Newsom is our only shot at electoral success. But I think, judging by his attitude about corporate Democrats, you probably, you probably figured out where he's at, right? What about Rahm Emanuel? Oh, my goat. Love him. Can you get Pritzker on? I think so. I think I can get Pritzker on. That's not so far-fetched. All right, let's get back to the Munich Security Conference and talk about my favorite thing that I love talking about, which is American foreign policy and the death and disaster that it brings about around the globe. Dude, he was on the board of AIPAC. Are you sure? Yes, that's the reason why I want Rahm Emanuel. I think he'd be even better. You need a guy. Listen. Being on the board of AIPAC. Oh, you mean JB? Oh, I don't care. Yeah, I mean, I still want to talk to him. I love when chatters will be like, well, this guy has opinions that you might not agree with. It's like, yeah, no shit, dog. Hello? I'm a fucking anti-imperialist, socialist content creator and a person that engages in agitated propaganda. I would interview anyone. Like, I don't give a shit. Most politicians I don't fully agree with. And even ones that I thought I would fully agree with, sometimes I don't agree with the way that they're handling certain, in the way that they're dealing with certain issues, right? Not everyone's going to be Xi Jinping. I mean, I have areas of disagreement with Xi Jinping as well. Let's be real.
We want to do it together with you. With a Europe that is proud of its heritage and of its history. With a Europe that has the spirit of creation and liberty that sent ships out into uncharted seas and birthed our civilization. With a Europe that has the means to defend itself and the will to survive. We should be proud of what we achieved together in the last century. But now we must confront and embrace the opportunities of a new one. Because yesterday is over. The future is inevitable. And
I like that everyone is saying that the international order is over. Like the old world order is dead. It's time for a new one. And for America, for Americans like Marco Rubio, what he means is like, we got to be more violent. We got to be more vile. We got to destabilize further. We are not doing enough. Sat right behind you when you were speaking at UBC. Just wanted to let you know you have a normal size head. Thank you. Your check will be delivered in the mail. Be on the lookout for that.
Destiny together awaits. Thank you.
Standing ovation, by the way. Got a standing O for this. That guy looks like the guy who drinks his own piss. You know what I'm talking about? The influencer who drinks his own pee. Sorry, I know it's not relevant to the conversation, but I just had to clock him real quick.
Mr. Secretary, I'm not sure you heard the sigh of relief through this hall when we were just listening to what I would interpret as a message of reassurance, of partnership.
Told you. Let the dick sucking commence, boys. Let the bootlicking commence. Oh, we loves it. We loves you, Marco. Please keep sticking it to the periphery, not us, you know. I hope you can get us out of the crosshairs of the Trump administration. We were very offended when you said, oh, we want the Greenland. We said, oh, Mr. President, we can give you the Greenland for free. Why do you want to disrupt the delicate allegiance that we have with the NATO?
You spoke of intertwined relations.
We are back to being the happy vassal, yeah. We like to be the happy vassal. The serfs.
Between the United States and Europe.
They're like goldfish, they have zero memory. No, dude, they're fucking cowards. And also, they are, and I stressed this before, they are beholden to the same corporate interests that the Democrats and the Republicans are both beholden to. That's the reason why they're happy, because now it's not like fucking up the bag so much. It's not fucking up the bag. It's not too disruptive. It's basically saying like, no, we're going to do the same thing. Don't worry. That's what it is.
Reminds me of statements made decades ago by your predecessors when the discussion was, is actually America a European power? Is America a power in Europe?
See? I told you they would fucking eat this speech up. I didn't even hear this. I didn't even hear them go, oh, yes, it reminds me of the one Adolf. Very nice. It reminds me of the Adolf Hitler, who was often misunderstood, yeah. He just wanted to unite the the international forces of Europe. Europe is very nice. We love it.
Thank you for offering.
Like, the reality of the matter is the previous iteration of the New World Order post, the global order post World War II was the anti-communist forces coming together. Okay. And any sort of like reassurance that we will continue with that grand design is enough for these fucking cowards. Okay.
Bring this message of reassurance about our partnership. This is actually not the first time that Marco Rubio is here at the Munich Security Conference. He's been here before, a couple of times, but it's the first time he has been, and he is the speaker as Secretary of State. So thank you again. We have only a couple of minutes now for just a few questions. And if I may, we collected questions from the audience. One of the sort of key issues here yesterday, today, is, of course, continues to.
Bro thanked him 3 times. Yeah. Like before he asked a question, he's like, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We loves our position. We loves it. Yeah. 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 We loves it. Jawohl. Yeah. So good. Sehr good. We are the happy puppies. Yeah. Danke. Danke. Danke schön.
Be the question of how to deal with the war in Ukraine. Many of us in the discussions of the last 24 hours, have voiced their impression that the Russians, let me put it colloquially, the Russians are playing for time. They're not really interested in a meaningful settlement. There is no indication that they're willing to compromise on any of their maximalist objectives. Offer to us, if you could, your assessment of where we are and where you think we can go.
Well, I think where we are.
Yes, ich möchte schlupen das. Ich möchte schlupen das. Ich möchte Penis. Oui, ja.
At this point is that the issues at play that have to be, here's the good news. The good news is that the issues that need to be confronted to end this war have been narrowed. That's the good news. The bad news is they've been narrowed to the hardest questions to answer, and work remains to be done in that front. I hear your point about, well, the answer is we don't know. We don't know if the Russians are serious about ending the war. They say they are, and under what terms they were willing to do it, and whether we can find terms that are acceptable to Ukraine upon that Russia will always agree to. But we're going to continue to test it. In the meantime, everything else continues to happen. The United States has imposed additional sanctions on Russia's oil. In our conversations with India, we've gotten their commitment to stop buying additional Russian oil. Europe has taken its set of steps moving forward. The Pearl program continues.
He's like, what will America do to stop the Russian incursion into Ukraine? We're genuinely afraid. Marco Rubio's response is buy less oil. It just completely collapse your economy, collapse it further. This is how you do it. You just buy American natural gas. You buy American oil, baby. You buy it from elsewhere. Okay. And I think genuinely, I mean, Europeans have deluded themselves into thinking that this is actually beneficial for them, where they like, I really, really believe that if you ask the average European politician, especially the average German politician, they're like, well, at least we have energy independence from Russia now. Like straight up. I think they've said this so much, so frequently, that they ended up believing in it, where they're like, no, this is great. Like we have an over-reliance on America now, and that's a good thing because it's a far better partner, far better ally than Russia, far more reliable. Even though America is looking at that situation and going, and yes, we are going to demand more from the vassals now. We are demanding more from the vassals now. It's never going to stop. And they're like, well, it's fine. As long as you don't tell us that you're, pissing on our faces, as long as you keep telling us while pissing on our faces that it's raining and not tell us that actually we're getting pissed on, we're happy. You know what I'm talking about? You're pissing on my face and you're telling me it's raining. Like America's basically, Marco Rubio is pissing on their faces and telling them it's raining. Donald Trump was saying, we're pissing on your face. They would like to go back to someone telling them it's fucking raining. That's it. The piss is not going to stop.
in which American weaponry is being sold for the Ukrainian war effort. So all these things continue. Nothing has stopped in the interim. So there's no buying of time here in that regard. What we can't answer, but we're going to continue to test, is whether there is an outcome that Ukraine can live with and that Russia will accept. And I would say it's been elusive up to this point. We've made progress in the sense that for the first time, I think, in years, at least at the technical level, there were military officials from both sides that met together last week, and there'll be meetings again on Tuesday, although it may not be the same group of people. Look, we're going to continue to do everything we can to play this role of bringing this war to the end. I don't think anybody in this room would be against a negotiated settlement to this war so long as the conditions are just and sustainable. And that's what we aim to achieve, and we're going to continue to try to achieve it, even as all these other things continue to happen on the sanctions front and so forth.
Thank you very much. I'm sure if we had more time, there would be many questions on Ukraine. But let me conclude by asking a question about something entirely different. The next speaker here in just a couple of minutes will be the Foreign Minister of China. When you served in the Senate, sir, people considered you a kind of a China hawk.
So did they.
So did they.
Yeah.
We know that there will be, in about 2 months' time, a summit meeting between President Trump and President Xi Jinping. Give us your expectation. Are you optimistic? Can there be a quote-unquote deal with China? What do you expect?
Well, I would say this. The two largest economies in the world, two of the big powers on the planet, we have an obligation to communicate with them and talk, and so do many of you on a bilateral basis as well. I mean, it would be geopolitical malpractice to not be in conversations with China. I would say this, because we're too...
Oh my God. This is crazy. It's the same. It's literally civility. That's all that was missing for these guys. I truly thought there was at least like a moment of panic that Donald Trump saying the quiet part out loud would have caused them to really reconsider these partnerships. That's not the case at all. They just needed to hear someone speak with decorum, someone speak civilly. That's all this is. It's shocking, dude. They were desperate for simply just the facade. That's it. Wow. It's fucking nutty, dude. I don't know exactly how much pressure has boiled in the respective European nations, but if it resembles the anger and resentment of the American working class, Europe already has a better mechanism of pushback, a closer association with like rebellion and then, you know, lighting cities on fucking fire, shutting off industries. I don't think they can continue maintaining this business as usual politics. I feel like Europe is even in a worse position overall. The European political class is in a worse predicament overall if they think this is enough, this is going to help. Oh my God. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. As long as they hear the empty words and the niceties, they're like, no, it's fine. We're happy. We're happy with this.
Two large countries with huge global interests. Our national interests will often not align. Their national interests and ours will not align, and we owe it to the world to try to manage those as best we can, obviously avoiding conflict, both economic and worse. And that's so it's important for us to have communications with them in that regard. On areas in which our interests are aligned, I think we can work together to make positive impact on the world, and we seek opportunities to do that with them. But we have to have a relationship with China, and many of the countries represented here today are going to have a relationship with China, always understanding that nothing that we agree to could come at the expense of our national interest. And frankly, we expect China to act in their national interest, as we expect every nation state to act in their national interest. And the goal of diplomacy is to try to navigate those times in which our national interests come into conflict with one another, always hoping to do it peacefully. I think we also have a special obligation because whatever happens between the U.S. and China on trade has a global implication. So there are long-term challenges that we face that we're going to have to confront that are going to be irritants in our relationship with China. That's not just true for the United States, that's true for the broader West. But I do think we need to try to manage those the best we can to avoid, unnecessary friction if it's possible. But no one is under any illusions. There are some fundamental challenges between our countries and between the West and China that will continue for the foreseeable future.
The EU population doesn't rebel or get heated when it's about foreign policy. Everything foreign in regards to U.S. relationship is kept dark from the media. When it's about domestic policy, then that's a different story. Foreign policy is not decoupled from domestic policy. This is the biggest lie that the American and Western liberal capitalist media tells its populations, its respective populations. Because what's American foreign policy in regards to Europe? Greatly expand and increase your military expenditures. How do you do that? Austerity. There's only a finite amount of money in the European economy. You got to move some dollars around. Okay? When you move those dollars around, its domestic impact is not seen immediately, but its domestic impact will worsen the conditions for the average working class individual. That means cuts on social spending, cuts on expenditures, cuts on public transit, cuts on things that people take for granted or people rely on to survive. So when that happens, that only increases the stress, that only increases the pressure. Even if people are short-sighted, even if people are deluded, even if people don't realize that this is going to happen, people will experience it. Even the most propagandized audience, even the most propagandized working class on this planet, the American working class, has responded by voting in Trump into office twice now. How did they do that? Why did they do that? They did that because their material circumstances have worsened over the years, and that has created an opportunity, or rather, that has created a need, an interest in changing business as usual politics and voting for an anti-establishment candidate, no matter how risky that might seem. Now, of course, unfortunately, the reason why that happened is because the Democrats actually represented business as usual politics, right? This is why I stress the importance of a populist, a left populist, real left populist candidate, especially right now, because the consistent blame game on worsening material conditions is directed at marginalized populations. HasanAbi, don't want to spam. Please read my logs. You literally constantly fucking spam. You are the number one spammer. I'm refusing to read your logs. You literally do this every single fucking day. Every single day that you're in the chat, you consistently go, please, brother, I don't mean to spam. Check my logs. No, your question is not as significant as you think it is. Okay? God damn. Take an hour off.
Future for a variety of reasons, and it's some of the things we hope to work together with you on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We've run out of time. I'm sorry.
I love you, Chatter, but you gotta fucking cool it. Now, this is just getting funny. This might have just entered the pantheon of the greatest American speeches of all time. It's basically a hard-nosed Trump foreign policy delivered with Reagan's confidence and optimism. This is the greatest and most consequential political speech since Reagan's tear down that wall. Marco Rubio. We, the West, if our civilization endures as we hope it will, this speech may be read through the ages. Rubio 2.0 is growing on me. This is the greatest. Yeah. See? I was worried I was the number one spammer. Thank you for banning that chatter and saying that, Abi. Yeah, they are the number one spammer. They're not sane-washing it. This is the type of speech that they wanted to hear. It's very clear. That's why he got a standing O. Okay? The reason why I wanted to watch this is because I heard that the European leadership loved this shit. Marco Rubio 2028 is locked in from this moment onward, I think. More so than J.D. Vance. This will create additional pressures with, the Peter Thiel constituency, but we shall see.
We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share.
Even like the people are like, then act like it. A little bit too late, Marco. Incredible how appearances can be so deceptive. He comes across a decent and likable individual. No, he doesn't. No, he does not. He does not at all. What he literally said here was basically Heil Hitler over and over again. And nothing has changed as far as the previous liberal international order. NATO Atlanticism brought about a complete and utter lack of sovereignty to the European vassals. And these guys literally don't want to fucking see it. They don't want to hear it. And the only time that they recognize it is when Trump said it out loud. This goes to show that a lot of these people just want the niceties. They don't mind. They don't mind being powerless. They don't mind being vassalized as long as they're not reminded of their vassalization.
Forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together.
Well, I'm on a 9-hour drive and listening to you talk about Iran. Maybe you want to drive off. No pushback whatsoever on the anti-Iran propaganda that's coming from the biggest Iranian system in your chat, by the way. But sovereignty of Iran comes above all else. Fuck the diaspora protesters as the biggest bootlickers and traitors. What for me, I always talk about Iranian sovereignty being the most important, most consequential aspect of the story.
For the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent in our counsel. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected, not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive.
I swear to God, all it was, like, if he was George W. Bush, these guys would fucking eat his dick. Donald Trump's, I mean. Doing the same exact shit that he's doing, but he was George W. Bush. These guys would be like, oh, it's great. It's great. We love this shit. That's it. If he was a liberal doing the same shit, they would love it. It's just the aesthetics.
Because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours.
Yeah, all it took was an appeal to white identity, European identity, Euro supremacist identity. AOC slams Rubio's Munich speech as cultural nostalgia amid alliance debate. Okay, this is where it gets pushed in. This is where the pedal touches the metal, okay? Because this is going to be the clear-cut juxtaposition between Marco Rubio's representation of like the old way of doing business versus what AOC represents as a charting a new path forward. Let's see.
We heard this morning was in
Sure,
truth,
you might be the kingmaker.
not too much in substance, a departure of what JD.
What? 1-7 to 116, release 212. Democratic voters? No, this is before I ever said anything about Gavin Newsom. What are you talking about? Rank and file Dems the leaders. It's time to take the gloves off. AOC plus 78. Pete Buttigieg plus 68. Gavin Newsom plus 66. Kamala Harris plus 64. Gretchen Whitmer 55. Pritzker 51. Andy Bashar 48. Joe Biden 46. Josh Shapiro 46. Hakeem Jeffries plus 40. Chuck Schumer plus 1. It's fucking crazy. It is crazy, dude. I mean, it's just like the fact that it's like Pete Buttigieg is up here and even above Gavin is pretty wild. But the clear difference between AOC and everybody else for the Democratic base, the rank and file, shows that it's hers for the taking at this point. And Gavin has been trying so fucking hard to appeal. Why don't you support the Iranian protests? Wait, what? No, dude. God. I can't have this conversation over and over again with people who are professional misunderstanders. I want Iran to maintain dignity and sovereignty. I want all nations to have the same reality. Okay? And that comes only from the population that lives in Iran, and not necessarily the diaspora or the American government or the Israeli government. You will see what America's grand design for Iran is. They're already moving a second an aircraft carrier into the region.
Vance's arguments were last year, which is enforcing a U.S.-European alliance that is rooted in a cultural norm, a cultural nostalgia. But there was very little that was said about how that will materially benefit populations, both in the United States and in Europe.
Clean up here, I would say working class. I think we must not shy away from setting a line of demarcation between our way of politics and their way of politics. And if that actually alienates establishment Democrats, that's all the better. Clear-cut approach here would be to say working class, things like that. I think like imperialism is another word that you can add to your language, because any kind of socialist Marxist terminology, any kind of terminology that revolves around this is like going to be something that a lot of people don't want to touch. Yeah, no ABC theorist bullshit. We need politicians to keep bringing up class, like you said. I think saying working class is good. It's like I'm not super aggressive on utilizing theory focused language. I don't do that at all. I personally shy away from that in my commentary as well. Having said that, I think it's important. I think it's important to do that, especially now when you are looking to present yourself as the alternative. And so, given that, the fuck?
Yes, I think in Secretary Rubio's remarks, he spoke greatly about the border. I think in order to prevent speaking about the true elephant in the room, which is
chatter, theory-focused language to the masses who don't read is so silly. I said working class. I didn't say proletariat or bourgeoisie. I said I say international finance capital, international conglomerates, the owning class. These are things that you can say that are Americanized versions, like or anglicized versions of these other words that are not fucking theory laden. Okay, there's a difference.
ICE, and I do believe that when we have eras of extreme inequality, eras of where the working class is continuing to suffer, they're seeing their life erode, it becomes extremely easy for authoritarians to blame other cultures and other people.
I don't like authoritarians either as a language. I like fascists. I think fascism is a better way to communicate where we're at here.
Life erode, it becomes extremely
But I like that she said working class
easy
here.
For authoritarian.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing that I think is like is another because authoritarian doesn't necessarily mean anything. And from a liberal perspective, when someone says authoritarian, they like liberals see that as like China, everybody else, right? Like they think, oh, she means like China. It could be even, you can say even Cuba is authoritarian, right? Like that's what has been historically mentioned. No, this is not nitpick. This is not nitpick. This is very important. Language is very important, especially in this moment. I think language is incredibly important here because once again, after yesterday's speeches, a lot of people listened to what AOC was talking about, and some people understood it as like, oh, she's taking an internationalist approach, but many more thought, oh, she's doing, and myself included, in certain instances, thought maybe she's like going back to vulgar Brandonism, right? Especially when her goal is to obviously cut away from establishment Democrats and Republicans. Not using their language, not using their terminology, puts an unambiguous line in the sand at a time when that lack of ambiguity is going to work. Vulgar Brandonism, I mean, that's like a joke that I use it as a joking substitute for NATO Atlanticism, like what Biden represented after Trump won. Biden was saying we're going to go back to business as usual. We're going to go back to to shepherding in the liberal international order, and it was an abject fucking failure, obviously, because Russia invaded Ukraine, and then that was a huge fuck up, and then on top of that, Israel's genocide of Gazans, of Palestinians in Gaza, that happened so close to one another that like it directly ripped apart that fabric. It directly ripped apart this like understanding that the liberal international order is gone, right? Daniel Bessner likes to reject the label fascist when describing the American right, arguing it's just liberalism. I think that's abandoning a potent word that people understand intuitively. No, when you're talking about foreign fascist movements rising up, I think fascism is the appropriate statement to use here. And the reason why I say that is because it is what that is. Liberalism is at this point losing control, and as liberalism withers away, fascism is fascism is what presents or represents control when liberalism is unstable. So I do think that maybe in the old ways, maybe a decade prior, sure, you could say liberalism, but I think nowadays it's appropriate to use fascism.
To blame other cultures and other people who are most vulnerable. Now, we have to always make sure that our immigration system is orderly.
What is this fucking video, man? Calm down.
On Greenland, I think that the president, my concern is that the president's oftentimes, as of late, the president's actions on foreign policy, and particularly his most erratic decisions, the unacceptable threatening of Greenland, happen to be tied to his domestic politics and when he feels threatened domestically. And I believe that's a relationship that
I don't even necessarily agree with that aspect of it too. I think there's a much large. If you read the national security paper that came out that spelled out the Donroe Doctrine, me and Yanis Varoufakis are in agreement on this. This is like one of the areas that we have direct agreement on, which is that there is a method to this madness. The idea that this is simply a response to like domestic pressures, the Epstein files or whatever, I don't think it's correct. I think that the Trump administration, whether we want to admit it or not, whether we like what he's doing or not, and obviously we don't like what he's doing, it comes across as disruptive, but there is a driving principle behind it. Okay? It's not necessarily a scale back of American imperialism around the globe, but more so a hardening of its closest territorial ambitions. It's not. They're not doing this because it's like, oh, Epstein, let me go fucking invade Greenland. Like, I know that that's what it comes across as sometimes, but this is something that was implemented. Like, this vision is being implemented right now, but it's a vision that is a vision that was very calculated far before Trump even got into office. It's more so to scale back on some of our global ambitions in an effort to dominate the globe better, if that makes sense. Hardening our own neighborhood, our own backyard almost, and the surrounding areas, so that we can be better equipped to continue maintaining, hegemonic superpower status. Yeah, a fortress play, if you want to think about it like that.
Is something that Americans see play out.
The elites and the biggest corporations, but actually focuses on working class Americans in conflict that has cost Americans trillions of...
Trump is anything but calculated. This is a mistake. To think this is a major mistake, okay? Because this isn't Trump. This isn't just Trump. This is a grand... this is a larger vision that Trump is simply the vessel to bring about. Like, he's not... It's not Trump making these decisions. It's people around him. Trump just happens to be the guy who is overseeing the project and maybe crazy enough to follow through on the project and can hold like a cohesive. He has the power to basically hold the base together for as long as he can while they implement this vision. Heritage Foundation, all the other billionaires did not have to line up behind a convicted felon, but they did. Liberals, for some reason, like to think all these billionaires are just too scared of Trump, and that's why they want to appease him. I think they want him, and they do have a plan. Trump may be a dumbass, but the people behind him are not. Exactly. If you listen to more sober analysis from hardened fucking policy people around the globe, okay, they will tell you this. They will tell you that Donald Trump is simply enacting a somewhat different agenda than what people are used to. It's certainly a different agenda than like liberalism, like liberal NATO Atlanticism, the rule-based international order. It's different than that. It's there's a transition taking place here. Just like one of the two major liberal parties, the Republican Party, is transitioning out from being a liberal party to a post-liberal party, a fascist party.
We've been spending the last couple of days reassuring our friends, talking about our mutual shared interests, and that Americans back home actually want to be a force for good in the world. We don't want to be a bully. Yes, we want strength and we want peace, but we don't want to be extorting and bullying our friends. We want to be a force for good. We need a national security and foreign policy that looks like a kinetic strike against Iran often has the exact opposite response than we want, right? If the goal is to support the people of Iran and their aspiration for freedom and democracy and sovereignty, which is what they are yearning for and what they are protesting and mobilizing for right now, then we have to listen to the people of Iran. And what's very clear and what we have seen, the pattern is that when we've interfered in that recently, that has had the opposite effect, right? It actually has created a rally around the flag effect in Iran and emboldened the regime.
Wow. Jason Crow is an APAC dog. Terrible. Colorado needs better left policies, in my opinion. I mean, he's not wrong, though. He's not. When I say it, people say I'm dick riding. I'm fucking serving the Ayatollah.
And should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan?
Oh, yeah. Now we start playing hardball. Okay, this is the hard stuff. Now, the response to this should be, I'm not going to override pre-established precedent. America has since Richard Nixon recognized the People's Republic of China, and that any agreement outside of that will obviously unnecessarily agitate this major global power. And I believe in a more peaceful in a more peaceful attitude with foreign policy going forward that revolves around mutual understanding and cooperation.
If China were to move,
I think that this is such a, I think that this is of course a very longstanding policy of the United States.
Oh, she did say that. Never mind. Well, or wait, I don't even know where she's going.
I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point, and we want to make sure that we are moving in all of our economic research and our global positions to avoid any such confrontation and for that question to even arise.
Results. I love that. And we have to.
That's not the worst answer. She could have just as easily said something fucking awful there. She could have been like, yeah, we're going to bomb China or some shit. Out of all the possible outcomes, it's not the worst answer. There's too many ahs and ums that show that she's not like super confident in her position because she knows it's a tricky one, and they will dominate. What they will yell about is the stumbling, for sure. It's kind of funny because, like, Brandon has literally said this, even in his feeble mind, right? Here is Chris Hedges talking to Mersheimer about how China has emerged as a primary concern. Mersheimer, as you guys know, I agree with on a lot of stuff, but he is a little bit of a... He's a little bit of a China hawk.
1983, when we get our independence, up until roughly 2017, the end of the unipolar moment, the most important.
What did Matt Duss say to my face about China? I don't remember. Okay, last question for you. By the way, it's really interesting that this is probably one of the most important interviews that I've conducted on this fucking broadcast, and everybody yelled at me at the time. And it has unfolded in productivity in ways that you never could have fucking comprehended. This back and forth is literally, if things go the way that a lot of people are thinking, this back and forth that I had is with probably one of the more important figures in American politics for, the next couple of years or so. You said some stuff about communism and specifically about China. I wanted to hear you, because I'm unfamiliar with your position on China, and we might be somewhat at odds on this. But I wanted to see what you currently think about modern China. Is it a danger? Is it going to be a more moderating force as a hegemonic power in the future? Is it already there? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly, a major power. It's the closest, competitor to the United States.
I feel bad I unsubbed because of this interview. I got overly emotional. Okay, well, now is your opportunity to resub, chatter. Never forget he used you as debate prep. Yeah, now is your opportunity to resubscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. Remember, we got wall-to-wall coverage, banger guests that become far more impactful than you could ever imagine. Sometimes it's okay to let the streamer be in the driving wheel when the streamer decides to do certain things. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Piker Broadcasting's subscriptions are the only way that you can continue supporting the show. Steering wheel. Shut up. Closed presents. Thank you for the 100 big bones. Let's go. Did you read the New York Times article on I just returned from China? Yes, it's fucking hilarious. Another incredible lock for the HasanAbi foresight. The Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. That's another one. The China rise is another one. It's a fucking clock from a million miles away. I want today's news tomorrow. Nope, you're only going to get tomorrow's news today. And sometimes it's not even just tomorrow's news. It's a long, long time out from that. Anyway, let's hear what let's see what Mersheimer has to say.
The world for the United States, strategically and economically, was Europe. Even though the Japanese attacked us at Pearl Harbor, we had a Europe first policy. Europe was the most important area of the world for us. That changed in 2017. Europe is no longer very important to the United States. This is why Trump can talk about destroying NATO. Europe just doesn't matter that much to us. Why? Because there's no Soviet Union, there's no Nazi Germany, there's no Imperial Germany. There's no threat there. The threat from our perspective is in East Asia. So for the first time in our history, we face a serious problem in East Asia. Imperial Japan was not that big a problem. China's a completely different story. This is a formidable power. Really, we've never seen anything like this. When you look at the key building blocks of military power, the size of the population, the wealth, the ability to develop sophisticated technologies, maybe better than we do. The competition today is between the United States and China, and it's in East Asia. So that's the big difference.
Okay, he didn't really say much. Never mind. Can you unban my friend Spaded? He is reformed and wants to... What? It doesn't affect you. It just affects the women who compete against trans? Why do I have to support them, lol? Sure, why not? 2023 ban. That's crazy. Let's see what kind of fucking insanity we'll hear here.
States. My view is that strategic competition leads one place, and that's to conflict. I think adopting strategic competition as the lens through which we approach the relationship and we approach all of foreign policy is a huge mistake, and I'm against it. And two of my colleagues at CIP, Mike Brennis and Van Jackson, wrote a book earlier this year called The Rivalry Peril, which I highly recommend, which is a book-length argument for why strategic competition is the wrong approach and offers a better approach, which basically recognizes that, listen, we need to find a way to coexist with China. We have a lot of shared interests. We certainly face a lot of shared challenges, whether it's climate, pandemics, run down the list that the United States and China absolutely have to try to find a way to work together on. There's just no way around it. It'll be frustrating. It'll often fail, but we have to keep trying to do it because we're both major powers in the world. So kind of designing U.S. foreign policy around, holding China's economy down or simply defining China as an adversary to kind of America's freedom of action is not only counterproductive, it won't work, and it will also have really negative political consequences here in the United States. It will power authoritarianism in the United States, just as the obsession with kind of Islamic terrorism did in the United States. I mean, Donald Trump himself is a consequence of our, he's a consequence of a lot of things in American politics. But one of the things was, America's global war on terror. He is part of that blowback.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we agree?
Well, I mean, I do think that, yes, cooperation is an absolute necessity. And I would love for America to do that. Or even if this was shocking. Yes. I thought he would be much more militant, and he didn't leave a lot of room for ambiguity there. He just straight up no, we got to be fucking buddies. They're a major power. We're a major power. I think even strategic competition is bad. Oh my God, my dumbass got confused thinking Video Haas was streaming Haas. Yeah, no, it's very good. If they were going to compete with China, they should have more interviews like this, if anything. I don't know why people would hate this kind of thing. What do you mean, dude? It's because everybody wants fucking blood sports at the end of the day. Everybody wants blood sports. They want me to fucking dunk on him.
Own that. My party has to own that. I have to own that as governor. I think one of the things that's self-evident is this economy is not working for enough people. We could talk about growth, but we don't talk enough about inclusion. I think it was Plutarch who said, maybe it was 50 AD, look it up. But over 2,000 years ago, Plutarch warned the Athenians by saying the oldest and most fatal ailment of all republics is the imbalance between the rich and the poor. Fast forward today, we're talking about the first trillionaire. I live in a state, exhibit ABC, Your Honor. And we have to address that. And we haven't.
Do we? Yo, I cannot believe this motherfucker, the audacity. Hey, yo, mister, we mustn't tax the billionaires, otherwise they'll leave the fucking state. Are you serious right now? Are you for real? That's crazy. This is why he's a goddamn shark, okay? Oh my lordy, he's such a fucking shark. Or as Brandon would call him, a dog-faced pony soldier. Why?
The system is broken for too many people. In my country, 10% of people own 2/3 of all the wealth. In my country, if you're 30 years old and you talk about populist movements, you talk about young folks and the nihilism that we're experiencing increasingly, at least in my country, and I think in other parts of the globe, particularly young men, which is a unique challenge, young men, the crisis of young men and boys. If you're 30 years old today, for the first time in American history, you're doing worse than your parents' generation. That's code red. So in an environment like that, you're done with the two parties. You're looking for something different. You're looking to, in the vernacular of those old enough, to scratch the old record, shake the machine. And Trump understands it. Bernie Sanders in American politics understands that as well. So how can we drive this sort of populism, the progressive values, but around the kind of results that people deserve? But we've got to own the problem. It's not good enough just to identify the problem. We've got to own the solutions at the same time to the problem.
Great. For example, by way of talking to a governor like you, such an impressive governor who runs the 5th largest economy of the world, California, of course, and I think...
Yeah, 17 days ago, not even a month ago, wealth tax would cause California's rich to flee, Newsom warns.
Isn't endangered by this federal law, and what should we do about it, if not a wealth tax?
Yeah, H.R. 1 is a disaster. Just talk about your kids and grandkids who sat on them, debt, burden, interest rates, instability. I saw the same Besant guy would say, well, the deficit's down a couple. He didn't even mention the costs of the big, beautiful bill and how that's going to impact the debt and
so
deficits.
what do we, if not?
This is about the budget reconciliation, so I don't know why he's, I don't think he's,
not asking the richest among us to pay. What do we do?
Well, we do. California has the most progressive tax structure in the United States of America.
But there are billionaires who are sitting on equity who don't sell it.
We have
who are paying a lower
billionaires
tax rate.
that are paying those progressive taxes. We have the highest progressive tax rate in the United States of America. I long believe in that. I did sit a State of the State arguing in favor of it, and it should in many ways be a model for reforms that we need to see federally. That said, I fear the way this has been drafted. And I'm old-fashioned. I actually seek first to understand before I'm understood, sometimes. And I was burdened by the facts. The fact is, it actually will reduce investments in education. It will reduce investments in teachers and librarians, childcare. It will reduce investments in firefighting and police. The impact of a one-time tax does not solve an ongoing structural challenge that has been exacerbated by the impacts of H.R. 1. In fact, what it will do is what the Legislative Analyst's Office said it would do, which didn't surprise any of us when they put that out. You would have a windfall one time, and then over the years, you would see a significant reduction in taxes because taxpayers will move. And that is what I fear at a state level.
Wow, really reinventing the wheel here. Why we can't do more taxation, why we can't do any additional taxes on the super duper wealthy. Why? They'll leave. Oh my God. I had not heard that one before. That's crazy. I could not fathom a world in which that could happen. Okay, exit tax them then. Like, this is, again, this is terrifying as far as this vision goes, when we're not just talking about the governor of California, but now potentially talking about the fucking president. Okay? This is a guy with presidential ambitions. Oh, Capitol flight will take place at a time when people are fucking demanding that the super wealthy pay their fair share in taxes, to turn around and run on that. Come on, dude. Wow. Time and place. Time and place. Cannot think of a worse time and a worse place to say this. Not only is the Capitol flight totally exaggerated, the real thing that happens in the absence of like more progressive taxation or potentially a wealth tax, what ends up happening is workers leave. Workers leave. And they have been leaving. California has had an exodus of working class individuals leaving. You want to know why? Because shit is too expensive. All you're doing in this circumstance is saying like, no, we just can't do it. We just can't do it because we are held hostage by the super wealthy. The myth that Mamdani will cause New York City richest to leave. Years of research shows the same pattern. The presumption that high tax on the wealthy lead to millionaire flight is simply untrue. You want to know why it's fucking bullshit? They already pay higher taxes in New York. And they're still in fucking New York. They already pay higher taxes in California, as Gavin Newsom also said. And they're still in fucking California. Because it's California. And it's ironic because what makes California so appealing and what makes New York so appealing is not just their, I don't know, it's not the fact that it's just like global finances run out of New York or California has big, beautiful fucking beaches or whatever. Okay? It's the fact that that previous iteration of progressive taxation has caused the infrastructure to be built in these fucking places. So it's the bravery and the courage of previous administrations, previous acts of courage and leadership that has at least created the system, the infrastructure that makes it so fucking appealing. Is so dumb. You know who is actually being a little bit of a clash trader, and I will be interviewing him on this issue. It's hard to trust him, but it's billionaire Tom Steyer running for governor. And I am very, very excited to pick his brain. I'm a curious cat on that one. Okay. I don't really trust him because he's a billionaire at the end of the day. Let's be fucking real. But I am very interested to see why he's running, what he's doing. That doesn't mean I'm a fucking Steyer head. Please stop. Please. I can't deal with you motherfuckers. Everything you see is black and white. You're like, oh, he didn't automatically say off with your head. That must mean that you love him. That must mean that you're going to put all your support behind him. Okay? Stop. You shut me out of opportunities when I fucking have to deal with this nonsense. Okay? Stop.
It's very important, and I think we all have to be aware that this American way of life, that what America embodies is still at the core of America. It's still in there, and that's why we have to foster the dialogue. We have to stay together. What we must not do is we must not be divided. Let's stay together. Let's stay in touch. Let's have these encounters. I think that's what we can, and best at this level, on the state level, on the subnational level, and that's why it's great to have such a panel.
And if I may pick up, I appreciate your generous words, and Trump is temporary. It's important to understand that. He'll be measured in a matter of years, not decades.
Cinna is a skinny legend. Ask Cinna out for Valentine's. Chatter, you are a whole ass freak. You know that? Take a day off.
If he were a younger man, I wouldn't necessarily say that. There's no question he would seek a third term. Unquestionable in my mind. I don't say that lightly. I can back that up. But his time of life, not his state of mind, make this a temporary moment. And that's why it's so important, in the spirit, again, of this conversation, this notion of subnational relationships, stable partnerships. We are now, unfortunately, the United States, and I've never thought this happened in my lifetime, the source of more instability than any other nation in the world, the United States of America. And that's why we have to remind folks that this is not permanent. And I know there's a lot of pessimism that somehow it's irreparable. We'll never go back to our original form. And I understand that once a mind is stretched of what's possible, it never necessarily goes back to its original form. But I say it's not dead, it's dormant. You may need to sleep with one eye open. It will take time, But it's certainly not dead. And it's not representative. Again, he is an historic president, and it's important you understand this. Historically unpopular. He is going to get crushed in the midterm elections. Crushed in the midterm elections. He's going to lose.
It's so funny that on the one hand, he literally correctly points out that Donald Trump would absolutely run for a third term, but then also talks about the midterm elections and like American theoretical democracy continuing to just move along in ways that won't be destroyed by this administration. How can you have both of those thoughts at the same time? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think he's going to try to rig it. And my fear is that it's, I mean, who knows where we go from there, but I feel like you have to make it too big to rig. He's already working to rig it. You got to make it too big to rig. And the current National Democratic Party approach to this is not making it too big to rig. Okay? It's not.
Lose his authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to impose tariffs. He will lose that at the Supreme Court in a matter of months. That's been the source of most of his energy and most of his negotiating power. And by the way, the source of most of his direct dealing. The most corrupt president in American history.
Please stop criticizing Newsom. I can't take this much racism and transphobia. Dude, you know me. I am probably the most racist and the most transphobic American. If there was an Olympics, I'd probably win the gold medal. And that is precisely the reason why I am shitting on Gavin Newsom, who is the singular force that will defend trans people and black and brown people, of course, and all vulnerable populations. And that's the reason why I'm attacking him. He's an icon. He's an iconic black trans person who is homeless.
So many of the foreign policy trips have in common. Members of his family there first, setting the tone and tenor, setting the course of the deal for the tower, the golf course, for the investments, for the crypto, Witkoff, not just Trump, partnerships with the family. It's all there in plain sight. It's open. It's not the $400 million planes as the tithing and gifts. Billions and billions of dollars in the last year.
Dude,
it's not about policy making, it's about profit making. And the tariff capacity has been one of his principal tools for self-dealing. But the challenge is, and this is a challenge in terms of not bending the knee and standing firm and tall, not just governments and foreign leaders, but corporate leaders, universities, law firms, and the media. The imperative of standing tall. Because right now, President Xi is blushing. Crony capitalism is not free enterprise. It's not a healthy horse pulling a sturdy wagon, as Churchill once said. It's state capitalism. NVIDIA, the tithings, Intel, MP Materials, golden shares at U.S. Steel. Kiss the ring. That's not the America I grew up in. And it's not the America you just described. And God bless, we're inspired by it, as we all were.
Yeah, it's not real. It's not real free markets that brought us here, that brought us to Trump. That's the problem I have with Donald Trump. It's crazy. Yeah, he's a communist. See, that's the winning message. Donald Trump is a communist.
Hardly perfect. And so that's the imperative of this moment, to establish.
Yeah, that's why she is blushing, because he's doing state capitalism just like she is, right? Yeah, keep saying that. That's a fucking winning message for sure. For sure.
Different relationship to this moment, and to remind people that this is temporary.
Secretary Clinton, so thank you for that. And you got.
You really mean that?
Yes, I do. I do, and you got several rounds of applause there. But I'm
boo.
Really interested in the line that our discussion is having already, which is a battle within the West between conservatism and liberalism. But I don't think we would be having this discussion at all if it weren't for some of the positions.
Lock her up! Lock her up! That's what I say.
The U.S. administration has taken. And let me take one of them, which is Ukraine, which is obviously at the center of the Munich discussions of the past couple of years. And the line that the Trump administration has taken in trying to resolve the Ukraine conflict following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and its apparent thrust to accept.
I don't know if you will watch the BTC one, but this clip is making the rounds
be
from
true,
that.
let's say here in Los Angeles around the homeless issue. I think morally, ethically speaking, it is an atrocity that in a country this wealthy, we have people just on the streets. And we should...
Uh-oh. Big Dog spoke out against Gav. Ain't no fucking way. Oh, buddy. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Oh, my God. Where's this energy? Where is this coming from? Wait a minute. The woke king hath spoken. The woke king has spoken.
Have we should insist on policies that recognize their full humanity, people who are houseless, and be able to provide them the help and resources that they need. But we should all...
Did you just say, does this guy still have motion? Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, yes. Among liberals? Obama is basically fucking God, dude. He's the last competent Democrat. He is literally the last competent Democrat. I'm not like glazing him when I say this. I have tremendous disagreements with him. Okay. My biggest one is the fact that he refuses to come on the broadcast, but we'll go on Brian Tyler Cohen.
Also recognize that the average person, doesn't want to have to navigate around a tent city in the middle of downtown.
He's right.
And that we're not going to be able to build a working majority and support for the resources that we need to help folks like that, whether it's drug treatment or temporary housing or what have you. We're not going to be able to generate support for it if we simply say, you know what, it's not their fault, and so they should be able to do whatever they want. Because
I get what he's trying to say. He's not entirely wrong on it. Like, there is this like weird liberal attitude around homelessness where it's like, just avoid them. Just like don't look in their direction or some shit. Like, it's silly. It's dumb. There is definitely a weird attitude amongst like some on the like anarchist side too. It's not just like liberals, it's anarchists that also do this shit too. The problem is Obama's recovery from the housing market crash also led to a tremendous wave of homelessness. So something to consider there. What were you saying about anarchists? Fuck your anarchist slander. Come on, man. You're really going to tell me that there isn't a radical tendency here? Like, there's some of the kindest individuals that are directly working with these like mutual aid initiatives, but there's definitely like a prevailing attitude sometimes among radlibs especially where it's like, oh, like, what's the big problem? What's the big problem with like people living in the fucking street or whatever? Like there's this attitude that doesn't seek to, liberals do this more so than anarchists, obviously. You're such a liberal, stop praising Obama. The fuck wrong with you? Most competent Democrat, also the genocider of Yemen, stop praising him. Eat this ban. The reason why I'm banning you permanently is because you lack reading comprehension. I'm not saying that I like Obama, you fucking moron. I'm saying liberals see him as the most competent Democrat, and he is the most competent Democrat. It's true. I hate this. I can't deal with you. I seriously, I can't stand you motherfuckers. Why are you like this? Like your lack of critical thinking skills should not be everybody else's problem, and certainly not mine either. Y'all are so stupid.
Russia's territorial encroachment on Ukraine. And to you, I absolutely, I understand, and we've had various versions of it already, your characterization of a clash between conservative and liberal values being, at the heart of what's going on in the West. But in this particular one, a security issue, one that involves international law, whether countries still respect those international laws laid down after the Second World War, do you think that that brings a new rift within the West? Ukraine, the U.S.'s position. Yes, I am.
I think that the Trump administration's position toward Ukraine is disgraceful. I think the effort to force Ukraine into a surrender deal with Putin is shameful. I think the effort that Putin and Trump are making to profit off the misery and death of the Ukrainian people is a historic error. and corrupt to the nth degree. And so I believe Ukraine is fighting for our democracy and our values of freedom and civilization on the front lines, losing thousands of people and having their country destroyed by one man's mania to control them. And I think Trump either doesn't understand or could care less about that suffering. So that's what I think.
And so do you think he has destroyed the West, to go to our title?
He has betrayed the West. He's betrayed human values. He's betrayed the NATO Charter, the Atlantic Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. A lot of what has been done before to try...
I mean, says you. We heard what she talked about, how she talked about Israel. And not only that, but like, oh my God, Trump is betraying the West, unlike us, where our approach to Ukraine's defense was so perfect. Yeah, the only issue is we're losing. That's it. That's it. We're losing and Russia's winning. That's literally it. And that's not even entirely in Trump's hands. Let's be real. We lost before Trump even became president. So what the fuck? He's betraying the West. Okay.
To make sense of how difficult it is to restrain people who want unaccountable power. And none of us in this room, including all of us on this panel, would choose to live under a regime that was so unaccountable that it could act with impunity the way that Putin does, except that's who Trump is modeling himself
I don't think we would be having this debate under that kind of regime, for sure. We will come back.
Yeah, we want that regime just for Israel-related things, of course.
Back, I suspect, to the conservatism and liberalism clash within the West, but thank you for that. Peter, do you agree that the Trump administration's actions on Ukraine have produced a rift in the West?
Well, first, I think you really don't like him.
You know, that is absolutely true. But I really, not only do I not like him, I don't like him because of what he's doing to the United States and the world. And I think you should take a hard look at it if you think that there is something good that will come out of it.
Peter,
what I think Trump is doing in America, I think it is reaction for something that, for some policies that really went too far from the regular people, too far from reality. So, you know, we saw the cancel culture. We saw the woke revolution.
Oh my God! Oh my God! This is what happens when you have a conversation between a fucking liberal and a fascist. Okay. Oh, it's a woke revolution. Like, shut the fuck up. What do you mean cancel culture? Bitch, shut up. Shut up. There is a correct assessment here. It's just like so pathetic. This man's assessment is not the correct one, okay? And the reason why he has to move the conversation away from Russia to woke culture is because he doesn't want to make the correct assessment, or he's like, I mean, I don't know.
Agree with the gender revolution, the climate alarmism.
Which gender? Women having their rights?
No, let Peter go on.
I think there are two genders. So, but some of us think that there is more than one.
Immediate concessions to the two genders. By the way, what about half of us? God, liberalism is so awesome. Obviously not the time and place to have like a fucking woke gender conversation, and Hillary's not the person to do that, but you did see liberalism in action in that very moment. Love that. First sign of pushback, and it's like, well, what about half of us? The real conversation that should be taking place right now is, how do we move on from this? It's clear. Jesus Christ, you eat so fucking nastily. Take a week off.
More than two gender. I think there is male and female, and the rest probably is a social construct. So this is something that went too far.
But does that justify selling out the people of Ukraine who are on the front lines dying to save their freedom and their two genders, if that's what you're worried about?
Can I please finish my points? I'm sorry that it makes you nervous. I'm really sorry for that.
It makes me nervous. It makes me
but seriously, can we let Peter finish, please? Can we let Peter finish, please?
I have to say one more thing. You said that Ukraine fights for our future and for our freedom. I think first Ukraine fights for Ukraine's future, Ukraine's freedom, and Ukraine's sovereignty and independence. So we should help them, of course, but what I see in some people in the West, they are trying to help the Ukraine. But that's another question. I don't know if Trump's administration is helping the Ukraine to stop the war. I believe that there is such an approach. I don't see any other strong geopolitical player who would be able to force Russia to stop killing the Ukrainian people and stop destroying their country. I don't see. Maybe China, but China makes nothing. I don't know if Trump is forcing Russia in the way that they will stop the war. I don't know. I only see that the only Americans right at the
It means China's not making any moves to stop Russia.
Moment can make it. I see the dialogue.
Do you think Europe could put more pressure on Russia, for example, by putting pressure on Turkey, by targeting the refineries of oil more, and so on?
I think Europe also makes some pressure. We release sanctions. We do what we can. But I think the Russians, they probably don't care. When I visited Ukraine, I saw the goodwill of all people in Ukraine. They were really united and willing to stop the war. But
they're keeping fighting. They seem to be.
They also made some steps that probably a year ago no one from them would allow to say or even suggest. Now they are ready to make some steps back. Now it's ball on the Russian side, but I don't see any goodwill on their side. So
indeed, we probably are agreed on that point. We might come on though to Ukraine in a moment, because that seems to me where one of the rifts in the West is most tested. But Secretary Clinton.
Well, as perhaps one of the few people who has actually been around since the end of the Second World War, let me add my version of history to the revisionism that I hear in not just this conversation, but so many other places. It is, for me, a blessing that freedom was expanded to include, in the United States, for example, the right of black people to be treated at least better than they had been for 400 or so years. It was a culmination of freedom for women to be given their rights much more fully.
The USSR has always historically cleared the West on women's rights, by the way. Like, not even a fucking question. I wonder how she's going to tie this back to Russia being bad. But I need you to understand, it's not even close, okay?
Than they had been. It was, I think, a dramatic recognition of human dignity for gay people to be able to be treated without fear and even marry, which to me is creating a family. So, you know, I understand conservative impulses. I understand we are fighting an ideological battle that is as old as time. There are those of us who are more comfortable in a more open, tolerant world. And there are those who have their concerns about it because they worry about the impact on existing institutions like the family, community, and others. So this really...
What is this? Please explain. Russia is good on women's rights? Real question. Yes, the USSR was significantly better at women's rights than the entirety of the West. As a matter of fact, like, International Women's Day is a fucking communist construct. I'm not talking about Russia right now. I'm not talking about modern day Russia. I'm talking about the USSR. The USSR also was like super woke on gay stuff too, and then they went back on it. But initially, it's very interesting. Like, they were unironically way more woke than like some current modern allied countries on the big gay. And then Stalin rolled it back.
Yes, migration has been a huge flashpoint. More people were deported under my husband and Barack Obama without killing American citizens and without putting children into detention camps than were in the first Trump term or
what? Oh, what a winning message, bro. Oh my God. Oh, we are not going to make it. Bro, Barack Obama deported more people than Trump did without killing American citizens. What an incredible fucking statement. That's crazy. She said Barack Obama was doing deportations the right way. I mean, actually, she did literally say that. It's not even on some Ezra Klein joke shit. Unbelievable.
this first year of Trump's second term. So I think it's important to look at the facts, because very often the ideological impulse to try to protect the status quo or return making America great again in some nostalgic past that existed for white men and capitalist enterprise was not exactly open and welcoming to people who look like me and a lot of other people who are part of our national fabric. I have no argument with the necessity of...
Yo, woke white feminism, baby. She literally came out of the gates being like, listen, if you don't look like me as a woman and you get fucking deported under Obama, that's awesome. As long as they do it in a way where it doesn't bother my sensibilities, as long as I don't see it, as long as you don't like end up killing Americans in the process. She's like, the problem I have with capitalism and enterprise of that sort is that women that look like me couldn't get ahead. Shouts out to the DNC, man. This is why I say they cooked us. Like, given the way things are, it was an inevitability that America would have this fascist heel turn. Okay. But the DNC's actions in 2016 absolutely accelerated it with the proto-fascist Trump 1 and the fascist Trump 2. Oh, short on women's rights in the USSR.
Celebrates women's suffrage with the 19th Amendment. The Soviet Union did it better. And earlier, setting a standard for gender equality in politics that America lagged behind for decades. In 1917, the newly formed Soviet government granted women the right to vote and stand for office, making the Soviet Union one of the first nations to do so on such a scale. Women were legally guaranteed equal political participation alongside men. By 1936, the Soviet Constitution solidified this by guaranteeing women the right to hold office at any capacity. And they did. By the 1930s, women made up around 20% of the deputies in the Supreme Soviet, the Soviet Union's legislative body. And the Constitution states in Article 122, women in the USSR are accorded equal rights with men in all spheres of economic, state, cultural, social, and political life. And yeah, in the United States, the 19th Amendment gave some women the right to vote in 1920. But progress was slow. And by 1945, women made up only 3% of elected officials in the US federal government. A stark contrast to the Soviet Union's much larger female representation. The early commitment to gender equality in the USSR meant that women's voices were valued in shaping policies, a reflection of the Soviet goal to ensure all citizens had a role in governance. That's the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Soviet Union took significant early steps towards political equality for women, and that significantly set it apart from the United States. But sure, wear your suffragette outfits for Election Day. I have my own costume too. While the US celebrates women's suffrage with
Oh, YouTube short of comparing cartoons to black people? Oh, yeah. USSR cartoons about Africa versus Western cartoons about
Cartoons
Africa.
are about Africa. Can you guess where they're from? Both were made in the mid-20th century. But let's take a closer look at how the United States portrayed African countries.
Completely untouched by civilization.
Now, let's take a look at how the Soviet Union did it.
To be fair, the USSR had some fucking, racially insensitive cartoons too. Let's be real. But socialist propaganda, communist propaganda has always portraying the USSR as non-racist is crazy. No. That's not what I'm saying. They had issues with Russification, but as far as its like third worldist position, historic communist countries have always approached the global South with a lot more kindness in comparison to its in comparison to its examples at the same time. It's not even close. What the fuck? Where's Kaya? Okay. Clav Mogzu, he's getting bullied outside.
Same subject, same century, but two very different stories.
Anyway, did you meet Avi Lewis, Naomi Klein? No, I did not. If I recall correctly, the American cartoons from the earliest 20th century and the USSR cartoon is mid 20th century. Yes, it's earlier too. What is this? The FBI post has been deleted. If you meet someone online and the relationship develops fast, they might be a scammer. Slow down and ask questions. Oh, that's funny. That's fucking awesome.
Obama without killing
Dems are bragging that they're the best deporters. Dems are bragging that they're the best deporters while Blue MAGA is out here screeching for us to pledge allegiance to Newsom, or we're throwing people they brag about deporting under the bus. Yeah. Anyway, let's be real. It's the USSR was pretty fucking woke on a lot of issues at the time in comparison to America. And China even more woke.
On the part.
Wow, Barack Obama went on fucking Tyler Brian Cohen to basically lay a stake in being the woke Ayatollah, it seems. First, he said Gavin Newsom's attitude towards homeless encampments is disgusting. And now he's saying abolish the filibuster. Are you fucking joking? All right, that's it. I'm fucking texting the pod Johns. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. What is this? What is this? He is soft launching his third term. There are things that I just don't want to reveal that I know that maybe one day you guys will find out. But this is this is interesting. Anyway, yet another HasanAbi glaze. How it felt seeing the man who's been screaming in my ear every day for the last 5 years IRL. He's taught me more than he can ever know. So proud of how far the movement has come. Hell yeah. 15,000 likes. Let's go. Wow, he actually wore a form-fitting suit and not a giant 1980s fit. Good job, Hasan. He's still going to be hot when he's old. Goddamn, he's the most beautiful man I've ever seen. He screamed at one of my chats one time. Okay. We're back, baby. We're back. We're freaking back. We're kind of back, dude. Self-jerk on Valentine's Day? Listen. Yes. People ask me, who is your Valentine? Okay? It's all of you. It's the working class. That is who I am committed to. Okay? That's what it is. The endless love that I have for workers all around the world. It's for you, the chatters. Okay? That's what I'm committed to. That's who I am in a committed relationship with. Next time, don't wear a scuba suit for a speech, okay? A scuba suit? Oh, yeah? Then why don't you fuck all the workers? That's crazy. That's insane. Bro, was it tight when you were sitting on the chair? Yeah, it was tight as fuck. I mean, this is wild. I never would have expected there to be a fucking frictionless post with like 15,000 likes. We're back, I think. Did the pants rip? No. Can I put a request for your use of my sub money? Can you go to a tailor and get yourself well-fitted suits? You look like a professional hunk, but you should definitely keep wearing them during these occasions. I have a bunch more suits that are even better fitting than that one. I have suits. I just choose not to wear them. Bonnie Blue style, you got to do us, all of us, big bro. Okay, everybody calm down. Stop being weird.
Trying to figure out, how do we form families? I'm very proud of my family. I'm proud of my 3 grandchildren. I am proud to be part of that tradition. That doesn't mean everybody has to be. That doesn't mean everyone who doesn't have children is somehow an illegitimate human being. So how do we make the case in a positive way, not a bullying and very shameful way? So this debate that's going on is driven by an effort to control people, to control who we are, how we look, who we love. And I think we need to call it for what it is. There is a legitimate reason to have a debate about things like migration. It went too far. It's been disruptive and destabilizing, and it needs to be fixed in a humane way with secure borders that don't torture and kill people, and how we're going to have a strong family structure, because it is at the base of civilization.
Secretary Clinton, so thank you for that. And you got.
You really mean that?
Yes, I do. I do, and you got several rounds of applause there. But I'm really interested in the.
Dude, I love the fucking like the matter of fact European moderator, just like, yes, you've gotten quite a bit of applause breaks. It's time for others to speak as well.
Tons of applause there, but I'm really interested in the line that our discussion is having already, which is a battle within the West between conservatism.
Yeah, she's like, hello, fucking Ukraine, please.
And liberalism. But I don't think we would be having this discussion at all if it weren't for some of the positions the US administration has taken. And let me take one of them, which is Ukraine, which is obviously at the center of the Munich discussions in the past couple of years. And the line that the Trump administration has...
Honestly, lock her up, though, for real. Like, why haven't we? It's really messed up. Lock her up! Locker room talk! Lock her up! Anyway, Barry Obama breaks silence on Trump's ape video, Bad Bunny, and 2028 election. Brian Tyler Cohen did a fucking collab post with Barack Obama. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little jelly beans because I've been trying to get this fucking interview for a minute now. Interview, debate, whatever you want to call it, right? Like, and I did not get it, and Brian Tyler Cohen got it instead. Join chorus.
Head toward a next general election cycle, we're going to be contending with a lot of the same infighting that's plagued Democrats before. You'll often have leftists and progressives butting up against liberals and moderates. And look, you are the ultimate pragmatist. And so what advice do you have as we head toward this election cycle, this eventual 2028 election cycle, so that we don't devolve into the same, 2016 era Bernie Hillary redux that feels like it always consumes the left?
Well, look, first of all, I think it's important to remember that the divisions in the
What is this camera, bro? They had a freehand cam and everything?
Democratic Party tend to get magnified in the media. Relative to the divides that exist in most other countries.
Wait, oh shit, I'm sorry. I started off the conversation without thanking Obama. Thank you, Obama. Thank you, Barack Hussein Obama. Obama doesn't do contentious interviews. It's not. Guys, I'm the #1 Obama glazer. Come on, shut the fuck up. I love Obama, and I would love to hear his takes on what his favorite songs are. I just basically would just ask him over and over again, like, what's your Spotify playlist for the next month? What's your Spotify playlist for the month prior? What's your Netflix playlist look like? This is what the conversation would be around, okay? It would be around that. Also, there are areas of agreement, okay? You interviewed that Yemeni kid just to try to interview the guy who genocided his country. That's beyond the pale. Stop it. But you don't know music? I'm being serious. That's morally depraved. Don't interview Obama. If you do, ask him. God, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. This is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. You guys are so fucking stupid, okay? You're literally doing don't platform Obama right now. You are, like, look, you need to dial back your autism, okay? Because I can't read this as anything but, like, neurodivergence, because there's no shot that you are a real human being, okay? No, he wasn't kidding. I thought he was joking at first, and then it turns out he's not joking. He's like, no, that's fucking depraved. I thought that was a joke. At first. It turns out it's not a fucking joke. That person wasn't joking. He's like being sincere. Like, you guys just, what? Autistic people aren't real human beings? Okay, take a day off. You kind of made chat this way. They don't know when to dial it back. No, I didn't. For the last fucking 8 years of my time on this platform, every day I have actually pushed back against these forces. And in any case, I've actually seen a lot of success in like dialing people to fuck back, but there are still people who just can't stop themselves. Like they just have to type it out and have to hit enter. That's what it is. Yeah, I didn't make chat this way. Tylenol did. What is the #1 principle in this community? Be fucking normal. That's what I say all the time. I used to say it all the time. There's like even in the Discord, be kind to people, be ruthless to systems, be charitable to people until you realize that they are not, they're taking advantage of your charity. It's not even a shitpost. That person unironically is like, why are you platforming Obama? Like, he's a psycho. And then I rant, and then dumbasses will clip it and they'll post it on fucking, they'll post it on Twitter. Be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal.
where you have a parliamentary system, you have multiple parties, and you got Green Party, and you got the center left party, and you've got a socialist party, and sometimes you got a communist party. Yeah. Our differences get exaggerated. Listen, Bernie Sanders believes, just like Nancy Pelosi believes, just like Chuck Schumer believes, just like Hakeem Jeffries believes, just like AOC believes, in equality and non-discrimination against people because of race or gender or sexual orientation. Well, all Democrats believe in that. That's a core value. Democrats believe that government should provide a strong safety net for people when they're down on their luck. Everybody I just mentioned believes in that. Everybody believes that there should be some regulation of the market so that you don't have monopolies and oligopolies that are simply dictating the terms of the economy, and that we should have a tax system that levels out some of the inequalities that result. So I think it's important for us to remind ourselves as a starting point, what do we have in common? Most of the time, the differences are tactical. Right? It has to do with, well, how much of a tax hike can people put up with? How much regulation should we be thinking about when it comes to...
Listen, he's said this before, okay? We're all on the same team. All the Democrats are on the same team. It's just that some of them have more appetite and others don't, blah, 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 all this stuff. This is just like, it's not, no.
Climate change. And if we recognize that typically the arguments in the Democratic Party aren't about core values, but are really around tactics and how do you get stuff done.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, that's not true. No, that's simply not true. Yeah, there's no difference between us. That's why he called up everyone and got them to drop out to stop Bernie. That's why they're all colluding behind the scenes throughout 2016 and 2020. No difference. Yeah, that's just not true. That's just not true. It's getting hard for me to criticize Barack Obama. I mean, or rather, not criticize Barack Obama because I want to do an interview with Barack Obama, which will, of course, be non-contentious, guys.
Now we can have a robust debate, and I want a robust debate.
Yeah.
And what we can also do is not try to nationalize every issue all the time. This last off-year election, I think, was a great example. You know, you've got a candidate like Spanberger in Virginia, who runs what would be considered a more centrist campaign and runs a terrific campaign. And then you've got Mamdani in New York, who runs a explicitly socialist grassroots campaign and excites and mobilizes folks. And that can win in New York City. It probably could not win in Virginia. And that's okay. That's healthy.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think we get into arguments. A recent one, this idea that the quote unquote abundance agenda is somehow a sellout, and folks on the left getting exercised because this is part of this sort of corporate Democrats trying to take over the party. Well, no, not really. What I think it is entirely legitimate to say, for example, we need to build more affordable housing, which is going to require higher taxes on people like me and people who are well off in order to subsidize the construction of affordable housing, let's say in a place like California, and also be able to say, you know what, there are a bunch of well-intentioned rules and zoning laws and so forth that baby boomers like me and existing homeowners.
He gets paid by Netflix. I don't trust Obama. I love the idea that Obama getting paid by Netflix implies where his like ideological worldview is, more so than, I don't know, the 8 years of him being the fucking American president. Okay? The difference is Obama never endorsed Zoran and he campaigned extensively with Spanberger. Wonder why that is. Okay, Michael from Pennsylvania. Shh. Stop. I'm trying to secure an interview with Barry Hussein Obama. Feels like you're coming after a Muslim man, a Muslim communist, as a matter of fact, a little too aggressively. Okay, let's dial it back, please.
Have used.
We're just here to listen. We're not here to criticize. He's the former president now. He's the former president. We're not here to criticize.
To block the construction of affordable housing, even in democratic cities. And so if we want to actually deliver housing rather than have some abstract argument, then we got to figure out not an either or of do we spend more money or do we reform some of these things that are preventing the construction of affordable housing. We have to do both. And I want us to have those arguments. And one last thing I think that's I've noticed in a lot of our internal arguments, a lot of which, by the way, are taking place online, and ordinary voters, this is all completely off their radar screen. One of the things I think it's important for Democrats, for us also to recognize, progressives to recognize, folks on the left.
Please counteract these abundance talking points. Yeah, I mean, he's doing abundance because abundance is obviously exactly what his vision is for the party. Like the very fact that he says there's no difference between like the very fact that he claims there's like no fundamental difference, like we're all on the same fucking playing field between socialists and like liberals is not correct. Like that's just not true at all. And the reason why he's like heavily on the abundance side is because abundance is supposed to be like the new version of third way neoliberalism, just like repackaged.
To recognize it's possible for us to have a moral sense of what is right and true and what needs to be done, and also recognize that we are in a particular time and place here in America, and voters are not going to agree with us 100% on everything. And so it is not a sellout, it's not a betrayal to say that we're going to shape our agenda and our message in a way that allows us to build a working majority to get stuff done. And I think particularly around social issues, sometimes we get confused around this. You witness what happened in Minneapolis, and you say to yourself, morally speaking, that 5-year-old child who's standing in front of that SUV as his father's being dragged off, that child is equal to mine or any child. His immigration status, his nationality, does not change the love and decency that we should be showing that child. But what is also true is that we're a nation of laws, we have borders, and we've got to figure out an immigration policy that is orderly and that is fair and is enforced in a sensible way that is compatible with our values, but may not fully capture the degree to which that kid should have the same chances in life as a U.S. citizen kid. But, you know, we've got to accommodate the reality that the majority of the American people think that there's a difference between somebody who's a U.S. citizen and somebody who's not, and that they want an orderly immigration system. And sometimes I think what happens in the online debate is if somebody suggests, well, we have to have some immigration enforcement, then somebody's going to point at that child and say, so you don't care about that kid, so you must be a bad person. The same would be true, let's say, here in Los Angeles around the homeless issue. I think morally, ethically speaking, it is an atrocity that in a country this wealthy we have people just on the streets. And we should have we should insist on policies that recognize their full humanity, people who are houseless, and be able to
really pushing back there, Brian. Wait, John Fetterman eviscerates anti-Israel raw in the Democratic Party, shuts down AOC's genocide rhetoric. Wait, he called me out too? No shot. He did? Why would you align yourself with raging anti-Semites and very pro-Hamas people like Hassan Piker? Fetterman question. Yo! Oh! The ogre! I got the ogre notice. Trey Easton still on the payroll. Oh my God. Trey Easton sends his regards. Oh my God. Dude. All right, someone send me the fucking song. Come on. Where is it? John Fetterman would be pissed if we can understand English.
Got a bald head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl on Miley. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Wapman. I feel like Neff Slitherman. My dope hit like Rob Van Dam. All Auntie said was God damn. Tell Fetterman he can suck my dick. I take that back. I don't want him to do that. I'ma turn Mexican and jump the border. I'ma buy an eighth, turn it to a quarter. Fetterman Neff for traffic your daughter. It's a ransom. Free food stamps. She my type. Only fans and food stamps. Treat my trap like a boot camp. This random dope, we don't do stamps. Got a BBL, that shit stink. Hit it once, set on top rank. Off the Remy, they ain't have my drink. Neff Fetterman doing what they can't. Got a bald head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl on Miley. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Wapman.
You gotta get the get out anytime RXK nephew is playing. Here's a video of Fetterman mentioning you. Oh man.
Absolutely. Why is he so eager to criticize and find a way to criticize Israel? But I don't really recall them saying anything as Iran was executing thousands and thousands of their protesters for that. Now, there was never any genocide in Gaza, absolutely. And there shouldn't ever be any conditions for aid for Israel because they were in an existential war. That's part of the problem with the very anti-Israel part of my party. So call that what it is. Why wouldn't you can't just stand? And why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semitites and very pro-Hamas?
Raging anti-Semitites.
And very pro-Hamas people like Hassan Piker. And now, why
are you wagging along? I've duked it out with her too when she was the press secretary back in the day, if y'all recall. She yelled at AOC for doing the Among Us thing, where she was like, Hassan Piker said America deserved 9/11. Why would you?
Can't you just call it what it is? You know, there's a rot in my party standing with pro-Hamas people like that, whether it's even in the New York Times. They're fascinated with him.
They are fascinated with it. Wait, how am I his number one op now? Hey, yo! And that the New York Times is fascinated with me. Trey Easton doing pro bono work?
So, I mean, where we are and call this is and stand with Israel, that's our special ally, and there was never a genocide. And when there is a genocide where you're executing tens of thousands of people in Iran, why not and call that out too?
Your party also...
Yeah.
Dude, it's kind of sad that they still have him go on TV and speak. It's wild. They just, anytime they want to hear like a Democrat say some fucking crazy shit about Israel, like dick ride Israel into oblivion, they got to go with the ogre, and he can't even fucking use words. Like, look at this.
Raging anti-Semitites and very pro-Hamas people like Hassan Piker. You can't just stand. And why would you align yourself for raging?
It feels like AIPAC is scraping the barrel, trying to find someone to attack you. I mean, I'm honored. I'm honored that, first of all, this person, I can't be ableist here. I don't want to be ableist here. I'm glad that he was able to, like, I'm glad that he was able to say my name. I'm proud of him. Bro said pro Hamas for real. I mean, yeah, that's the least of my concerns here. Wait, typo in the tweet. What did I say? What did I do? Oh no, I gotta fix it. Oh God. Oh, Bald Ogre said I'm a anti-Semitite and that New York Times is fascinated with me. Always online staffers shot him up with muscle relaxers and showed him Hassan clips for 48 hours. Now they got Frankenstein's monster locked in a staffer's basement until he condemns Hassan at least 5 times on national media. Bray's gonna be so jealous of you now. Dude, it's so... Oh, God, it's... I'll be honest, I never really thought that it would get to this point. Like, I never thought that American politics would be so stupid that a guy who can't remember his kids' fucking birthdays would be over here saying my name on Fox News. You said instead of Ann? That's true. Wasn't a former staff of his one of the libs chirping at you this past week? It is true, yes. He doesn't want to remember them. He remembers them. The really just make him suicidal. A guy you originally endorsed nonetheless. Okay, let's not remember things in the past. Come on. What did Obama say? We must not look backwards. We must look forwards. Come on now. He said, yes, we can. Yeah, yes, I can. Your tweet endangers a lot of people driving in his vicinity.
Provide them the help and resources that they need. But we should also recognize that the average person, doesn't want to have to navigate around a tent city in the middle of downtown. And that we're not going to be able to build a working majority and support for the resources that we need to help folks like that, whether it's drug treatment or temporary housing or what have you. We're not going to be able to generate support for it if we simply say, you know what, it's not their fault, and so they should be able to do whatever they want, because that's a losing political strategy. That doesn't mean that we care less about those folks. It means if we really care about them, then we got to try to figure out how do we gain majority support and be practical in terms of what we can get through at this moment in time and build on those victories. That a lot of times is the arguments that are taking place, but they become sort of performative, and people start saying, oh, you're selling out, or conversely, I think sometimes folks at the center say, you're being impractical and dismissing legitimate critiques and concerns, and what we need to be able to do is to maintain both ideas at the same time, which is our long-term goals have to be driven by our values and our core beliefs and our ethics and our morals, and the sense that every person counts. And short term, we got to win elections.
Right.
And anyway, the good news is, I think that the folks that we are fighting politically, the current White House, this administration, and their enablers, they're behaving so badly, they're doing such crazy stuff, that it shouldn't be hard for our side to coalesce around the areas where we agree on and focus on that. And I think that that is going to happen if we are effective in winning the midterms, if we then have a robust primary for who's going to be the next Democratic president. We shouldn't be afraid of having a robust debate. I want all comers to sort this out. I benefited from having about as grueling a primary as I could have. It made me a better candidate. It ultimately made me a better president because I had been tested. My ideas had been tested. The story I was telling about America had been tested. And that's what we should be looking.
Let's have a robust debate, Mr. President. I'm just saying. That could be good. I agree. I think testing the arguments in the marketplace of ideas is better overall.
Looking for rather than.
Although he is saying this, but I feel like behind closed doors, he was definitely he was not so favorable towards debate.
Expecting that somehow we're going to all come up with some consensus blueprint master plan that everybody's going to execute. Democrats aren't good at doing that anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think, one block of voters who I think there has been particular focus paid to right now is young voters. And, you were able to mobilize a generation of young voters in a way that hadn't been done before. I got involved in politics because of you. And in fact, a lot of millennials, folks my age, got involved in politics because of you. Like when I was a student, you could not find any other students on campus who were not supporting your campaign. Democrats and you had owned the cultural zeitgeist in a way that hadn't been done before, and frankly hasn't been done since. And we've seen a shift happen, obviously, from 2008, 2012 up to 2024.
Right.
And for the first time, we saw Democrats really lose their grip on culture in a way that hadn't happened before. And so what is your advice in terms of remobilizing?
Much to consider here. How did that happen after your charismatic run when you went on a tear for 8 years? Much to consider. Hear me out. Because there is a lot of truth to people being like, Obama was black, and that was obviously like a massive problem for many white supremacists. There is truth to that. That's real. A lot of people's brains were bricked in the process where they were like, this is unacceptable. Having said that, however, maybe there was a little bit more to it, Maybe a more serious approach to his legacy would revolve around what he didn't accomplish or what he ceded ground on, what he normalized, what he advanced in terms of foreign policy, American militarism abroad, all this stuff may have played a role.
Generation of Americans that we've had trouble mobilizing up to this point.
Well, look, part of it has to do with the fact that I was young.
Yeah.
So
maybe don't nominate octogenarians.
Look.
Yeah. Also, Obama winning the way he did proves you right about being able to win over races if you address their material needs. Yeah, but the great danger is they get extra racist after the fact if they experience buyer's remorse. That's the other side of the story. Is that turns out if you come in with like these big promises and then you don't actually follow through on that agenda, and there is a lot of setbacks internally. Like I think, let's be real. What part of the reason why Obama's legacy is what it is because of the rotating villain structure. Did he have the charisma and the command over his own party to overcome it? I think so. Okay, I think so. 100%. He didn't push far enough. He didn't push hard enough, is what I would say. If I was a hater, of course I'm not, which is why I think he's the best president of all time. Okay, I think he's the best president of all time. Please come on the show, Barack Obama. Barry O, big fan. You did not blow the historic mandate, unlike anything we will ever see forever, honestly, unless there's like a literal FDR style candidate. We probably will never see that kind of historic mandate, is what I would say if I was not trying to secure an interview. I mean, you're in the room with me all the time, Barry O. Hey, come on now. Call him Bro-Obama. He will come on for sure. Bro-Obama, fold under no pressure.
I'm 64 now. I'm pretty healthy, 64. Feel great.
Yeah.
But the truth,
it's so funny that he had the acid reflux right after he said that, and the camera panned away. That's pretty funny.
Is half of the references that my daughters make about social media, TikTok, etc. I don't know who they're talking.
I genuinely don't understand the glazing. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, it's called humor. Okay, it's called jokes. Like, please, we don't have to do this every time. Okay, I know I haven't been like doing the joke explainer stuff that I've been doing as much. I know you really thought I was. I know, because bro thought jokes would fly. Stop being funny. Jokes are anti-revolutionary, dude. End joke.
But
yeah,
there is a element of, at some point, you age out. You're not connected directly to the immediate struggles that folks are going through. And so I'm not making a hard and fast rule here, but I do think that Democrats do well when we have candidates who are plugged into the moment, to the zeitgeist, to the times, and the particular struggles that folks are thinking about as they look towards the future rather than look backward toward the past. And so some of it is choosing candidates who check that box. I do think that there is an element of joy that Democrats lost sometimes. Our campaign was fun. We had some, look, it wasn't always fun for me, but we built a community. We gave people a sense that if you are part of this, you're doing something meaningful. And it wasn't just talk. Young people ran our campaigns. We empowered them. We put them in charge. They were out there figuring stuff out. I'm not the person who was figuring out our media strategy. I was not the person who was out there, knocking on doors and talking to voters and creating events. It was 20 and 30-year-olds. And so what happened in our campaign and what you recently saw in Mondami's campaign in New York.
Yeah.
When there's that sense of joy and engagement and involvement, then people feel like, all right, this is not just some transactional grind. This is me becoming part of a community. And
okay, I'm fucking falling asleep. No disrespect, but I do think that, what is this? Very important. Must watch now. That's more entertaining, I'll be honest. Look at how fat he is. It's so funny. Click the sped up version below. That's awesome. Fat shaming dogs again, Hasi. I mean, dude, if I can't fat shame dogs, what can I do? Okay. Yeah, Obabe talked about abolishing the filibuster, which I guess is not technically new. Apparently, he's been saying that. But,
Democrats
he's woke
in
now.
The past to break down some of the institutional barriers for us getting stuff done just because, well, it's always been done that way. I'll give you an example that frustrated the heck out of me when I was president, which was the filibuster in the Senate. The Senate is already structurally skewed and anti-majoritarian.
Oh my God, they fucking cut the pauses.
Whether it's trying to pass civil rights legislation in the 60s or trying to get gun control legislation, even though majority people support it, Delaware, Wyoming have the same number of senators as California. You then compound that with a filibuster. The truth is that Democrats for some time have been traditionalists in wanting to preserve that when it blocks us from making government effective, which in turn makes people feel like government is corrupt and not caring about them.
Which lends itself
Which
to the
then lends
Republicans.
itself, it gives folks like Trump an opening. Redistricting is another good example of where I strongly believe we should not be having politicians draw lines that determine who's voting for them. We should have voters decide who their politicians are. The fact that Governor Newsom here in California and others said, well, if they're going to try to gerrymander their way out of losing this upcoming midterm, then we're going to respond. And we're going to respond in a lawful way where we put it up to a referendum and let people decide and not just give away the store because of traditions. That was the right response. So I don't want us to simply duplicate the behavior of the other side. I don't want us to have a slash and burn strategy where we don't care about rule of law. We don't care about some of the guardrails around our democracy. We start lying and having no regard for the truth the way the other side seems to be comfortable with right now. If that's how we fight, then we lose what we're fighting for. That doesn't mean we have to get punked or be saps, to cling to traditions just for the sake of tradition. I think what we have to continually evaluate is, in this moment in time, how do we make sure that we can advance our agenda in a way that reflects what's good for ordinary folks, not special interests, simply the well-to-do, and how do we do that in a way that's consistent with integrity, honesty, democracy, the values that we claim to want to uphold. And I think it's possible to do that. We shouldn't get discouraged by the fact that we have a tougher job. What we should do is expect that our side...
I'm Mr. Abolish the Filibuster. I've been a filibuster abolitionist for a minute. Okay? Stop. The Republicans already gerrymandered the fuck out of America. Stop. You can't. Why? I hate these Jeffrey Epstein AI videos, bro. This you for real with peace and love?
Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia. Liberal,
Fucking love that shit.
liberal, 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 liberal.
What is the historic reason for a filibuster as a non-American? It's the Senate is the greatest deliberative body of all time. The Senate is the greatest deliberative body of all time. It's the adult version of the House of Representatives. How come you hate Peanut? What? Why are views so loud now? Is it because Peanut owns the streaming community? Who is a Peanut? Your views fell bad. Peanut took over, lol. Your views got low, so low, lol. Peanut ended you. I'm curious, how come you don't talk about Sudan? Wait, this. Well, why don't you watch Burnt Peanut talk about Sudan? In my head canon, he's like, Burnt Peanut has a really sound opinion on the grand design. Burnt Peanut, big time RSF booster. Muslims draw the line at bacon, but not kids. Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein and all of his fucking pedophilic elite buddies, famously entirely Muslim. Peanut is PSL? Yeah. Burnt Peanut. Oh, that's funny. Good one, chatter. Peanut owns your views, Cope. He does. He owns the same views. He seizes the means of production. He owns my views. He has the same views as I do. He is also an anti-imperialist. You think Peanut copied? What is this? Professor Potato and I are teaming up to share some news that will revolutionize higher education in Michigan. Your boy rightfully getting cooked by black weed.
Turn the whole thing upside down. I'll find the things they say just can't be found. I'll share this love I find with everyone. We'll see.
Okay, ban this loser for being a Peanut fan. Why would I do that? Good for you, chatter. You should be able to enjoy things. I will think less of you, but actually really funny who's not on here. I know. I noticed that too. Yeah, the video for context. Okay, so this is Chibi Reviews, who looks exactly as I would have imagined a guy who's like anti-trans, super fucking right-wing. Peanut laughed at a viewer from Afghanistan,
Hello from
by the way.
Afghanistan. All right, now I know you're just fucking with me. Now I know you're just fucking with me. Now I just know you're fucking with me. All right, pal. Even if you did have internet, there.
Bro, this is the number one streamer of Israel. Israel's finest. I saw one of his fucking takes. I saw one of his takes about like America #1, and it was awesome. I thought it was brilliant.
There's no way you'd still be alive. Now let's ride.
Yeah, this wasn't it though. This was he had some fucking take about, you know, America being #1. Where is it? We'll do the Chibi reviews and beast mode wokeism in a second. Where the fuck is it? Hold on. God, I tweet so much. I tweet so freaking much, dude. Where the heck is it? Oh, here it is. The Burnt Peanut cooked a viewer who said USA is a joke.
USA is a joke. Buddy, we got a flying black Dorito worth more than the entire GDP of your country that could flatten your shit before you blink. USA is a disappointment. Hold on, sir. Let me cook this third world guy. I guarantee you we've got homeless people on the streets of LA living in tents with a newer iPhone than your president. USA, USA, back to back with what you did!
It's fucking awesome. Hell yeah, baby. I said we have an elite pedo cabal running the government so their pedo friends can extract super profits from the global south so that we dominate militarily the wealthiest nation on earth. We're close to 1 million people sleep outside every night. We are a cruel joke. We can do better. Spiritually, Dr. Kid Inspect? No, this is the new version. That's what I'm saying. This is like the patch notes version where Israel did its very best to be like, let's get Dr. Disrespect, but without the kid diddling. That's what it is. I wonder why that chatter was really adamant about finding out if Peanut is Jewish. This is my first night watching you and you die a lot. Please notice me. Peanut, are you Jewish? Is Peanut Jewish? Is Peanut Jewish? That's awesome. Where'd that guy go? Where'd that fucking guy go? Look, someone's gotta someone's got to fucking, someone's got to feed the coworkers. Okay. Oh, Twitch nuked them. Oh shit. He got a site-wide ban for saying Muslims are all pedophiles. That's a bummer. Now he's never going to find out if Burnt Peanut is Jewish or not by spamming it in his chat. Lol, you are so broken, man. Look, man, I entertain myself. Listen, you entertain yourself. Your coworkers entertain themselves with Burnt Peanut, the most coworker entertaining content creator out there, designed in an Israeli laboratory. Let's get to another spiritually Israeli VTuber, Chibi Reviews. Chibi Reviews. Nezuko is the lolly of the week. His fiance with his HB. Homeboy. Peanut is a G. I agree. Is my coworker moving from Asmon to Peanut an upgrade or a downgrade? Oh, upgrade. For sure. No, I much prefer Peanut to Asmongold. Brother, I would never talk about Asmongold if he just didn't become a fucking right-wing mouthpiece. If he just kept to, gaming and shit, and every now and then
To build more.
offered some dumbass right-wing takes every now and then, in the same way that Peanut does, I don't give a shit. Didn't we just talk about how consumption isn't activism? He has horrible fucking takes, but you haven't been hopping on the gamer station? Wait, what? No, that's literally what I'm saying right now. I don't give a fuck about Burnt Peanut because he just sticks to gaming. He just sticks to gaming. Anyway, your rapist op showed cuck solidarity with Chubby Reviews.
Similar story.
Oh my God. Of course he did. All right. So Chubby Reviews is apparently one of my ops. I didn't even know that he was one of my ops, but apparently he's been tweeting about me quite a bit. Okay. Hasan, platform terrorist and shocked your dog. If you hate America so much, why do you live here? Is a shock to nobody. Hasan is upset that a dictator was removed from power. Same dude that shocked his dog. Of course, Hasan would defend fraud. We also saw the video where there were no kids at all. Let's not forget. So Hasan killed his dog, and there will still be people that defend him. Twitch is fine with animal abuse, platforming terrorists, sexual assault, and thievery. This is just from this month, and I haven't blocked after he defended Hasan shocking his dog, rent-free from this dude. So the cheating happened on January 4th. That's when he stops tweeting at you, by the way. So yeah, basically, this guy apparently was chirping at me quite a bit. This is 100% a direct threat to life and a call to action. Hasan knows what type of audience he has, and him letting his audience know their address is out there is a direct threat against them. Why is Twitch allowing this? So if we humor this for a moment, that means Destiny was sitting on proof that Hasan harmed. Okay, he's anti-Destiny too. We'll let him have that one. I don't like Hasan, but if this is untrue, I feel Hasan should sue Destiny. Yeah, Destiny claims Twitch streamer Hasan fucked a 15-year-old while a trip on Berlin. Is a fucking psychopath. But basically, this guy is you didn't even hear a single word of his opinions, right? You didn't hear a single word of his opinions, but you probably understood, given the density and the consistent nature of his anti-Hasan sentiment, okay, nonstop. You probably got a pretty good understanding that he's at least, pedo curious, right? He's defended the ICE shooting. He made fun of that famous, not famous, but the random trans person that killed themselves. He made fun of that person, I think, or said some transphobic shit. Anyway, why are we talking about this guy? The reason why I'm talking about this guy is because apparently this is another op of mine, another Asmongold ally has fallen. The third tower has fallen. This is Tower 7. If we're making 9/11 analogies, this is the Tower 7. Kind of fell on its own. First it was Rape Tone, then it was Nuxtaku, and this is the Tower 7. We don't fully know how this tower fell. It kind of fell on its own, okay? And it's odd. Now, the reason why I'm saying it kind of fell on its own is because no one needed to know any of the things that apparently took place, except Chibi volunteered this information. A couple days ago, out of nowhere, he comes out and he says, I'm going to kill myself or something. I forget. He just basically said something like, he's really sad, right? I want to die. I'm really sad. Something along those lines, right? And no one would have known what was happening if it wasn't for the fact that he then slowly but surely revealed exactly what had taken place. But if you want to get a better understanding of his worldview, here it is. Been a while since I made a filter post to get people to block me, so let's see how many I lose today. Fictional incest is hot. Lollies are a body type. Drawings aren't real. If you think fiction is real, you're a schizo. You can say the R word. I'm an R word. I have a speech impairment. Follow policing is R word is just virtue signaling. Anime isn't inherently political. Manga isn't inherently political. You're not a racist if you dislike to talk about politics. Well, I mean, he is. Also, he does talk about politics. Kiss X Sis is great, but Akisora is just as good. Fan service doesn't mean just eki content. I don't know what half of these words mean. Pantsu shots used to be common in every anime, and now only shows have been dedicated eki series. I don't know what these things are. I like Shotokan MILF Dojins. Don't know what that is. I like Giantess Vor and other size content. Okay, I know what this one is. I'm not a fan of the NTR tag, but if you like it, that's fine with me. I don't know what that is either. You can do... Bro, this is like a whole different language. Is this how people respond to me when I start talking about like mogging and like True Atom and Ascension and stuff? NTR is cuck? Oh, well, we know. We know he doesn't like getting cucked because he almost killed himself. Okay, apparently, allegedly, according to him. She's a hardcore fujoshi. Oh, met my fiance through dating apps and she's a goonette. Our first conversation was about Toji. She's a hardcore fujoshi. Don't know what that is. She's a better competitive gamer than me at shooters. My favorite game of all time is Dark Souls 3, followed by Halo 3. I named my 3 dogs Hollow, Casca, and Lele. My favorite RPG Maker games are Shrink High, Minimum Project. I have 2 terabytes of Skyrim mods, and most of them are NSFW. I eat pineapple and sardine pizza. I eat raw onions. I eat garlic raw. I am problematic and unfiltered. Chibi and Drew Pavlov were the first 2 big accounts to push Collargate. I looked up the timelines. Well, great. Basically, what happened is this guy got cucked. And the only reason why we know he got cucked is because he came out with a video openly revealing that he got fucking cucked. And of course, because he's been a horrible, monstrous piece of shit on the timeline, everyone's been dunking on him. And it's been fucking awesome to watch.
Let them haters run their mouth. You should know you something different because I brought you to my house. So you breakfast on my couch.
And I guess he posted it on his YouTube video on the timeline as well, saying like, you know, let's just see what he said.
I'm making this video as more of a statement to myself. This video is for me to put all my thoughts together and just work things out in my own way. Because one of the ways I've always gotten through trauma.
Bro, he is ugly as sin too. That's like...
And hardships in my life, especially in these last years, is to just focus on work. To make videos.
I think it's really funny to try and do a serious video with like that in the background, by the way. Like, Freeran community never gonna live this down. Oh, I heard that he also was like, Freeran is racist and it's awesome. Like, he's one of those guys, right? Like, he's one of those guys. He's like, Freeran is so racist and I wish we could be... Bro, what? Calling the dude ugly? Yeah, I did. Yeah, he's chopped as hell, bitch. Fuck you mean? Brother, I'm gonna make fun of him a lot more, even after he openly reveals that he almost committed suicide here, okay? So, trigger warning to you. I don't like this guy. He's a fucking awful piece of shit. Did you just not hear the laundry list of positions that he has that he revealed? Yeah, trigger warning, he's still alive. All right, let's continue.
It's the only joy.
Hassan, you don't understand. I followed this guy for 10 years. Oh my God. Ew. Sorry. I had a completely different understanding of him. You know, 10 years ago, he used to be the guy who told everybody, hold on, be strong. He loves his community. He seems super positive. And his analysis of anime and manga would have just been something very neutral or sticking to the content. I'm absolutely shocked at this shit, of course, and I'm unsubscribed now. Oh, he's been around for that long. Yeah. I love when I'm like, wow, this pedophile is so ugly. And a motherfucker will be like, how dare you? Oh, that's awesome. I actually have zero empathy for the pedophile pro-ice lolicon who celebrated suicide because the child was trans. Yeah, that's, you know, that's like that's the guy you're defending. No wonder everyone is like fucking making fun of him right now, doing victory laps on the timeline. Yes, his maxilla is so recessed. He's got prey eyes. Okay? He needs to use minoxidil and finasteride on his beard.
That I really have. So, you all saw the post. You all have seen, you've seen what I've said in the last 24, how many hours? I don't know. It's just, I'm just gonna give you a full rundown of just everything that happened. Maybe I'm oversharing. This will be used against me to mock me or what.
I want to say something, by the way. It's awesome. It's awesome that he did this. Like, I don't even know if it's real or not. I feel like he could just be lying for attention. But the very fact that it gave people so much joy, it's almost like in my mind, in the most charitable interpretation, he like became a villain just so he could ritualistically humiliate himself like this in public, so that we could all have a moment of victory, like just a W. I didn't even know who the fuck this guy was, and I felt funny. Like, I felt a disturbance in the force. I felt good for no reason. You know what I mean? It's awesome. Cuck lives matter. Sure.
Whatever. Well, like I said, I'm saying all this just to clear my head. Just because if I say it, it's done. It's over. Like, I'm able to just process.
Yeah, it's like when Too Mad died. It's like a timeline. It's like a timeline cleanse, dude.
Everything at least a little bit better. So, on the 11th of February, I discover my fiance cheating on me with my best friend of 10 years. I confronted her about this, and she apologized. And I, being with her already for multiple years, and then finding out my best friend, so much betrayal. So what I decided to do is just, I grabbed my keys, I went driving. I went to the liquor store. I bought alcohol that was the same alcohol, the last alcohol that I drank with my brother. And then I drove into the middle of nowhere, near water, and I drank, and drank, just sitting there drinking. And I was inches from death. And then suddenly, a police officer shows up. Don't know how I was found, but he shows up. And he saved me at the last moment. He did. And I come to find out, after all this, it was Nicholas Light, that was the one that apparently called a wellness check on me. And he saved my life. He saved my life.
This type of stuff doesn't make sense. Like, how the fuck, if he drove in the middle of nowhere, why was he trying to kill himself by, like, drinking and then, what, like, driving? Why didn't he get arrested? I feel like the story is bullshit. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I want to believe it in my head canon because, like, it's really funny. But I guess he was gonna, like, drive it into the water or something. But that's, like, the worst way to try to kill yourself, I feel like. And how did his friend Nicholas Light, who I don't know who he is, but I assume he's also fucking horrible, drinking and drowning? We have a general idea of who his fiance was. It's real low. He apparently met her when she had just turned 18. He was 2018 by then.
Anyways, the officer escorted me to the hospital because obviously with everything, making sure mental evaluation and all that. And I obviously couldn't drive, you know, too much alcohol. So he took me to the hospital, and I stayed basically the night. And I wasn't able to access my phone or use anything until they discharged me. I got discharged earlier this morning, and I was so hurt. I was so hurt. But I'm gonna give full context. So, I'm getting messaged somehow. Nicholas Light has my number. He saved me. It's fine. And then Tectone, apparently, he gives me a call as well. And
Tectone! Rape Tone? Hey, yo! Rape Tone? That's crazy. Is this like the League of Pedophilic and Pedophile Adjacent Villains? Like, what the fuck's going on? It's like the Rapist Avengers, dude? Oh, my Lord. It's like the Avengers of the Rape Vengers. You know what I mean? Like varying degrees of sex pest behavior. You know, one of them's the pedo. One of them's the lolicon. One of them's the domestic violence rapist. One of them's the generational rapist. That's crazy. They tried to commit Suicide Squad. The Age of Consengers. The Legion of Groom.
they're worried about me. And so many others reached out that I didn't. Thank you. I do. Just oh. Anyways, I get picked up, and I'm going home. Like, I'm free to go. Everything's fine. And I knew I had to tackle the elephant in the room. I had to go home, and more or less, I confronted her about everything, trying to talk.
This is his fiance.
And she left.
Oh, the ring!
I'm not a perfect person. I make mistakes. I know. I piss people off. I annoy them.
She left him.
But anyways, after she left,
it can't get worse.
I did what anyone probably.
It gets worse? Why is there 9 more minutes? How could this get worse? Your fiance is getting her cheeks clapped. You go up, you're like, hey, I tried to commit suicide. She goes, peace, I'm out. That's crazy.
I wanted to confide in someone. Not really. I go to my gaming friend group that I've known just as long as my best friend that my fiance cheated with. I talk with them, and they straight up, they admit to me they don't care, basically, what my used-to-be best friend did. They prefer gaming with him, and I thought these guys were my friends, like, I did. And they, more or less, they just cared about gaming with him, and they didn't care about everything. They're completely okay with everything. And so...
You ain't your fiance, she's your homie's fiance? Oh my God. Brother, why would he reveal this information? His girlfriend cheated on him with his best friend. His whole friend group sided with the dude she cheated with, and they told him they knew and didn't care that he did. I cannot believe that she got the friends in the divorce, dude. That's crazy.
More or less, I lost my whole friend group. My best friend that I basically called a brother. There was moments where he was hurting years ago with COVID, and I gave him money for he could have bills paid and his family wouldn't have to worry.
The Nicholas Light guy he mentioned, by the way, replying to Rape Tone, it's lolly time. Gonna be fun and controversial. This is a villain origin story right here. Brother, he was a villain already. This is the villain ending story, I think. This is the end credits.
I cared for him. He said he was moving down here in a few months. And he...
Yeah, to fuck your wife, bro. Hey, yo. He's like, bro, I heard she's for the streets. I heard she's a great time. That's why I'm moving down there. So sorry. Don't know how to explain this to you, but I'm here to be with your fiance.
I now know why. He wanted to. What I will say, I lost a lot.
1 week ago, he was flexing her too. Oh my God, I'm not single, you troglodyte. Here's her ring to prove it. I mean, what? Who the fuck is this guy and why are you clowning so hard? I don't know what else to say, man. It's crazy. Nick clowned on him too. What is this? 1 million subscribers, 6.9 views. The new drama everyone's talking about. Everyone in the comments is flaming him as well. Wait, he's flaming Miskiv. He's not flaming his buddy. He's shitting on Miskiv by saying, this is the drama everyone on the internet is talking about and no one cares about your take on it or something. Chatters want to know who this guy is. Actually, some races are just evil, and if you let them appeal to your empathy, they will destroy you. How did Fearing get away with this? God, it must feel good to see your haters you don't even know about blowing up their own spot every day. I mean, this one is like a community meme for more so than me, because like I have so many fucking like unhinged pedophilic haters that this one I didn't even know about, right? It hasn't even been a week since he posted this, and the entire time she was getting stuffed like a turkey behind his back. Dog, this can't be real. Dude, it's crazy. He was like a real timeline villain. Like he was a real timeline villain. Cause I mean, this is like the amount of celebrations I've seen all up and down the fucking timeline is crazy. Now he's going to be even worse. I don't even know how much worse he could get. Because, like, he already was there, right? Kick streamer Asmongold says he supports alleged pedophile and lolly lover Chibi reviews in his recent stream. I support the guy. I feel bad.
Community don't even care about it, and they're like, yeah, we're just gonna keep playing with this guy anyway. It doesn't even matter. So basically, this guy like lost everything in his life. It's pretty bad. Like it is. It's really sad. Like Chibi's been, you know, he's been in my stream many times, right? He's a nice guy. I like the guy. And, you know, like, in my opinion, I would never say this publicly, right? I mean, I never would. Like, I think he talks about too much of this stuff publicly, right? Because I think it eggs people on to harass him. But, you know, I do totally support him. I feel really bad for the guy, I'll be honest. All of his friends inside of his, like, gaming community.
Of course Asmongold supports him. What do you mean? Oh, my God. Has there ever been a generational villain that Asmongold hasn't been on board with? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. Someone posted hashtag happy Valentine's Day to me and my bae.
I didn't just like lose a fiance. I lost my whole social circle, basically just gone. What really hurts, best friend 10 years, he knew everything. He knew my life story. I thought he had my back. He was there for me with the times of being harassed, and I viewed him like a brother.
Oof. Oof.
He does that.
Yeah, he had her back, all right. He had her back. Oh, not yours. Her back. Chibi, I don't care if she's a preschooler. She's not real. His best friend in the living room. Like, these are people who fucking hate me that are dunking on him too. You know what I mean? Like, this person has blocked me, so I assume he probably doesn't have the best opinion on me. But hey, we can all celebrate it. That's my, like, this is a universal dub. When you had the worst day of your life, but Chibi reviews is high-key suffering. 49,000 likes. Oh my God. 60K likes. Chibi reviews mock the 17-year-old suicide, sides with ICE, supports Trump. He's friends with racists, supports rape tone, is a lolicon, pedophile, supports incest. He will be getting fried. Oh, because this person said a man nearly took his own life, and this is how you respond. Absolute scum. And apparently this guy also found out about like what he was saying and doing, and he was like, oh, my bad. I didn't know he was like that. You forgot to mention the scam. Honestly, the people who donated to him deserve to get scammed. Yeah, I defended a pedophile, but you were mean, and that's worse. I didn't realize Chibi Reviews is this hated. I mean, I didn't realize who Chibi Reviews was. My first foray into this was finding out. My first foray into this was when I found out about people dunking on this guy, and I just instantly assumed that this guy probably is a hater. Because, like, the way, when everybody was making fun of him, I'm like, oh, this guy's got to be, like, a bad guy. And virtually every villain on the internet has, at some point, gotten their licks in, right? Just like his fiance was getting her licks in, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I saw this one already. I started off with this one. Chibi Reviews. Nezuko is lolly of the week. His fiance with his homeboy. According to an unsubstantiated claim I saw on Twitter, it's possible she called him while doing the deed with someone else. No. He scammed his audience through a fundraising campaign for a lawsuit that reportedly never materialized. Yeah, I don't really care about that. I'll be honest, because he's a piece of shit and so are his fans, right? He's a piece of shit and so are his fans. So if he's like scamming other, it's like Grums. Like Grums is a scammer too. Chibi Reviews. I'm a pedophile that loves ice. His fiance and his best friend. 23,000 likes. Oh my God. Pull up the Kung Fu porn tweet? No, dude. It's obviously TOS. Please don't send me the Kung Fu porn tweet.
But, anyways, I was in a dark place, and I've had a lot of dark thoughts. All day. All last night. I have. And...
Sorry.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. This is one of the hardest moments for me in my entire life. But like I said, I've told you guys many times, if you've watched my content, one of the only joys in my life I've had over the years is making content. Talking about what I love. It is the one thing That's never caused me problems. I did lose so much. He was sending her nudes.
No.
And
why are you revealing this information? I mean, thank you for doing that. I wish all of my ops a similar fate. Okay, it's so awesome. Why is he doing this public humiliation ritual? What the fuck? Is he actually like getting off on this? Wait, what? The cock? Bro, why are you even covering this? Ban.
I'm pretty hurt, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's gonna happen or anything. I really don't. The future's uncertain right now. I have no idea. However, am making this video to try, to some degree, to cement my thoughts in stone, to be able to process them in my own way, to be able to try to move past this just nightmarish.
Chibi Reviews is just anime Charlie Kirk is true. Is so true. And they're fucking Kirkifying him before he died. Worrying about people coming into your country more than people coming into your fiance. Oh, yes. Seeing how happy. Oh, so there's also this. He released another like I'm not owned post after all this.
I just, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know what I will do. There's two ways. Either A, I don't make videos for a while.
Oh.
Or I just make videos and I try to black hole. Just black hole everything. And
that's what they were calling your fiance. Oh my god! Oh! Oh!
Just keep moving and we'll see. What I will say though, I thank everyone that's been supportive.
Shouts out the Rape Tone and the Lolicon Avengers.
To those out there, you know who you are. You have been more supportive than I could have ever imagined, though.
Yeah, bro, they're supportive because next time you get another fiance, they're gonna go dick deep in her too. God damn, dude.
I know. I'm just, like I said, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I saw this one. Chibi did all that rent a girlfriend while his best friend was renting his girlfriend. Oh god, that's so awesome. Oh my god.
What a year. I don't know how this is worse than anything I've dealt with. I can deal with being harassed online and stuff. I've grown numb to that. But all of this triple whammy of just everything, and then the betrayals. It's just, I might seek therapy.
Nah.
Or something. I don't know.
Nah, don't do it.
But for now, I'll leave it at that. I'm sorry for worrying everybody. I'm still alive, thanks to the efforts of a few individuals I'm shocked about. I do love you guys. I love you, my community. I do.
So incels found out about this. Date a girl from church, get cheated on. Find a girl from one of the apps, get cheated on. Find a girl on Twitter, get cheated on. Stay with a girl through cancer, get cheated on. Find a weirdo 6 who shares your own hobbies, get cheated on. Like it or not, you are Chibi Reviews. 17,000 likes. When I see stuff like this, I do realize like why Asmongold has a fan base, why Tectone, Rape Tone has a fan base. You know what I mean? Like there are a lot of pathetic people out there, especially online, who like kind of revel in this, like who just kind of wallow in their own sadness all the fucking time. It makes sense. Look at the one you opened for my messages, the tab to the right. Dude's wife cheated on him. All his friends abandoned him. And his first thought was to make a follow-up saying, by the way, I'm pro-ICE. Yeah, so yesterday he came out after everybody was clowning on him for almost killing himself and for being a giant piece of shit. And he doubled down on being a giant piece of shit. We are Chibi Reviews. We carry the flame.
Reviews, we carry the flame. My fiance's with another dude, moaning his name.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for this. Seeing how happy it would make my haters if I died, I live out of spite. Dude, this is so funny. It's like what is this? What, like he thinks he's in an anime for real, bro. Like After all this shit, he comes out with this, like, seeing how happy it would make my haters if I died. I live out of spite. Also, seeing what I've seen today, I'm gonna double down too out of spite. Before I go any further, to those that reached out, I promise to respond and go through it all later. I noticed a lot of pattern recognition from certain groups too today. What groups? Anti-pedophile groups? Is that what you fucking recognize? Meanwhile, the only pattern your fiance was recognizing was the fucking veins on your best friend's cock. Oh! Sorry. Let's keep going. Always the party of acceptance, people. Multiple flags are a big indication too. Certain usage of gifts as well. Animals pretend to be human with subpar intelligence. I'm also pro. Hey guys, I know a lot of you are clowning on me for being a giant piece of shit and a hate monger, but guess what? I'm even worse than you thought. It's like, nah, we assume that. I'm also pro-ICE, and I think illegal immigrants should not be in my country. Yeah. I, however, do not think they're perfect. If you hate me and want me dead for that... I, however, do not think they are perfect. If you hate me and want me dead for that stance, that won't change my mind. Now, feel free to spaz out in my comments below and call me a racist, a cuck, a loser, or whatever a common sense takes. All your interactions have made me tremendous amounts of money in spreading my name around. So hope that pisses you all off so much. With that, I bid farewell for tonight. Yeah, that's why someone was saying he's worried about immigrants coming inside the country. And meanwhile, he should be worried about his best friend coming inside his fiance. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. His fan base is fighting back. Someone drew this. Like, sincerely, someone was like, wow. Yeah, tips your fedora hat is right. That's exactly what happened. Imagine tweeting about lolicons while your best friend had her like this. It's awesome. Is this person a slop tuber? Is he a VTuber or is he not a VTuber? I don't even know. Mein Führer, how do I continue on like this? They're making fun of me and I have no one left. Do not worry, mein little Jacob. It will all be over soon. Just follow mein lead, mein child. Yeah, he did the listen up, liberal, I'm a cuck, but unironically, which is awesome. I think this is great. Never bend the knee, but his girl bent both. Yeah. Update, going to the gym, seeking therapy, and fighting to obtain my ultimate goal of happiness. Also, never bend the knee to anyone. It's easy to do, but never bend the knee no matter what you face in life. Yo, girl bent both knees. Oh, it's so great. What a fucking funny day, man. This is his average YouTube video. Why is anyone genuinely surprised she cheated on him? What is that haircut, bro?
And I found my lolly of the season. Naru, so cute, but so is Hina. Oh! And
he's talking about you shocking your dog while his best friend is giving his fiance the shocker. Oh my God. It's really funny. It is kind of funny to me that like his biggest ops were the people closest to him this entire time. And in the most predictable, like conservative chud fashion, he's like, by the way, I hate immigrants. Bro, an undocumented migrant did not fuck your wife, okay? Your best friend did. Your best friend of 10 years did. And you're still like, oh, I'm doubling down. I'm being extra hateful, okay? Here's Chibi just outright making up a story that Hasan killed his dog. I don't care if you like Hasan or not, but that's a fucked up response to anyone saying their dog died. Yeah, also, of course, classic, another fucking, pedophilia sex cult fan, this fucking dipshit. I don't know Chibi reviews personally, but my impression of him is that he would, in fact, show sympathy towards people he doesn't like if they found themselves in a bad situation. No, he wouldn't. No, he would not, as a matter of fact. It's so funny how brain-broken people are when it comes to Hasan. It's always the worst people you know hating on him for being progressive. Exactly. Like, I don't want to say I agree with everything he says, but I'm immediately suspicious of anyone who hates him because they all end up nuts. Yeah, I'll be honest. I love uniting shit
my
like
veins
this.
and inject that shit right in it. And then I would back it up with a snort. I would just, yeah.
Aside from the pedos defending him, we got basically every community, anime and non-anime, celebrating. Yeah, it's just like, first of all, woke is back. I do want to point that out one more time. Woke is without a shred of doubt back. Okay, this is like the reverberations of woke 2 that you don't even expect, right? Like there's like gifts every day. every other day there's another one of these like right-wing chud losers being outed, getting taken down a peg. Obviously, it hasn't stopped them from still making content, unfortunately. Here's Tectone also. In an attempt to relate the Chibi Reviews, Tectone discusses the time his employee fucked his partner.
I'd like to say I had a similar story where I had a partner and I allowed a guy to come into my life, a guy who said he had nothing, a guy who sought employment.
You allowed a guy to fuck your partner?
And so I employed him because he told me that he needed it. And, you know, people of my previous association told me he was a good guy, that he needed it. And I employed him, you know, a near six-figure salary. I took care of this dude, tried to make sure that his life was okay because I was informed he was a good person.
What is going on? Is there like what causes these guys to come out with this information? Like, is it about, do they go from like vice signaling to like cuck signaling? Is that what it is? Where they're just like, hey, I'm pathetic. I'm a pathetic fucking loser as well. Like, I don't understand. Yeah, this guy came into my life and then he came into my wife. It's not a big deal. Like, what is this like loser solidarity shit that they're doing? It is to say women are bad. Yeah, but the takeaway here is not women are bad because these guys are fucking villains. Like, this is not going to cause people to give him sympathy. I mean, maybe his like fucking pathetic fan base, but I think like this makes people think, yeah, those women got away from you. Luckily, holy shit, I have no sympathy for you. I mean, keep doing it, right? Keep doing it. I mean, it's great for me. I love it. I think it's awesome that these guys have no, they have no restraint where they just like reveal all this shit.
And then he fucked my partner. I'd like to say I had a similar.
Check logs, please. Tectone, more like, okay, buddy, time. Okay, calm down. Villains in power getting cucked is the righteous trope. I cannot believe he revealed this video. Like, it's so crazy. Every hotel got the Sneeko Chibi Reviews chair. Speaking of pedo ops, this one was also going after you. Yeah, I saw this earlier. This one is trying to get me banned off Twitch, but you can't literally be like, I'm transgender and that's why you're calling me a pedophile when you have literal videos of you admitting to being a pedophile on the same fucking platform that you're trying to get me banned off of. Like, hey, DJ Clancy, this is dangerous to my life. Keep Twitch a safe platform. Using idpol liberalism to defend pedophilia is nasty work, Lamau.
I'm only into the most feminine of the most feminine.
That's what I'm saying.
I need to have a little girl to wrap myself around.
Oh, like you're like Big Spoon is what you're saying? Oh, I get you.
I need to have like a 12-year-old.
What?
Like, what do you mean? I don't understand. I saw a tweet on the timeline that I really thought was funny. Destiny keeps sending like different pedophiles Hasan's way. Like, yeah, I saw the dead domain one. Here's you admitting on camera being attracted to children.
But while I was like actually covering the topic itself, right? Pedophilia. Okay. Fuck. I need to say PD because I don't think YouTube likes it. I don't think YouTube likes it when I say that. Okay. It's fake background. I got you. Yeah, I figured it out.
She sounds like Destiny too, which is another one of the telltale signs. Like, I don't understand how the fuck did this. I don't understand how this fucking community was designed around this interest, but it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, someone said Destiny keeps sending different pedophiles after Hasan like a Sailor Moon villain.
So obviously because
of
that, right? And then I also admitted at some point that I unironically consume lolly. So if you don't like the fact that I unironically consume lolly. So if you don't like the fact that I consume lolly, you're free to leave. Okay. You know, it like that is just a part of me, you know, like it's not like I can change my attractions or anything like that, right? But I don't think I'm a pedophile. I really don't think so.
Yeah, Destiny Orbiter 2, if you can believe such a thing. Weird how it's always the exact people you expect. Yeah. Why state this? Like, what's the purpose? Dude, I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. I don't understand it. This was the... Hang on, so is that person saying that people are coming after her because she's trans? That's why they're saying pedophilia is bad? No. She tried to do the fucking woke... She tweeted this out of nowhere this morning. hey, Twitch support, here's Hasan the Hun blatantly calling me a transgender woman, a pedophile. I'm pretty sure this is against Twitch TOS to leverage transphobic insults against me. Clearly, Hasan is transphobic, and he is no ally to trans people in any way. The reason why she did that was because she's one of like Destiny's new soldiers. She's one of Destiny's new soldiers, and I was covering her briefly in this saga with Stale 3000 or whatever the fuck his name is, because Stale was in her chat being like, hey, I want to turn you into a content creator off of LSF. I want to make you famous on LSF because Destiny needs new orbiters because all of his old orbiters have actually left. Like, all of his old orbiters left. We need new orbiters, and none of them are actually, because the whole like CSAM saga with Sex Pestiny caused a fissure in his community. Like, a lot of the people that were his friends, a lot of content creators that were his friends realized that he's a piece of shit. I don't know why it took so long, but they did. And they started attacking him. And so he was like in the market for new villains, I guess, like new loyal soldiers. And Stale 3000, the Redditor mod of the year, the moderator of LSF. Did you even know they were trans? Because I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know until this very moment. Like, I just, I don't assume things like that. But regardless, what's crazy is in the process of covering that, I was talking about how, like, this person has like pedophilia allegations, right? And then someone in my chat said, no, not outed. They admitted it. It turns out there are ops that I don't even know exist out there, but this person claims they're a lowercase p pedophile, like serious semantic brain fuckery. Yeah, I think her thing is like she's a pedophile but doesn't act on the desires or something. I don't fucking know. Anyway, but basically, yeah, she was like, oh, he's calling me a pedophile. Like, she's trying to get me banned. Working off of like the previous saga. Anytime there's like controversy around me, like guys like this will come out and will of course run the gamut. Asmongold reacts to Hasan Parker calling food shops a pedo. Crazy. Hasan's getting called transphobic more than I am. Why is everyone nowadays a pedo to Hasan? Man, that's weird.
Blatantly calling me a transgender woman a pedophile?
I forget what they're called. I think, no, it wasn't Lonerbox. Lonerbox didn't work. Hutch didn't work. They tried to like promote Hutch a lot. They tried to promote Lonerbox a lot.
It's crazy. Hasan's getting called transphobic nowadays more than I am. I mean, it's really a big shift.
Food shops? You left out details.
Yeah, this retard makes videos about me too.
An admitted pedophile. Oh yeah.
And admitted. Why is everybody nowadays a pedophile to Hasan?
I wonder why Asmongold constantly finds himself defending people who are self-admitted pedophiles. Interesting. This one, well, she says it out loud. I forgot. There's also that as well. Apparently, this person got outed as a pedophile. Yeah. So it didn't really work. It didn't really work. It didn't
what does that have to wait? What? What are you even talking about?
Well, I like that he will just watch like a clip like this and will just not investigate it at all. And we'll turn around and be like, what is he talking about? That's enough. That's the commentary from him. What? These new moderators giving cops in chat a special badge. Seriousness, Democrat community, by the way. What is this? Stop sending me irrelevant shit right now about Brace. You are mocking. What is this? Tune into Klukutsu Kaizen. Clip didn't have any traction. He is amplifying it so you get banned. Yeah, it's not going to work though, especially because like when you have personally admitted that, first of all, like automatically this person being like, I'm trans and he's calling me a pedophile because I'm trans is ridiculous. Okay. Secondly, the reason why I said that is because you've admitted it. So you can keep adding Dan Clancy. This is dangerous to my life. Keeping Twitch a safe platform should be your highest priority. I've been doxxed before too, so his rabid audience could go after me for this too. Note tagging Twitch too, just in case. His editors like Austin has put Cobra Tate and Dr. Disrespect as comparable examples to me. Insane. He basically calls me a sex criminal, which is additionally insane considering how I haven't been charged, arrested, or had any contact with FBI police whatsoever. I would like to see proof of this. Why does she follow you? Because she's one of fucking Destiny's insane stalkers. Yeah, I like that her argument is I haven't been caught thus far. So, AI review and Twitter cooked her and she reposted it. What? Though clips show Piker referencing her edgy statements without mentioning her gender, critics resurface Food Shop's own clips where she jokes about preferring a 12-year-old and spooning, defends Lolicons as unchangeable, and calls herself lowercase p pedophile while claiming no legal issues. Oh my God. Oh my God. AI review cooked her ass. The exchange drew widespread mockery online, with many backing Piker's call out based on her admissions, while a few critics criticize his frequent use of the term. But yeah, Asmongold, of course, highlighting the clip, hoping that it actually gets traction, is once again finding himself defending yet another, self-declared, self-admitted lolicon enjoyer pedophile. Turns out there are ops that I don't even know exist out there, but one thing is a guarantee: they are going to be sex criminals in some variety, some way, shape, or form. This is like the primary driving force behind almost all of my ops.
Everybody hates you because they're like sex freaks. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't think so. I didn't think so. Okay. I didn't think so. This is just how it keeps unfolding. If you exist for a long enough timeline and you're an op of mine, you end up getting into trouble in this way somehow. I don't know why, but in any case, I forget what.
Man, that's weird. And
this is crazy. This shit goes insane. We really doing mass ducks. We are 36 hours away from another Elon Grok tweak and Grok generating more CSAM than all of 4chan's history. I don't know why Asmongold keeps defending these people, but how can he? Turns out that you don't need to be friends with Asmo for him to defend their sex pest. I know. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that he is like, this one, apparently, this person had made videos about Asmongold too, and he's still defending her. So at that point, I assume there's a second reason. Is it because, they're a self-identifying pedophile? Is that what it is? Is that what happened? Because that video itself was me addressing how so many of my haters end up getting outed as like sex criminals or pedophiles. You know what I mean? So Asmongold defended Chibi Reviews, and then ended up defending this pedo shops, this other pedo reviews and pedo shops. Incredible stuff. Anyway, did you hear about D's top mod being a pedo? I think his name was Rin Lux or something. I did not know about that. Why would I know that? No, I don't like. Woke might be back when you have Nazis doing this. It's really funny that basically every vaguely political take he has is normie center right lib adjacent, but he also has the LARP as a far right to his audience. You can see how hesitant he was to support Trump when he asked about it.
Really couldn't give.
Clavicular officially comes out and shows support for the LGBTQ community.
Because before, I used to be like, oh fuck, fuck these people, whatever. But I just really couldn't give a fuck.
Bro got the New York Times bag. Bro got the New York Times article and instantly became a liberal. Dude, it's not peptides that changed him. It's Adam. Adam mogged him. Adam mogged him so hard he's woke now. Cool Adam mogged him so hard he turned woke. Wahlburger maxing.
My friends and me, you are extra hateful just because you have nothing better to do with your time or because you think it's funny.
Yeah.
Like the moment you start actually doing anything productive, you're just like, bro,
yeah, for
they
real.
don't care, I don't care.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck, bro. Once you stop being on the crazy parts of the internet, but don't get me wrong, I still want to be able to make jokes about protected classes.
Yeah, exactly. I'll sell out, bro.
I mean,
we'll still make darker jokes than any of you guys.
Yeah, it might be because the burger maxing increased his estrogen levels. Maybe that's why, and it made him more empathetic.
There's no point in just being randomly hateful.
What is true? Technically, it is selling out, but it's to what? From
he commented on the Peter Thiel allegations too.
We gotta clear this up. Are you in any way affiliated with Peter Thiel?
No.
Okay, we'll make sure. People online, and we're thinking that you're being funded, but you got your own mission.
Correct. Yes.
Hell yeah.
There's no secret funding.
Hell yeah. Okay. Just gotta make that.
They say this about everyone when they become famous.
I know.
I think they were saying that because I got my charges dropped, so they were like, oh my god, there's no way. There has to be some shadow organization funding.
In Kieran, for your context, the charges were dropped because they were so exaggerated. There was no way to get a conviction.
Right.
Forgery.
Oh, we gotta clear this up.
Cap. He's a blood boy. He's a blood boy for Peter Thiel. Brett Cooper went up to him.
Yeah, okay. And
Brett's gonna, if you want to say hi to Brett.
Brett, what's up? How are you? Amazing.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for coming.
Good job.
You thought it was good?
The show's very good. Brett.
Okay.
It's Liv. Oh my God, Liv! Hi. I look different because of the makeup. You look
I know, right?
It's because of the makeup.
I'm sorry. He's contracted to take the photos.
No, I'm Liv. Nice to meet
Yeah,
you.
he's next.
Right or wrong, you could take that burger down in 3 bites easy. Yes. Easiest 3 bites of my life, dude.
Yes.
Okay, this.
Yeah, I look different because of the makeup. You look incredible. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're taking some.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How are you?
Take your photos and then do it.
All right, take photos.
A24 found footage film. All right. So yeah, that's Chibi reviews. That's a cool thing that happened. They were making it weird immediately. Brett Cooper pulled up to watch Clavicular. Now that's Aura. Half Day HasanAbi. Bitch, what do you mean? She commented on it. Timestamp.
But needless to say, amidst all of that interesting cast of characters, Clavicular was very much the most viral moment of the night. And so, because he was there and because I was in attendance, there is now all of this discourse on X, I would say, about me being there and watching while he walked and meeting him. And God forbid, this is the worst, God forbid, I'm so sorry that I did this, but I smiled at him. Oh my God, cue the meltdowns, guys. They are freaking out over on X.
Oh no, she's acknowledging it. It's over. Brett Cooper has moved on from me.
And what I need to say to that is, oh my God, people go touch grass. Like seriously, kick rocks, touch grass, log off, go speak to a woman in real life. Go outside and stare at the sunshine. Like I cannot believe that this is something that is being debated.
Anyway, yeah, I don't know about this fucking fashion show. I find it strange. I also find it interesting that I do think that while Woke 2.0 is here, it is pretty crazy that a guy who was like Heil Hitlering a week ago is getting like a New York Times profile. No disrespect, obviously, to Joe Bernstein. And I think like he is an interesting character. Clavicular, I mean, is an interesting character. I'm obviously fascinated with him as well because of like, he's one of these guys. He's one of these guys that's like, how do I explain it? Okay, everyone's getting annoying. Let's just do Okay Buddy right now. Fuck it. Before I lose my mind to the chatters who are going to Okay Buddy Brace Belden. All right, we're doing Okay Buddy real quick. We're gonna do Okay Buddy. You put him in spotlight? No, it wasn't just me. I mean, he's getting new fan art from my now 12-year-old. Hell yeah, good shit. Which one of you did this? Akinator. No music. Hold on. I got you. Did Nintendo just basically destroy, like nuke all of the YouTube pages that had its music? Is that what it is? Yes, they made a music app. Gross. Grow up, Nintendo. Fucking grow up. I'll just leave this here. Oh, come on. That's unfair as fuck. That was swag, dude. I had fucking swag out the wazoo. I had swag. What the fuck is this? You need to get a double-double. No, I haven't gotten a Tim Hortons yet. I fucking flew in. All right. I flew in. Oh, don't you know? I flew in and all I did, was take a shower. All right. First and foremost, let's get started. Jester maxing on stage, joke mogging all the audienceoids, causing their cortisol levels. Wait, this is literally, this is real.
Did you hear
Y'all.
that? Let's run that back. She said, I'm Chinese. Let's go.
And
Wait, this is me at Funny Moms. Yeah, I did do that. I didn't realize that the people took photos of my performance. Hell yeah. There's no video. I hope no one took a fucking video. And I didn't do a cussy joke. I did a joke that would get me canceled by the fucking ADL. Okay. Bisexual lighting finds me everywhere. Coming for Stavi's job? Yes. Come up with new material, you hack. No, I didn't do the GDP joke. You're so stupid.
most of the people who are influenced have no idea that they are the target. And some, of course, they do because they get paid handsomely. And one of the example is Hassan Piker. He went to China for 2 weeks and come back a Chinese, now leading the China magazine on the social media. But there is a more important question to ask. Why the Chinese influence be able to capture the American audience, the young people especially? And I think it is...
Is it wrong for me to feel kind of bad for Chibi's situation? I hate the guy, just to be clear, but I have a friend who went through something similar. No. I mean, yes, it is wrong for you to feel bad about a situation. I don't feel bad about a situation at all. Fuck that guy.
Because of the educational system.
I think you're right. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
But you mentioned China maxing, and you kind of given a little detail on it. I want to explain a little bit more to the audience of what China maxing is. You mentioned it's on TikTok. It's the newest craze. And basically, it's young Americans.
Hey, son, just wanted to let you know, you mocking horrible people's looks. Oh, my God. Makes me feel insecure. All this shit. You keep spamming it, chat. We got it. You're uggo, okay? God damn. God damn. I got it, man. I don't know why you keep revealing this. I am sorry, man, but you making fun of dudes look and mock obvious insecurities and then tell people not to be insecure about those same insecurities just makes the case for these weirdo incels. I got it, bro. I got it. Holy shit. Please. I don't know what you look like, man. I don't know why you keep saying it over and over again. Why are we lolcowing a guy with serious mental health issues? Like, what is this? This dude, you have more sympathy for a psychopathic, transphobic, pro-ICE, racist monster. Like, what the fuck is this? Why are you so desperate to be like, hey, this guy actually who's, pro lolicon, pro like drawn child pornography, I'm actually going to go out on a limb here and fucking defend him. Stop. What the fuck? That's woke 1.0. Dark woke is woke 2.0. Get your woke 1.0 ass. You taught me to be sympathetic. Won't happen again. I am an uggo. You're not. You're not. Okay? You're not. Everyone is pretty to somebody, number one. And number two, couple things that you have to remember. Everyone can be a 7, including fucking Chibi Reviews. He ain't gonna be a 7, though, because he has a fucking dogshit personality. Okay? Goddamn. Jesus Christ. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's subjective. Even Chibi found a fucking fiance before she got her cheeks clapped.
Romanticizing and glamorizing. What's more, isn't this a lifestyle brand changing young influencers? What's your message to those who know?
True. Bard plays at wrestling in this guy. Oh no, I am a lone adventurer with nobody to strum me a ballad on their lyre. What whilst I do? The reliable bard. You forget it's Valentine's Day. People are lonely and drunk tonight. Okay, well, keep it to yourself. Okay. He used to show people Joe Rogan. Okay, calm down. I did not show him Cussy. What is this? Now you're just some chatter that I used to know. Oh, here we go. R.I.P. YouTube. HasanAbi, I painted because I've been hyperfixating on Baroque oil paintings. Oh my God. This is fire. Locricentually entering a jester Goonimaxer low state and hitting a spare Congresswomoid mogged. What? When Gaming Frog say something so believer phobic, so you hit them with a 5 minutes of bowling stare? I don't even, that's crazy. Guess who gets free healthcare when he comes to Canada next week? Yeah, I didn't actually. HasanAbi, where the fuck was my healthcare card? Huh? I don't even know if you're here right now. Oh, you are. Sag. I'm Sag. I'm the Sag one. Okay? I wanted my free healthcare card. Murat, why'd people sad? Anya said, my turn on the mortar BAK. What? I don't even know what's going on here. Real streamer and guest of the show, Azun Bisexual. Electrochemistry. Oh, yeah, we're talking about the white hot communist sex, baby. When you say something so cussophobic, so Azun hit you with the in the car cinematic universe stare. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. These are, I don't even, the outro song, we already watched it, so I'm not going to watch it again right now. Stand together against Greek hate. He don't need me no more. He don't need me to fucking stand up to Greek hate. Superhot says ice out of Metropolis. This is fucking fire. First of all, pull me back. I tried to see you. Chance Center said no. Pull me back. Can I say something? Okay, I already got it. I heard it. You tried, and the Chance Center reject maxed you. She tried to give it to you and you ran? That's not true. My cortisol spiking. Okay, I was sitting front row, but the guy behind me was like heckling. Wait, really? I didn't even hear it. May the power protect you, chatters. Memers of Hostwit Core Chat unite. I got a photo with March in the lobby. Can you please respond to the allegations? What? You legit smacked it out of her hand and gave her a stare? That's true. Angle. This was for, I didn't want you to think I was weird. Yeah, no milk bag too. That's crazy. At least thank you for Thank you for saying I'm 27 years old. I'll take it. Hi ho, Kaya the Frog here. That's cute. Asun, a bisex pike, gets mogged by Chad Greek North Lion. The word yogurt comes from the Turkish word yoğurmak, which means to thicken, coagulate, or curdle. The use of yogurt by medieval Turks was recorded in the books Divan Lugat al-Turk by Mahmud Kashgari and both Kutagdu Bilik by K.H. Yusuf, both written in the 11th century. The text mentions the word yogurt and describe its use by nomadic Turks. The Turks were also the first to evaluate yogurt's medicinal use for a variety of illnesses and symptoms such as diarrhea and cramps, and to alleviate the discomfort of burned skin. We invented it. Greek yogurt. If Yana says it is true. Dinners at Qatar Web Summer. Every table of CEO get 1 quart Jester Maxer content create. This is what it was. This is literally what it was. I was the jester on the table. YouTube and Blue Sky, Twitch and Twitter. That's crazy. I think I would get crazier if I was exclusively on Blue Sky. Because like annoying rad libs piss me off. Do I look like a Fed? How to spot an undercover cop. Standard issue police sunglasses. Outline a bulletproof vest. Thin blue line bracelet. Identifier for other cops. Handcuffs in back pocket. Okay, I've seen this one before. All right, we're back at the... I feel like this has been reposted. Am I crazy? I hope all the boys, girls, and MBS are having a fantastic one. He's finally... Wait, am I... Oh, no, maybe I haven't seen this yet. He's finally playing the spreadsheet sim? No. Did you actually have Chicago Mayor in-house or just on stream? Yeah, he was sitting next to me. Bold Zohan and Bold B. Help, HasanAbi. I am bold. Oh no, Zohan. So am I. Let us return to Turkiye, Brother B. MashaAllah, Amanakwe and Brother Mondani. Grey Wolf, Grey Wolf, Grey Wolf, Grey Wolf, Grey Wolf, Grey Wolf, Grey. Yeah, if you would like to see earlier parts of the stream, you need to subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. You can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. It gives you the option to rewind. That's right. This is a beautiful art style. I really like it. Congratulations. I do. I like this scribble. The park surrounding Hasuni Mansion, Comrade Kaya. Men with a time machine. I am your son. Oh, really? Women with a time machine. Also, my dad is wrong. What would become known as a cultural revolution was based. All really good. Hashtag Kaya endorses the Red Guards. Please unalive Deng Xiaoping. Arrest this woman for factionalism and threatening party unity. I don't even know what this meme is. HasanAbi feasting. It's feeding time. Random stun locking chatter. With these awkward angles. Oh no. Yeah, I just saw R.I.P. Bozo. Brother, you think I'm like being a softie, but if you don't have the proper gear, with the... That's crazy. Hassan Hub mentioned. Repost. HasanAbi sketches from the past few days. Repost because my image wasn't showing correctly. Chat, stop saving cum. Thank you for the bones. I can't feel my fingies. Brave boy. What the fuck is bagged milk? Milk bags. We must seize the means of production. Heated gloves. Give me snacks. Kaya. Aw, this is cute. Walk into your bathroom and close the door behind you. Take a look. Take a picture of me with you. Look in the mirror and hold my face next to your face. Look at me looking back at you and then look at yourself. Yeah, this is how we converted Bobbert, the Bobster. Poopy Zombie is into something. Okay, all of these memes are from one person. Poopy Zombie is into something. How deep do it go? Dog and Piker. Yes, I'm in the dog play. Is that what it is? That's whatever it's called. Bovino Canino. Happy Valentine's Day. What the fuck is this? Why did you just send me this photo? Someone likes listening to the broadcast while sleeping. Aw. The debate. Vote blue. Vote blue no matter who. Chad Omar versus Twitch streamer. No hat, unafraid of wind chill, cultural appropriation not Chinese, Fed marker, bourgeois bionic gloves, Twitch streamer, yuck, cock shame, Chad smile, light jacket, hands clasped confidently. Okay, he's from there though. It's different. Minneapolis doodles. This is many different art styles. I don't know what's going on here. Hassan got that dog in him. Okay, you fucking posted this again. Our streamer looked extra wide in Minneapolis. Dog, look at my lifeguard. I'm gonna fucking drown. Why does it look like I have scuba gear on? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. We are much less Greeks than we believe. Wow, thank you, Northern Lion. Why'd you make me so bald, man? Fuck. Hanson Parker in Somaliopolis. Azun, we gotta run. Okay, guys, just 100 photos. Comrade Carla. If Mao was alive today, he'd be a Dengiz. No, Mao would be a Maoist. Mao, if he was alive today. I'm quite fond of Kaya Piker. Thank you, Comrade Mao. They're calling him Baba Vakian or what? The chairman. Well, you want to see my pool body? Dude, is this the guy who keeps talking about how I have a pool table shaped body? Is that what it is? Hasan with Twitter. Hasan with okay buddy. Hasan with Twitter. Hasan with okay buddy. Is the one guy who every day spams about how I have a pool table shaped body. Magabob updates. Magabob was trying his hardest not to let his cortisol spike after jesters tried pressing him, so he had to calm down by rizzing Hasan. Azun Malay, but the dog is communist, not Peronist. Mao Zedong, Kaya Karl Barks Piker. This meme doesn't even make sense. Look at the this is just one chatter keeping the fucking Ibrahim Kaypakkaya, Turkish Maoist. Yes. It's one chatter who might be Turkish, who's keeping the fucking entire subreddit alive. Absolute nonsense. Thank you for the memes, one chatter. This really makes me appreciate all of Mao's cultural revolution at HasanAbi fraud. He apparently is also obsessed with the cultural revolution and defending it, and keeps saying that Kaya would defend it. It was the perfect pause. I'm not saying is aliens, but is aliens? Oh yeah. That's such a fucking boomer meme. Holy shit. Kaya based. Cultural revolution, not good actually. What did you say, Lib? He just keeps posting the same fucking thing. Han Pike delegation got first sign. I show speed. Watch out. Hansun Pike visited here. Lemon. Pepper cakes. This is where Brace went after leaving early.
Hey,
Hello! You must be Chase, baby.
Welcome.
Oh, what a grip you have. You must live alone. So what, you want me to do, like, what I would do at a party?
Sure.
Usually music played, da-da-da-da, you know, the song.
Yes.
And I come in and say, oh yeah, man, yeah. So how's everybody today, man? This is great. It's so good. Oh, behave. Oh, I fell over again. You go, oh, you make a lovely couple. Because it's the movies. It's a booby, you know.
Yeah. Different time.
No, I don't think that would.
But I understand it. Did you watch the Super Bowl?
What?
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, sure I did, yeah.
Yeah. Are you more of a soccer guy since you have so much
soccer?
UK and
soccer? I don't even know it.
That's pretty good. Yeah. Is there a favorite sport of yours?
Hey.
That's crazy. He's just, oh God, poor guy. Cussy Inception. Cussy exists in the Cars universe. Cussy exists in the Transformers universe. Cussy must exist in the Herbie universe. That means Herbie gets fully loaded. I don't even know what that. I'm just upvoting. WFit chat. What I look like between 2016 is me. What I look like in 2016 is between me and God. God, drop it. Bro, stop. Fuck it, I'm saying it, dude. Kaya plays. You carry the flussy Charlie Cussy. Hasan Pikerg. It's the same chatter. Hello, Spaldinga cousin milk bag. When mom find the milk bag. This is one guy. It's just one guy. What is happening? More Kaya. You're simply the zest. To chat from Kaya. Gavin, no. Looks Maxer and PSL 7. Gavin Newsom is back in California's billionaires. I love Hanson Porker. Portrait I did for the new year. This is sick. And it's my speech from the Palestine rally in DC. Damn, that's cool. When mom find the finesse device, she confiscate. Okay, dude. Okay, buddy announced new head moderator. It's 67 degree and sun in Los Angeles. I'm your host, HasanAbi Porker. Heckin' 67 Reno. Ha, he said 6'7". Chat, he said 6'7". 40, by the way. I'm getting one guy by okay, buddy. Hasoon racked to Lore Bear's lore video of OK Buff from long before the long pause. 2023 to 2026 Pago. Okay, I'm not going to watch that whole thing right now. Okay, everybody was freaking out about Okay Buddy. I thought y'all, like, I photoshopped him MPreg. I thought y'all also posted on here. It's just one guy who posted everything. The whole world Turk table. Amok. My friend passed away a week ago. He made this. His name was Victor. Wait, what? Actually? RIP, I guess? Doodle. I'd look crazy. RIP to Victor. Which Fear and host are you? What the fuck is this? I made this for Austin, but he don't stream. Pick an element. Fire. Would you rather have unlimited bacon and no video games or unlimited video games and no video games? Unlimited bacon. Pick a segment. America Me Up, Cutie TV, Bully Hassan. About Austin, please choose Pacific Northwest, British slang for cigarette, egocentric, being 5'9", being 5'9". About Will, please choose one. Feminist, are you man enough? Humor as a disguise, hot. About Cutie, girl and boyfriend group, Taylor Swift, complimentary, Taylor Swift, derogatory. Be perfect, women or else, Taylor Swift, derogatory. Autism, about Hassan, autism, funny. Neurodivergency, serious. Are you man enough? Hot. Neurodivergency, serious. Favorite extended universe character, Maya, Caroline, Kaya, Christian, Kaya. Do you fuck with the war? Nah, but my boyfriend does. Yeah, I am the war. Pick an incident, bra and panties party, China trip, Disneyland, constant theft of Hassan's property, China trip. Accusations against hosts, misogyny, ED, gay, autism. Goat, March. Give me a hot take. No.
How?
Well, look what the cat dragged in. You feel different from other people and maybe not always understood. You do anything for your friends. Just remember they would do the same for you. That's crazy. I got clocked. And I was going random style too. We are all Treatler. Always was. Hassel Sugoi, Hasselpark champion. What up, Lady Agenda and Bees? Is Marat brother Hellboy Hasi Abai. Blast off meme chat Hasoon. All right, that's it. We got to the end. Do this for Kaya. What's this?
Can I bring my stuff in?
Yeah, please.
Where is everybody?
Yeah, so it's my dog's birthday.
Boy, so everybody hasn't gotten here yet, huh?
It's just us.
My show is perfect for kids 3 to 10.
He's 6.
You got it, Julie. Oh, must be. But don't swallow it. Hey, spit it out. Say hi to Mr. Giggle. Oh, what a beautiful little puppy dog. Take that, Julie.
Okay, why did he say fun for all ages if it's only for between 6 to 10?
I figured.
I feel like he's lying.
It would just fuck. How long you been a clown?
Me?
Yeah, see? Fun for all ages except 12-year-olds.
12 years.
12 years. People don't put this much effort into signage.
I just did it all myself.
Right on. Let's go outside.
Outside.
Oh.
Can I bring my stuff in?
Aw. Why are you clowning on him? I feel bad. All right, that'll be all for today, folks. I'm fucking tired, okay? I'm tired. How many of your haters do you think will be mentioned? Oh, yeah, the Manosphere documentary. I'm excited to watch this. This is literally the legion of HasanAbi haters. Thoreau has not responded to me, by the way. I've DM'd him. He follows me on Instagram, but he has read me. He's left me on fucking red. So, anyway, love you guys. I may or may not see you tomorrow, but be on the lookout on my socials. I'll inform you, okay? But I love you guys. And if you don't see me tomorrow, I'll see you on Monday, okay? Bye-bye.
Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving greetings grace. Zoran winning NYC, WOKE2 back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. All these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS.